to get rid of one of you guys, so you better get it all out now.
Just needed to restart the app. Oh, goody. A6, you can remove yourself, or I'll do it. It's kind of up to you.
Ah!
Normal service has resumed, I see.
Yes. All right, so the command, the user, time. Now we'll let them come back tomorrow. Do you have to do it by the hours or by the minutes?
I go by years.
You can do it in increments of seconds, seconds, minutes, hours, to a maximum of 24 hours. Only the two big bosses can confirm a ban and all that. Go over 24.
Right, so 24H, do you put H?
Yeah, you can put 24H. Yep. And then a reason afterwards if you want, after a space. Yep.
Concern trolling. There you go, A6. I got the reason in there. Ah, much better. Thanks, fellas.
No worries, man.
Home server's on and popping. That's good.
Oh, there are names over there that I don't recognise. Evening, guys. You'll catch me over at home server.
he doesn't actually know any of it.
I have a mechanical engineering degree. I understand physics.
Never asked you for your qualifications.
No, I mean, like, in the sense, I'm not saying that just means like I know more than people. It just means that I've dedicated the time to the subject.
You used to be wrong though, so.
So how do you
clearly
dedicate
haven't.
your time to the subject, Mr. Engineer? I'm curious to find out how you dedicate your time to the subject.
Well, first in
Mr.
my
Engineer.
first year of university, I took my physics courses. I took my calculus courses. Then I took my
And where do you
thermodynamics.
use those in real life?
At my research job, like I said, to model liquid
Is your
hydrogen.
research job? Is it you work at a university?
Yeah, the research institute is
So
at the
that
university,
doesn't count. That's not a real job.
but I have a degree and I'm being paid for it. And
You got a
then you get
degree in staring at a wall and getting paid for what they want you to look for.
well, why is that a bad thing? I'm being paid. You're telling me someone's giving me money?
Because you're in here and you sound like a glober. Now you've realized what you sound like, right? You got no answers for us.
Wait, what do you mean that's not an answer? You're telling me that I'm wasting my time, but I'm being paid. So I don't know how that's a
Yes,
There
you're
you go.
wasting your time getting paid. Yes.
No,
In a
I'm trying
moment,
to-
maybe it's already
being-
happened. Do apologise to interrupt, but in a moment, or maybe it's already happened, but somewhere in the conversation, someone's going to ask, why would they lie? Well, what does it matter? I get paid.
Oh, he already asked that, you know.
Yeah, so I'm trying to understand of how, like, ultimately, who's being fucked over by this? If their lie is getting me paid, putting food on my
Here it is.
plate, giving me, I'm trying to understand
Why
how.
do you care? You're getting paid, dude.
Huh? Why
You're
do I
getting
care that-
paid. Yeah, you're getting paid. You got a job, whatever it is. You're getting paid. You
Well,
said
Yeah,
that.
don't worry about it.
Produce results, you know, I don't just show up and I have to produce results.
Okay,
What are
cool.
you
So
doing,
produce
though?
results.
Sorry?
What are you doing at work? Like, just give us something that like we
Oh,
can
no,
understand.
go Jedi. Like, answer
Okay,
Jedi's question if you want.
Okay, one, I don't want to give too much of my own like personal information, but yeah, I can get into some detail of, like I said, it's computational fluid dynamics. So I work on computer models that
Okay.
model liquid hydrogen.
I get it.
One of the use cases of our
And
models.
that involves the Earth being a globe. How?
What kind of
Oh,
fittings do you guys use?
Sorry, fittings.
Yeah, fittings.
What do you mean
He
fittings
means
for?
pipe fittings.
Interesting. So you're studying the shit, how the shit moves through things. What kind of fittings are you studying, going through?
What do you mean? I don't understand what you mean by fittings going through. That's not
All
my
right,
job.
never mind. It's okay.
No, you asked me to explain my job. I'm literally.
I know,
working
I
on
know.
stuff.
We're fine. We're kind
You're
of off
fine,
the
dude.
beaten.
Just keep going.
Yeah, we're off the beaten track anyway. Really, not necessarily too interested too much into your job and so on. I'm just more interested in the subject that we're discussing. At the moment, I thought that was science and engineering and what they are and what they're not.
Oh yeah, no, I was trying to say that my background in engineering and my experience with working with math, physics, and having to do experiences helps me understand how that same process led to people concluding that the Earth is a globe. That's what I'm trying to
Okay.
explain.
Yeah, you said that a while
Okay.
back. Yeah, I've been wondering, what your evidence is of the globe. I haven't heard you give any evidence of why
Like,
you
once
think
again,
we live on a globe, where's the curvature measured, any of that. Do you have any of that?
Can I ask you the counter to that of, can you produce me a working flat Earth model that I can use to do something
Used to
productive?
what?
in society?
That's fallacious,
Like-
Royce. You just ask you a question.
Going
You
in
gotta answer it.
circles.
No,
Look, this is
everything
now
is
3
built on a
questions
flat
past the
Earth,
original
dude.
point.
Yeah, everything is built on flat Earth. None of the shit you do at your studying hydrogen deals with the globe.
Right, again, so we can
Okay,
either go back.
question.
You-
Does anything you do in your day job help you prove that the
One
Earth...
sec, bro. Jedi was in the middle of something.
Oh,
Just
sorry.
want to gain some cohesion to the conversation. So both myself and Dandelion have kind of asked the same question. You said through your understanding of physics and engineering, blah, 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 that you understand how they came to the understanding that the Earth was a sphere. If you want, you can talk about that and we'll listen and we'll go through that. Or we can talk about what you decided to deflect away with about some
Sorry,
kind of flat Earth model that you need to make predictions with or something I didn't quite hear.
I can hop back to the your original point.
Cool, thank you. Okay, that's fine.
Proving that the Earth is a globe is not something I spend my day doing because one, it's not something I ever felt I've had to do because the Earth being a flat or globe doesn't affect most people in their day-to-day lives. So it's hard for
Well, that just
normal average
contradicts a
person to
massive
have,
amount of claims you've made.
What? No, I'm trying to
And
make the
that's
claim.
basically how most scientists and engineers are functioning day to day.
No,
The
no.
globe,
I'm
they
trying to
don't
say,
think
do
about
day
the
to
globe
day,
because
do you
it
think that
actually
the
has
average
no
person?
relevance to what they're doing.
No, I'm asking you, day to day, do you think the average person needs to consider?
You just
that the
admitted
Earth
it.
is-
You're the average person. And you said day to day. You don't think about the globe. You don't attempt to prove it.
No, I'm saying I don't need to prove it because why? It's not
It's
something
already
like
been
Just
done.
changing your words around on the fly.
It's
okay.
already
You
been
already
done.
admitted that the globe essentially is completely
Do you have
irrelevant
to
to your
think that
day to
World War
day.
II happened every single day you wake up? Do you have to go around and tell people and announce like who challenges you that World War II
So
happened?
you don't want to stick to your own claim.
No, I'm trying to tell
Category
you
or
that
two.
on a day-to-day basis, my belief in a globe Earth does not get challenged. There's very few things in a day-to-day
Yeah,
basis
and
that
it's getting challenged now, and we see that you're completely inept in
But
actually
I'm
having
saying
any understanding as to why you
why.
believe this.
That's why I'm trying to move the goalpost to. You have fixated on it just being a curve. I'm trying to say that the amount of lies.
What? I
You're
heard that right.
continually
We
moving the
never said
goalpost.
you were
You're
lying.
continually diverting from the actual topic that we're trying to
Yes.
get like narrowed down on you. You
No
are
sh-
moving the goalpost. Please
Yeah,
stick to
no
one thing.
shame. He's got
Yes,
no
I need to move
shame.
the goalpost because the goalpost has to be somewhere reasonable. Proving that the Earth is round
I
is not
never heard
reasonable.
somebody
We're in a
say
perfectly
you're
reasonable
intentionally trying to
position.
fuck around and move
Wait.
goalposts.
Asking
I'm
someone to prove that their claim that the Earth is a globe is unreasonable? Are you serious?
Yeah. Okay.
Look,
Well-
we haven't moved our goalposts for what we expect for evidence for a globe Earth in the 10 plus years we've all been at
Okay.
this.
Let me. Can I rephrase
Right,
this?
the goalposts are in the same place. You claim a sphere that requires a curving surface, so bring
How
us the
about this?
measurements of that. If you don't
no,
have
can I-
measurements of that, and then we go and do our own measurements and find the contrary, a flat surface with no major deviations,
Okay. Can I reframe
there's
this
not a sphere.
discussion?
The goalposts are in the
Mm.
same place they've always been.
Oh, no.
Yes.
Let's agree. Okay. Can I just suggest this and then you can debate on it? If you don't agree, I can leave this discussion. Can I just suggest this? Instead of
Yes.
me trying to convince you that the Earth is a sphere, can you help explain certain things?
We used
on-
to believe the Earth was a sphere. We weren't born flat earthers.
Okay, no, that's what I'm
We
asking
grew
you.
up
Can
through
you
the
help
same
explain?
education systems as
No,
yourself.
that's what I'm asking you. I'm
Just one
asking,
day,
can you-
something caught our mind strong enough that we're like, well, okay, we really need to double check this, and
No,
we
that's what I'm
did.
asking you. Can
And
you
there's
then?
evidence for it. So
There's certain beliefs I hold that only make sense to me if the Earth is round. So if you can help me still hold on
yeah,
to those
but your
beliefs
beliefs
of
are
the flat Earth.
nonsensical and unreasonable if you actually think about them properly,
No,
critically.
it's a simple belief of. Can you explain to me how seasons
Your beliefs
work?
are all
And this is-
based on like fallacious social reasoning,
No, I'm asking
essentially.
you to explain things like sunsets to me
Okay.
Okay,
on a flat Earth.
Morbido.
Okay.
Morbido.
No, that's-
Can I just say this? You're
Yeah.
talking about phenomena, right? All of these phenomena would require that the Earth be a sphere, which we would have to measure, and then also rotation, axial rotation, among other movements, rotations, accelerations, and whatever. So the first thing we need to establish is it curving and is it moving? Then we can jump to the phenomena. Until we get those two things narrowed down, the phenomena that you experience don't matter yet. So is the Earth curving and is it moving? And if it is, how do you prove it?
That's a very strict goalpost to put down.
Yes.
Well,
Pretty
isn't
logical. It's pretty
the
straightforward.
The defining feature of a sphere is that it's curving everywhere. Would you agree?
Okay, yes.
Okay,
It's curving
so
away
if
from
the
perfect
Earth
sphere.
needs
Yes,
to be
that's perfect.
curving everywhere, certainly we should be able to measure that. Yes?
Yes, and we can.
Okay, how
Ah,
do we
there we go.
measure it?
Better men than me have tried, and you have disagreed with the information. So why should I attempt?
Wow, dude. So you said that better men than you have tried, but you didn't say that they did. We don't accept the fact that they tried and failed? No, I accept that. They tried, they failed, they found no curvature. I completely accept that.
Who
Okay,
did
so
what? Who did what?
I'm asking you. Okay, if I let go of my globe Earth, then can we take the next step of what can I start explaining with the flat Earth model? That's what I want to say. I need something I can only explain with the flat Earth model.
What do you
Reality
mean?
itself.
What do you mean? Only explain with a flat Earth model.
Pouring
What do you want?
concrete,
Can you
self-leveling concrete. There you go. That's flat Earth explanation.
I'm talking about things like eclipses.
Okay,
About
so
like
you
all
That's
of
not
the
an
water
Earth
on the
thing.
right,
That's
moon
two
not an Earth
seconds.
thing,
Yeah.
you dum-dum. That's a sky thing. What's wrong with
Right,
you
Oh,
people?
2
okay. So
seconds.
okay, I'm
My
not allowed
friend,
to ask about eclipses.
my friend,
Okay.
very quickly. A globe Earth doesn't make those predictions. A flat Earth won't make those predictions. These aren't even predictions when you're talking about eclipses, lunar or solar. They're postdictions. You know what a postdiction is, right? These cycles, these patterns have always done the same thing. And because we've observed them for thousands of years and observed their repeating patterns, we're able to predict that they're going to do the same thing in the future. Now, that
Can
doesn't
you
require the Earth having any bloody geometry. That's you standing in a position, knowing the time of day and season and the cycle of the, say, the moon above you and what phases it's going through, X, Y, and Z. That's all you need to
wait? Sorry.
make
Wait.
predictions.
Can I just fixate on that? How would you get this information of the cycles? How did you gather this
It's called the
information?
it's called the Saros cycle. It was developed over
No.
2,500
Yeah, I'm
years
saying
ago by
like how is it
the.
exactly formulated? Like what information did they gather to formulate this thing
Okay,
that's able to predict things for the rest of time?
You don't
okay.
listen, do you?
So
No, no.
let's
It feels like a genuine question.
let's take for example, very simply, the seasonal cycle. Now
Mhm.
that only takes a year to repeat, right? And it
Yeah.
does the same thing over and over again. The sun resets to the same position yearly or 4 yearly, if you want to add in your leap year
Uh,
or quarter of a day. But
plus or
these
minus a
things,
little drift. Yeah.
but it does that and has always done that. Same with the
Uh,
moon and its phases. It's
can I ask
always
you how
done those
accurate is this?
phases,
Okay, no,
right?
no, sorry, that's bad. That's bad. Let me stop you. Sorry, I interrupted you. Continue.
No, I'm just pointing out that these things in the sky have always done those things. So you don't need a flat Earth model or a globe Earth model to make these predictions.
But that's the thing I'm trying to ask you of like you keep saying they've always done these things, but I'm asking you how accurate are these measurements you're talking about? Like you say you can tell me where the moon and these things will be 10 years from now, right? With your model. Am I correct? Yes or no?
With the model, not our model, with the Saros cycle, if you're talking about
Oh
lunar
no,
eclipses,
yeah.
it's very reliable. It's still used today by NASA.
You're saying NASA explicitly one for one uses that model to predict
The
eclipses.
Saros cycle, they base all
Yeah,
of
I
their
linked
predictions.
to
Sorry.
No, I'm
the
saying one for one
NASA.gov
uses it.
website. It's
Sorry?
on the NASA.gov website. When you get a chance, I tagged you in the live stream voice
Oh,
text. You can look into it.
actually, no, I'm very curious. I did not know this. I would like to look into this.
The crescendo to this point is if you want to make predictions about things in the sky, that won't be predictions, that'll be postdictions. They've always done these things. Right?
Okay, so you're saying there's a separation between having like the flat Earth model and being able to predict celestial events.
Yeah.
Those two things don't have to be connected, is what you're saying.
Yeah. I mean, you might want to know your location. You might want to know the time of day and season. Yeah. Where you are, what will happen based on those things.
Curious.
Like, same thing with the constellations, right? The constant repeating cycle of the things in the sky.
Can I
Virgo,
ask you just a
Libra.
simple question because like I have to leave soon, but something I'm very curious about is we're going back and forth about these ideas, but I'm curious, like, do you want to discover more about this? Do you want to Do you feel like you fully understand this and you don't need to know more, or do you want these things to be investigated deeper?
I've got more questions than you've got. We've all got more questions than you think because we really don't know much. So yeah, we're constantly trying to investigate. Trying.
But I think, how would you like society, the grander society, to go about answering your questions? Like, what changes would help
That's
answer
got
your
not,
questions?
what do you mean society?
No,
I've lost
like
me
you
now.
feel like people are not
This is
focusing energy to answer these questions, right? Like people are not willing to even ask the questions.
Okay.
Like I'm saying, you're saying the celestial movements are governed by these cycles.
The mass of humans don't realize that questions still exist. Basically,
I want
But
to
I'm saying,
see I want to see the rocket. I want to see it go all the way up to the moon. I want to see the people jumping
Hold
on
on,
the
hold on,
my
moon.
man.
friend about the rocket.
That's a
My
different
friend,
topic.
sorry. Our other friend's just got a few more moments and he's got to leave. So let him finish his
I'm
conversation.
literally going to be dipping in like the next 2-3.
Yeah, if
Nice.
you've got to go, then we want your best globe proof before you go, Murabito.
I truly do not have a globe proof. My issue
Well,
more with flat Earth
you could do us one favor before you leave. If you believe some type of globe model is used to predict events in the sky, can you post it for us?
Okay, can I hop back onto this chat tomorrow? Because that's something I can't just pull out of my back pocket. It's not
Yeah,
something
that'd
I
be
have.
cool. So you're acknowledging that, yeah, you have no proof or knowledge of the globe, that you've just taken it on faith. So, yeah, go look for some and come
I
back
do agree
and
on
let
that.
us know.
That's what I'm saying. I do have faith. That's what I'm saying. Is that
Mm.
the people I have faith in, I'm more willing to have faith in those people than I am, not to just say you're a collective, but to have faith
Why would you
in
not
your.
have faith in measurements over people? Why are you
Because
such
I
a social
feel like the
creature when it
people.
comes to these pursuits?
What? Sorry, can you repeat that?
Would you not have faith in the person that brought you actual measurements, things you could repeat yourself and verify?
There's a limit to what I, as a single human, can experiment with. I don't have access to infinite money. I can't build like a super collider.
Don't need one, dude. We're just talking about surveying on the Earth.
See what
If
I
I
mean
gave you
about your
money to build your
absurdity of
super
your beliefs?
collider,
You
what are you
never
going to do
actually
with
think
it?
about them. You
Yeah,
think
dude,
you
if
need
I
to
give you
build a
money,
super collider to prove
Sorry, guys,
the Earth
people
is
are disturbing
curving
right
or
now.
flat.
I'm going to give you money to build a super collider. I need your scope of work and what that's going to do after you get done.
No. The point I'm trying to say is, once science gets to a certain level, it needs to be collaborative. You need large people involved. Even the research I do, it's not just.
No. Measuring the surface of the Earth never changed. Not since the start of the Earth and not till the end of it will it change. It's a simple measurement process.
No. I'm not trying to fixate on that process. That's what I'm trying to fixate on
Not
the
asking
system
you to give
behind.
me the answers to the mysteries of existence itself. I'm asking
I'm
you
just
to
trying to
measure
say
the
is that.
surface your feet are planted on every day.
Okay, like I said, I have to dip, but like I really do want to. I'm not trying to change anyone's mind. You're not going to change my mind. I really don't think I'll change your mind. It's more about trying to understand your position.
You can't change religious people's minds, so we're not going to change your mind. No,
No,
nothing
I
you
fully
believe is
acknowledge
based
that
on
you cannot change
evidence.
my
So.
mind. Like this is something I feel very unless once
May the
again
ball bless. May the
Yeah, look, man,
globe bless
you're
you,
not fucking
son.
special. You're just
May
a
the
standard
globe.
human being, and we
May the
told
globe
you
bless
we were
you.
that same standard human being. We believed all the same stuff because we never really thought about it and never actually demanded the evidence for the claims.
No, like I said, my goal here is to literally just understand what led you to your position.
Reality.
So, like,
It's really simple. Went out, measured the surface of the Earth. There's no curvature to it. You can't get a ball without curvature. You
my
can
counter to
understand
that
that,
is
right?
like one man doing science without scientific, a long history of
No,
scientific
it's about
Doesn't
a
matter if
million
it's
of us
one
now,
man or
not one
10
man, a
million men
million
that
of us.
perform the
But I'm
measurement.
saying, can a million of you take me to the moon? If I give you a
It-
million of
it's
you,
pretty
$1
weird.
trillion, can
That
anyone
already
take me?
presupposes you can land on the
Right.
moon.
It's
Dude,
like
if you've got to
a
go,
Billion
just
of
go.
you.
meltdown at this point.
But you're welcome back tomorrow, of course.
Yeah, sorry, I keep saying, like, I'm very ADHD,
No,
so I
it's
can't.
fine. We will just keep dragging you back into the arena. Just leave while you can, dude.
Yeah, we'd like to get you, to show you some of the long distance observations, because you didn't even ask like what these measurements were. So maybe next time you could ask that question, because it's like it's been stated many times, something that's been repeated multiple times, and something that you could do yourself if you were interested in discovering whether the predicted curvature is actually there. He did escape, so I hope he does come back. I hope when he comes back that he asks for more details, because you'd think since multiple people told him there were measurements
He'll come back.
explaining there was no curvature, you'd think he'd be interested in
He'll-
seeing those.
He'll
At least he
definitely come
admitted
back.
it was by faith. He was honest enough to admit it.
That was good. I know, because at first, when Indio first said, kind of even just made just an implication that he was relying on faith, got really agitated about that. But toward the end, he acknowledged it, so that was good.
And he also said he had no evidence for the globe. He had no proof. So you guys made progress on him for sure. He'll be thinking about this
No,
conversation before he goes to
we
sleep.
didn't make any progress with that person.
For real?
President really wants to know whether it's a globe or a flat, comes in here and asks for the empirical evidence. They don't sit around and talk about social bullshit.
Nope.
All right.
That guy will never get it.
No, but his ego will drag him back into the conversation. We'll see him
Yeah, he'll
again. for
probably
sure.
return a lot sooner than we expect. He'll
Mhm.
be kind of pissed, but he won't be ready to take this seriously.
No. This one might be in for the long haul.
He's going to keep the chat alive. That's good.
Is there anybody else? I had maybe some questions earlier. Did anybody have any questions?
Well, Nigerian King was trying to get in. He wants
Yes,
to
I have
be
a question.
taken to the moon.
So
What's your
Take him to the
question?
moon.
you see the Artemis launching today. So is this a real? Are you saying that this is fake?
Did you watch it?
No, I didn't. I didn't have time to see it yet, but
Okay.
I know that this is a
I
big
did.
anticipated thing.
Yeah, I did. Didn't really get to see much, to be fair. You got to see a rocket take off for a bit, it separate, and then CGI for the rest of the way. It was literally about 14 minutes before it was just a computer generated image of what it would look like in space, because obviously we don't know because there's no cameras there. But it's the same bullshit all the time. 14 minutes of a rocket taking off and people standing around watching it. Okay. And then we all turn on the TV like we all were, apart from these people that are standing there watching the rocket take off. And then we get the rocket turning into a CGI image because, like I said, there's no camera observing the rocket. So we didn't watch anything, just a rocket go away.
Okay, so
It kind of depends on what you mean as far as fake goes, because I certainly believe that they launched something today that looks like a rocket that went downrange and out of view, and then they went to the computer graphics. That probably was real. But what bit are you asking about being fake?
Because again, I'm new to all of this. I'm looking into this because I like to educate myself. So the thing that I have seen in this area of thought is that there is no space. So I'm trying to understand. There's what, like 20,000 NASA employee, maybe there's 14,000 SpaceX employee. Are you saying that all of these people are that stupid? These are university educated people.
No, I don't think they're stupid.
Are you saying that they are complicit, like they are corrupt?
You're indoctrinated. There you go.
No, they're not
I'm not
corrupt.
saying
They're just stupid. They went to university. Don't you get it?
Yo, Joe.
I hear your standpoint. There's definitely some dumb people who went to university, but not all of them, my guy. When I think of these 20,000 people,
You
there's some
haven't
smart
heard of
people.
DEI? You haven't heard of DEI?
Yes, I have benefited from it.
Okay, now you know. Now you know personally. Stupid people went to school.
Oh.
Okay. But either way, so are you saying that space is fake?
Yeah. And we're also saying that magic tricks and sleight of hand happen on TV screens like today. Yeah, we're saying those things.
Yeah, you show them the videos, man.
So yes, there's 20,000 people that work for NASA, but there's a good cross section of them that are janitors, maintenance workers, people that build things. People, how many of those people do you think have gone to space or say that they've gone to space out of that 20,000?
Definitely not the majority, but let me tell you, there's a lot of physicists, there's a lot of engineers, there's propulsion people, there's people that work
I
in different
understand all that.
capacities. So you are telling me again, these
Yes.
people, they are going home, they are telling their wife, honey, we have launched a
No,
rocket, but this is an idiot. He doesn't even, there's no space.
He's never worked at a
Many,
company. No, they're definitely not going home and telling people what they did at work today, because I'm not allowed to do it either.
What do you do?
nonetheless, propulsion experts, all this stuff, I have no doubt that they're doing these things. They're probably even building sky technology, things that you would call satellites. They're building all the stuff. How many of them have gone to space or claim that they've been to space? You think it's probably like a dozen, 2 dozen max?
Maybe.
Okay. So we're talking about a couple dozen people ultimately that would be experts on the subject or would be able to give us some kind of account, firsthand that they've been to this place called outer space. Okay. So if they're claiming that they've been there, let's just go ahead and go through the evidence that that might be true, because people can say that they saw something, right? Like any court case, sometimes people will say, yep, I saw it, and they still perjure themselves. They still lie. So let's look at the evidence. They're claiming that they're getting in a tube of pressurized gas from an area of pressurized gas into a vacuum with no barrier in between those two. Do you think that's possible?
I'm not a scientist or these things, but I think they say that gravity allows the matter to stay contained.
Okay, let's go ahead and just check out the evidence for that. What is gravity?
Can't lie, the gravity doesn't make a lot of sense.
Okay. So gravity doesn't make a lot of sense, and we see things that violate the idea of gravity constantly in our everyday life. So let's say we have a dozen or 2 dozen people that say that they've been to this place where there's no barrier between the high pressure gas on Earth and the low or the very high vacuum of outer space with no barrier in between, and gravity doesn't make any sense. Do these people sound credible to you?
Oh, not really, actually.
Okay. So if the Earth is measurably flat, and you can't have gas pressure without containment, and gravity doesn't make any sense, it would be safe to assume, or at least conclude, that space is fake and the Artemis mission is just propaganda.
How are they going to do it this time? Because I've looked into some of the stuff that's very suspicious, where they say they destroyed the technology, that we no longer have a way to go back there, but now they cannot fake it. So are you trying, like, how are they going to fake it?
What?
My friend, before they
Can't-
had
Can't fake
fishing
it.
line and TV sets and stuff like that. Now, guess what they have?
You got AI.
AI.
They're going to be 6 fingers and they are going to be jumping on them.
No, they don't skimp out on their AI. However, I believe probably that even the footage they give us with whatever it is that they're about to do or not do, who knows? They might say something like, there's a problem, we're going to have to come back. I mean, there's a million things could happen between now and when they supposedly land on the moon. But nonetheless, they're going to have a pretty good production for us. But that doesn't matter. The Earth measures to be flat.
They're not landing on the moon this time at the moment, are they? They're just
No,
going
they're not.
round the moon and being the furthest people ever to go away from the Earth and then come back again. So was this show, and correct me if I'm wrong, we watch Rocket go away, turn on TV screen for 14 seconds, see Rocket in sky. Rocket in sky changes to the CGI that we're going to see for the next 4 days as they tell us how close it gets to the moon, and then it's behind the moon, and then it's going to come back, and then we're going to see a rocket appear in the capsule appear in the sky and it fall into the Earth again. Is that what we're about to observe?
Probably, yeah.
Fucking hell.
Maybe. I just have one question about this. So, you mentioned earlier that there is some containment, so the gas can stay inside, and there's no leaving this enclosed planet or whatever we live in. So with that being said, I read into this. Like, some, like the Christians, they believe in firmament, and a few others they believe in different things. Does anyone have any proof of this thing, the firmament?
Yes, the gas pressure.
But I understand you are saying that that is implying it. But if this is something existing, should we not be able to access it? Can we shoot up an amateur rocket and see if it hits the glass?
I'll tell you why it's not an implication or an assumption. Because according to the second law of thermodynamics, high pressure always goes to the low pressure, high energy always flows to the low energy state. So always, that's why we call it a natural law, entropy. It's the second law of thermodynamics. It's a law. It happens all the time, every time, without exception. Gas pressure requires containment. So the only thing that we really need to know that we are contained is gas pressure, which we have. So even if we can't touch it, even if we can't figure out what it's made of, how high it is, all that stuff, we don't need that. I mean, it would be nice to have, don't get me wrong. I think I would like to know whatever the container might be made of or how high it is and all that stuff. But we don't need any of that to know that we are contained.
But why don't I understand your point. You are saying for sure this lead to this. But again, we are the people in here, they are resilient people. They are making I see the video, the lasers, they are checking the calculations to see the curve. Why is no one trying to check to see if this container? I feel like that is a smoking gun. If me, like, I'm not a full believer or anything. I like to ask questions. So for me, if I see the proof of some container like that, me and everyone else are going to believe it. So why is no
Why
one?
don't you do it?
Yeah, it's called air pressure, dude.
How am I
You
going to
can't
do
have
it?
air pressure.
Yeah, how are we going to do it?
You can't
You
have
guys-
air pressure without a container. So until
Yeah.
you can prove you can have it without a container, there's your proof.
Might I also scratch your brain real fast, Nigerian King, if you don't mind?
Nigerian.
I don't know what the fascination is with what's above us. Why are you asking about what's above us when we're talking about the shape of the Earth?
I see this all the
We're
time.
talking about, the
I know.
physicality of the Earth.
I know we are talking about the flat of the Earth. We are talking about the rockets. We are talking about Artemis going to the moon. Okay, so now we are talking about the container. So now the container. I'm just curious about the container. I was just being honest because I've seen one video
Right.
a long time ago about some amateur rocket. It sounded like it hit some
Oh,
glass. I do
no.
not know if that is
Yeah.
real or not.
No. So, do you know what? I'll be honest with you, my friend, right? I saw that a long time ago. This rocket looking like, because of the cameras on the rocket, it stopped suddenly. Right?
Yes,
And it was
yes.
spinning round and it stopped spinning, started going slower. Now, this is bullshit when associated with the flat earth and the claim that the sky has got a dome covering. I'm not saying that the sky doesn't have a dome covering, but this rocket definitely isn't proof of it, my friend. It's something to do with the mechanics of the rocket, I believe. And
Oh, the
way that
yo-yo
it-
D-cell. That's what you're talking
that's
about?
it. Yeah, exactly
Yeah.
that. Thank you, yeah.
Or something, yeah.
They shoot things out the side. So, Nigerian King, let me ask you something. If you saw somebody let go of a ball and it just floated, right?
Yes.
Would it be necessary that they were in some place with no gravity, like free fall or something?
Not sure.
You wouldn't be sure that if someone tried to drop a ball and it just floated there, that obviously they're not on the surface of the earth standing there? Are you confused?
A little bit.
Okay. There's a video. There's a guy. He has a ball in his hand. He lets go of it. It just floats.
Yes.
How's that possible?
The ball is actually a balloon and it contains helium.
No. No, it's actually a ball, dude. Don't try to change the hypothetical.
Okay, yeah.
I am going somewhere with this.
possible.
Just say
Yes.
how what would be the condition be where the ball would not fall? They'd have to either be A, the guy is falling and the ball is falling with him, right? They're in free fall,
Hmm.
right? Or someplace where there's no gravity, right?
Yes.
Would you have to prove that, or do we know from the fact, the law that things fall to the ground all the time, no matter what? We would know that if that did not happen, there would have to be some special environment. Something special would have to be happening. In the same way, we know that if there's gas pressure, there is a necessary condition for gas pressure, and that necessary condition is containment. We don't need to know how, what, where. It's a necessary antecedent.
No, that is a good point.
And like
I still want
Sesu
to.
said, it might be nice to know, like, is it made of fudge? Is it even material? Is it energy? Is it frickin' magic machine elves? That's all great, but we don't need that much information.
Let me prove to you that you said to us that you like to know things, and that's fair. But I don't know if you apply this universally in your life. And this is a good analogy that somebody else made up, but I'm just going to repeat it. So, and it has to do with like the container. If you go to a restaurant and you order a steak, okay, and they bring you out a steak on your plate, you like steak?
Yes, I love it.
Okay, great. How do you order it? Medium rare?
There's only one way to order it, my friend. Medium rare.
Medium rare. Okay, great. I agree. And so you got your steak right in front of you. Do you ever grab the waiter and say, "Hey, hold on a second. I like to inquire about things. I like to ask a lot of questions. What kind of cow was it?" Now they might even know. They might say Angus, and then you say, "Well, hold on a minute. Was it black or red Angus? Did it have spots? Where did you get it from? Was it from? Is this Kobe beef? Or is it that Wagyu? What are we talking about here? Now you're not asking all those questions, are you? You just understand that steaks come from cows. You know this. So you don't apply this everywhere. You take certain things as just that steak comes from cows, and gas pressure comes from containment.
Yes, you are right. I may not ask them that, but they totally could give me Beyond Beef or something like that too.
Right.
Yeah.
But nonetheless,
I hear
the
your
fact
point.
still remains. Yeah. Right. So listen, we're all curious. I totally agree. I'm curious, but some things we will not know. A lot of things we would like to know, we just won't, and that's okay.
No, it is not okay. We need to know.
Well,
You think man can know everything?
I think
It's
I don't think man can
frustrating.
know. I don't think man can know everything, but I think that if there is enough of us, we have the resources to find out more. Because to be honest, I want to. There's way too much information. Especially, I don't know what you guys believe. There's way too many of these random things, and sometimes I get caught up because I'm trying to learn more about the truth because there's so many things like the ether, the tartaria, whatever these things are. But I'm just trying to find out what is legit and what is not legit, and
Right.
it's just a whirlwind. But
I
yeah.
get you. I get you. And with a lot of these subjects, you're left wondering, and you will not know the conclusions of things like mud floods and Tartarias and stuff because they're very fanciful stories in history that you've got no way of verifying, really.
Yes,
But they're
and
fascinating.
there is evidence though. That's the thing, right?
Yeah.
Why is this here? But no, this does
I
not
get
make
it.
any sense.
I get it. And we can lean into lots of different topics and realms with that same understanding. But this is where the flat earth is different from those subjects. This is a physical claim, the surface of the earth, and you've only got two options. Surface is either curving over distance to mean a sphere, a planet, or the surface is straight, flat, horizontal. You've only got those two choices. And to figure out which one of those two choices the earth is, you look at it and you measure it. Now, this is why the flat earth is different from those other things, because you can demonstrate this piece of conspiracy theory or knowledge or however you want to term it to yourself. You can prove the earth to be flat for real on your own tomorrow if you wanted. It's different from those things, dude, is what I'm trying to point out.
Yes, you're right. You're right. I'm not walking on Tartaria. I'm walking on the earth.
It's been proved criteria anyway, dude. You can't even prove that Rome exists. Certain things can't be proven. So anything that's outside the memory of a living human being, you have to kind of take on faith that whatever they wrote down. So those things can't actually be proven per se. We can prove what the Earth is. We're on it. It's right here.
My question to all of you here. So if you have all come onto this conclusion where there is this container, this Earth is flat, you're not sure where the Earth starts and where it ends. You're not sure of the full length of the plane. So with that being said, is this evidence?
I'm not
for
sure
you?
those are meaningful questions.
No, the question I have is this evidence for you that this is creation? The creator.
What?
Earth.
Is what evidence of creation?
Of course,
It's
this
all
is
of it.
created.
The evidence of creation is just you fucking speaking and making sense right now. We don't need the flat Earth to prove creation.
I mean,
You're
touche,
the evidence.
but I feel like again, if there's a container, there's all of these things in place. This is
What makes you
irrefutable
think the
evidence.
Earth is some bounded object? Right? You're the way you think, the way people have been taught to think about the Earth as if it's like some object that you could possibly hold in your hand, right? If you were giant, you could just hold it. Hey, here's the Earth. It's in my hand. What if it's not like that? What if there is no boundary? What if it's not bounded? Like if you had a dream, right? And in your dream, there's a land. Could you find the edge of that land in your dream and walk outside your dream?
You're saying it is like Minecraft.
No, I'm saying it isn't necessarily. You're talking about what reality is. Not just the universe, but what reality is in its substance. Okay? Because when you're asking boundary questions, and this is one of the problems in physics, that they have a problem with mathematically of dealing with what's called boundary problems. They lead to all sorts of problems like infinities and shit like this. This has been known since the time of Zeno. But the point is that your question, you're assuming a bunch of shit by even asking the question. You're assuming that the Earth is bounded, that there be some edge, some boundary, which would imply that it's inside of something that's larger than it, right? And that you could go outside of it and then be in this other space that's not the Earth, that's outside the Earth. What makes you think you can go outside the Earth at all? And that's even a thing. That's just an idea. That the Earth is like some house, and then you can open the door and walk outside of it. What if the Earth's not like that? What if reality's not like that?
Yeah.
That's why this
I don't know.
question's and this is why this topic's important, because there's certain existential questions about being a human being, right? Why am I here? What is my purpose? But you can't answer any of those questions if you don't know where you are, right?
Yes, you can.
Oh yeah? If you don't know where you are, you can answer why you're here and what your purpose is.
Yes, you can.
I guess. Is there a
Don't take
difference
it
if you're
like
on a
a
globe or a
Oh,
flat
I want
Earth
to hear
on what
this.
your
I want to hear why we're here. I want to hear this. This is good. I gotta get a. I'm gonna get my pillow. Hold on. I gotta get my blanket.
This is a very stubborn response that he has, man. This is ridiculous.
Well, okay. Let me ask him. I'll ask you one more question. So, is there a difference on like if we're going to you're trying to figure out why you're here, why you exist, what the meaning of all this is? Is there a difference in the conclusion you'll reach if the Earth is flat versus if it's a globe? Won't you reach very different conclusions about reality?
No, because in my opinion, I think to most of this world, nobody really cares. It's just something they learn in science class. They are busy
So
paying their bills.
now it don't matter.
No, like that's the reality because you said to me if it matters.
It does matter, dude. Like they don't care because it's foundational, right? They thought about it when they were 5 years old, reached a conclusion, and never thought about it again. That's why they don't care.
Yes, but they are also perfectly capable of living a fulfilled life.
Yeah, what I'm saying is they have different connotations. They have different consequences. flat versus globe certainly has different consequences as to how you should live your life. If it's a globe, right, created by a big bang, and you're created by evolution, there is no moral authority. There is no objective morality. There is no consequences. There is nothing. You're just a speck of dust, dude. And you don't mean anything. Your life means nothing. You can give it, and the meaning that you give it is artificial. It's completely concocted in your mind, a delusion that you have to keep yourself going because you're afraid to die. Okay? That's one globe. That's the globe idea. Flat Earth idea doesn't have to incorporate all that crap. Probably can't incorporate that.
Like that.
To say that there isn't consequences in the conclusions you're going to make about the meaning of life, that's just silly, dude.
No, but my point is, like what I was saying earlier was, you are right. It's very foundational. They believe it when they are young, and they don't really deal with it. It's reality to them. But reality is that
No.
us as humans,
Hold on. I
humans,
want to
please,
say
can I
this. It's
finish my
important.
point?
Yeah, but you said it's reality to them. It isn't at first. Children first believe that the Earth is flat until they're told it's a globe. This has been actually studied, you know. The children
Oh, I did
between
not
the
know
ages
that.
of 4 and 6 have a flat Earth conception of the world until they're told it's a globe. And I can give you the published paper that they studied children.
No,
Okay.
I don't even question that. I believe that
Okay.
to
Now
be
go ahead.
true. You are on a plane, you think it's flat. Anyway, so what I was saying is, I feel like all of us have this inside of us, these existential questions. We have this almost like a moral code. We call it the conscious, of what we believe is right, what we believe is wrong, whether or not you subscribe to a religion, a book, the Bible, Quran, whatever it might be. So I think that, again, this is already innate in us as part of us as humans. So whether or not it's, you stumble upon the epiphany of it being flat or not, you still have these questions. You still believe there's more. You are an emotional being. You are a being that has capability of creativity, of thought, and that is enough, I believe, for people to be able to exercise that and find the real truth for the meaning of life. Because I think flat can help, but again, I agree with you though. It's crazy.
Is it
Well,
easier to have a meaningless life if you think that you're an insignificant speck of dust that was an accident in the universe?
So I would tell you this. I think if you believe in Big Bang, you are an idiot, because everyone is a person of faith. Whether you believe it or not, you're a person of faith believing in some random matter, shaking and exploding. Or do you believe that maybe there's something creator around here? So at the end of the day, I prefer to have hope in something bigger based on what I see. I feel like, again, you said that the children, their natural instinct is to believe that it is flat. I also believe the natural instinct is to believe that there is art all around us. When you see the sunset, when you see these beautiful nature-esque landscapes, this is art. This is creativity. This is not randomness.
Yeah, I would probably agree with you. I'm trying to get back to the question that you were originally asking about it being created or not. What was the point of that question?
Because I want to understand if it is mutually exclusive to believe in flat earth and be a believer in a intelligent creator. I don't know if that's true or not.
Well, I cannot. Here's the thing: I actually have met people who are, call themselves flat earthers, and yet still hold somehow an atheist position, or at least a denial in the existence of a greater power or an intelligent designer. So it is possible to do that. And now they could be lying to themselves, but who knows? The point is that there are people that claim somehow that still this place can not be created, and I don't know what to do with that, but they do exist.
In your opinion, you think that it is smart or dumb to believe that there is nothing when you think that there is obviously some type of container and all these? measurements that are finely measured so that everything stays in tune. Denier
Yeah,
can
no, I
measure.
think this is a well-designed realm. I think a lot of thought went into it. I mean, obviously see that there are laws, right, that are inviolable unless supernaturally overridden. So, yeah, the natural law and order of this place does exist. So someone had to put that law into place. To deny that, I think, is silly. But that's my opinion, and I'm not going to attack people over it necessarily. People are gonna believe what they want to believe.
To deny it is self-refuting. Like,
Yeah.
I mean, that's just silly. Then your words don't even make sense because you're a part of this realm. So if there isn't an order that was put into place, you wouldn't make sense. But anyway, Nigerian King, check this out. Here's a fundamental problem with FE versus the globe. See, if I say, because this happens quite often. So they go, "Why do you think the Earth is flat?" I go, "Because it looks flat." And they go, "Well," they try to come up with an explanation why it looks flat, and their explanation is, "Well, if it was a giant ball, then that would also look flat." So what they're saying to me is, it looks flat, but that's not actually the way it is. That's some sort of illusion, some sort of trick of the optics, some sort of misperception. In that their concept of what it could be, even though they have no evidence for that's why it looks flat. And this is what I'll ask them. I'll say, "Well, how do you know that's why the Earth looks flat, is that it's a giant ball? Why isn't it that it looks flat because it is flat? Why is that not a valid conclusion?" It's obvious, right? Fitz-Occam's razor, the theory with the least amount of assumptions is probably the correct one, right? So I have no assumptions. It looks flat because it is flat. There's no assumptions. To believe in the globe is to believe that fundamental observation is somehow incorrect, and that your experience of reality is also somehow flawed intrinsically. Intrinsically flawed. You understand? When you're telling people your perception of reality is intrinsically flawed, now everything is in doubt. You can't trust anything. You can't, especially yourself. Oh, but what can you trust? Oh, go to school. Trust the teachers. Trust the government. Trust everybody else. They're all going to tell you about how flawed you are. And that how if you listen to them, they have the real truth. They actually have the truth. You don't. You can't discover it. Only they can. And they're going to tell you what it is. By blasting it on some fucking screen over and over and over and over again until you accept it too. And if you don't accept it, you're stupid, you're dumb, you're a retard, you're stopping human progress, you're all these things, right? All because you want to trust your own eyes and believe your own senses are what they are, that you perceive reality as it is. That is the fundamental difference.
Okay, no.
Is seeing reality,
and then you get to
trusting that you see reality. Hold on, one more. The fundamental difference is trusting that you're seeing reality as it is versus you're seeing reality as it is not.
You bring a very good point.
And then you get to hold on, and then you get to the final point where you say, "What difference does it make?" Because nothing
You already
makes
said
matters
that.
anyway.
Okay, well let me entertain this. Okay, so again, if you are saying all these things too about the NASA and all these people, they are lying about the.
Those are questions about people.
Who cares about that?
No, please let me finish, guys.
Yeah,
Come on,
I know,
let
but
me
dude,
finish. I know, I hear you. Let me finish. Okay, I have a different point. So the thing I'm trying to say is, suggesting there are maybe what do they call it? The elite people who are trying to convince people that they do not have a meaning. They are in a random ball of dust on random rock planet. Okay, so they are insignificant. If this is one of these issues, these people who are trying to push this agenda, I understand flat Earth is one isolated subject. So if these are the people pushing this sort of agenda, how can we use this information to find out what else we are being deceived with? Because you are saying that we are being deceived. How can we use this to leverage and find out the real truth, like in other areas? Like you said, if I believe it is flat because I understand it to be because my senses are telling me, so maybe it is. So So then now, how can I use that same judgment and logic in other areas of my life, like the Iran war or something?
Why can't you?
Maybe you'll come to the realization that you don't need to expend mental energy on these events. You understand that they are just the happenings that take place in this current world, and most likely they're happening for other reasons that the public has not been made aware about. And that would be the wisdom you gain. So you save whatever amount of time you would have expended before, and you can utilize that to better things. I don't know, helping the homeless or being with your family. Or being on here and sharing flat earth knowledge.
Okay. Thank you guys so much. I actually need to go. But this was very, very eye-opening for me. I'm going to be reading a lot more. Thank you.
Cheers.
Thank you, Indio.
It wasn't me speaking to you predominantly, but it was nice hearing you, Nigerian.
Oh, I see the
Hope you come
old
back
man.
around.
The old man, Indio. Thank you so much. What was the other guy name? Is who?
I
Thank
think
you.
you might have went AFK.
What is AFK?
But yeah, it was nice talking with you, Nigerian.
It was great talking to you. Thank you.
AFK is away from keyboard.
Oh, he has left.
Yeah, take care, dude.
Thank you.
He sounded to me like he was attempting to do a lot of bargaining with himself, over this.
Exactly.
I mean, I don't know why they didn't just launch that Artemis rocket now. I can see the moon from here. Straight up.
Was that him roboting or was it me?
It was him.
It's me.
Want to try again, Caesar?
I was just saying, I don't know why they didn't launch the Artemis rocket now. I can see the moon from here. It's a straight shot. Maybe you'd have to lead it a little bit like it's a bullet, but, they complicate things.
What did I miss on that? I was literally in the middle of a sale, and I was like, "Don't bother me. I'm watching the moon launch." Of course, he was like, "No." I was like, "Oh, yeah, it's going on." I was so busy today. So I guess they got it up and put it on CGI on the screen quickly as possible.
Yep, fireworks and then CGI. Like clockwork. We do have a huge panel tonight. Anybody in here got any questions about the flat Earth? Globe claims? You want to talk about Artemis? Anything like that? Please feel free.
Yeah, I've got a question.
Uh-oh.
How come NASA can't install a handrail perfectly plumb?
That's a good question.
It's like they waited until they were up there to stick it on the wall.
Why aren't there any flat earthers like following the rocket that's going around the firmament?
What? What firmament?
Why aren't there any flat earthers following the rocket with like a telescope or binoculars or something? Where's the where's the group of flat earthers following this?
Well, it's probably a better question to ask how come NASA isn't tracking the rocket visibly.
Bro. You guys were all saying this was
Yeah, there
not
should be a
going to happen.
24-hour live
Happen.
stream, like recording it at all times.
Oh, come on, Mansky. Don't misrepresent us.
Were you guys not like smugly like laughing at the delay like a month ago? What happened? Not
Yeah,
so
Yeah,
we're
it was
laughing
funny.
at endless delays. But
We're
they
still
were going
laughing.
to launch a rocket, which they launch rockets all the fucking time. Was never going to not
Yeah,
happen.
why don't you follow it? Yeah, why aren't you following it? Why aren't there
because
flat earthers
it
outside just
doesn't
following it?
demonstrate. It doesn't prove anything. We're not fucking.
Well, if you
like,
could follow it, it
recorded
would
in
prove that
way.
they're not actually going into space.
Well, where is it? I mean, how come NASA's not following
That's
it?
what I'm
Don't they
saying. Why
have the
aren't flat
better?
earthers following it?
So NASA's flat earthers now. Why aren't they doing that?
Why
Here's
aren't
one.
flat earthers doing it? If it's just flying around the sky,
It's of
around the
no
firmament or whatever.
relevance. The Earth is measured flat. It's established.
That's. I
Just
mean, you guys are everywhere. You
learn
guys
to
are growing
accept it.
apparently.
Mansky, don't
This man-
spiral,
You
bro.
come in like just pre-triggered, don't you?
No, it's. I was waiting for this moment. The cope
Okay.
is delicious.
So
This is
wait
better
a minute.
than the Antarctica trip.
Mansky, did you come across some flat earthers that said we are going to track the rocket as it's flying around in the firmament?
Why
Who said
aren't
that?
there? Why aren't
Why?
there any?
What does there need to be?
This would be perfect for you guys. If you could spot the rocket just flying around the little firmament, then you would have your
We didn't
proof
say
that
that it
they're
would
just
do
lying.
that.
Listen to the
That's
way
a
you
straw
speak,
man.
child.
Man, you guys
That's
are
why
so
I asked
done.
you.
It's
Who said it was
hilarious.
going to do that?
How old are you? You're in your 30s or 40s or what? Because you speak like
You
a
guys
child.
are so done.
Your whole
This is
tone,
delicious.
everything.
Yeah, you got that's
Yeah.
a great argument. You know, imagine if you had an argument about the topic and we weren't the topic. Can you imagine that, Mansky? If we weren't the topic and you actually addressed the topic? You can't do that because you're too fucking stupid.
Hey, check
You
out
know
the
that
side
if you
chat.
open he knows if he opens his mouth and talks about this topic with any substance of anything of substance, he'll get cooked. So he has to talk about us like a gossiping
Yeah.
wench.
What do you mean? We can
Just
see
make
it
any
right there
argument
on
of
camera. The Earth
substance.
is round.
Tell us how do you know that?
It's right there on camera. You guys have spent
I said,
the last
how do
10 years
you know
wasting your
that,
time on
dude?
this. We have video right now. It's hilarious.
I said, how do you know that? Are you the cameraman?
Bro, it's on video. Like,
So what? So Superman. So's Wonder Woman.
Oh my god. You guys have spent the last
Your
10 years
argument
on
is
this?
Earth is a globe because it's on video. There's lots of things on video. We follow that reasoning. There's lots of things on video. Are all things on video true?
Man, this is better than the
Are all
anti-future
things on
video.
video true,
Perfect.
Kopsky? Are all things on video true, Kopsky? So you went to Meta again, just like I said. You can't address anything of substance. You'll always go to Meta. You'll talk about us. As soon as you get into the
All right.
details, okay. So are all videos true renditions of what they depict?
Okay, so all videos are just faking
Yeah,
gay,
I'm
right?
asking you a question.
Never check
Answer
the
it,
video.
please. Are all videos true of what they depict? All of them.
Identify what's wrong with the video. Prove
That's
that it's
no.
fake.
Answer my question.
Nope,
Come
it's
on,
on
Moss,
video,
you
bro.
believe
You
in
gotta
So
you.
they're
show
not
that
all
it's
true.
You gotta
Okay,
show
no,
that
we're
it's
gonna go.
fake.
We're gonna take it step by step, Kopsky. Really simple. Are all videos
No,
true?
you guys are
The
coping.
answer's no, right? Is the answer
You
no?
guys are coping.
Is the answer no? So here we go again. You just did it again. You talked about us again instead of addressing the substance. Again, you did it. Every time you do it, I'm going to call you out. So again, we know that all videos are not true renditions of what they depict. So how do we tell which ones are true? So tell us, how are we supposed to evaluate the video that you're presenting us? How did you evaluate it?
This is amazing.
How did you evaluate the video you're presenting to us as true? You conceded that all video is not necessarily real, so we want to know how you evaluated this video to determine, yes, this video is an accurate rendition of what it depicts.
This is
Yeah, more
delicious.
meta, more meta. It is delicious, ain't it? Because you're doing exactly what I said you'd do. No substance.
You guys are so confident this
No,
launch
not talking about
happened.
us again. You're like a fucking broken record. Meta, talk about us.
What
Meta,
happened, dude?
talk
I thought
about
the launch
us.
wasn't gonna
Meta, talk
happen.
about us. No substance.
First, the launch was not going to happen. It happened, and now you're coping.
Kutski,
Who
man.
said the launch was not going to happen?
Dude, all of you guys, when it was delayed.
All you guys,
were
give us
so
a quote.
smugly saying it was never
Go
going to happen.
search the server. Search the server. Copy paste the quote and post it into BC in the voice text.
Okay, the gaslighting, amazing.
The gaslighting. I want you to substantiate what you said. So here we go again. You did it again. You said meta. You did the meta again instead of answering with substance. Again. You're a one-trick fucking pony.
Damn.
And I kicked him. He's not banned. He's kicked. So if he really wants to actually have a substantive conversation, he can rejoin.
He's like 10 steps below flattened destruction. That's how horrible he is.
His is just too transparent, man. No gaslighting in the back of his face. Definitely not.
Hey, I posted in the live stream chat. This plane videotaped the rocket in its launch or whatever. Man, that takes a sharp trajectory. Like, why shouldn't it be going straight up, trying to break through the atmosphere?
Dude, there's so many things. I mean, from what I watched the live, there's so many things that are just fucked up. I can't even. Like the curvature of the Earth that they show on the rocket video decreases with altitude. And the fact that they're showing it before they're even at the Kármán line, right? So they're below the Kármán line. They're at like 70 kilometers, and they're showing Earth curve. And then when they get to higher than that, they show less Earth curve. And then when the panels or whatever flew off, it looked like stop motion animation. And there was all these weird glitches and cuts and fucking double images, and it was just fucking weird. I was watching we were watching that Associated Press feed, by the way. That's what we were watching.
That's fair. I'd rather watch that one.
Well, when the Associated Press was showing stuff, NASA's feed was showing the crowd. They were filming the crowd that was at Kennedy, like standing around after the launch, like watching the launch. But the Associated Press had like animations and like video that supposedly was on the rocket that was all fucked up. Then they had like the sun was shining off the Earth. And then even though they're like 300 miles downrange, Like, how can the sun still be reflecting off the Earth and you see it? The sun is like supposed to be under the horizon at that point. Like, it didn't make sense. It's like
It was funny.
It's like they don't check like what they're doing before they do it. But it's not meant for us. It's meant for normies. You know what I mean?
Right.
It's meant to look cool.
Yeah, they don't have to.
It was funny. I was walking with my boss today, right, doing my job. And when I knocked on this door, and this old man answered. He's like, "I'm in the middle of the launch back to the moon. I can't talk." So he went. And then I was like, "Oh yeah, let's check this out." So me and my boss pulled it up, and he's like, "Why are we just now going back to? Was the first moon mission fake?" Oh, you're starting to get it. But he knows I'm a flat earther. We pulled it up on the TV what the launch was, and I'm like, "Look at that! It's already to CGI. That's not even the rocket." He's like, "I know.
Do
Why
you know
would they
what
show
make
that?"
people believe this one more? Want to know? But all they have to say is, we admit that we faked the first one, but this one was real, and everybody automatically, oh, good, they confessed this one must be real. The limited hangout, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, why would they lie?
Or,
But they're
sound like the
gonna
main
tell the
page going
truth
nowhere.
now, right? That's what they do. Well, we're gonna tell the truth now. We lied about the first one, but we're telling the truth about
Trump's in
this.
office. Trump's in office. Of course, we're going to tell the truth. Trust the plan.
Trust the plan. How'd that go?
Oh, I got a meme for that. Hold on, let me find this one.
Fucking as dumb as QAnon. They're arresting people right now. Hillary Clinton's in handcuffs.
Yeah, Mansky coming in here trying to project onto us what he's having to deal with.
I want to know when someone said it wasn't going to launch. Fucking, they'll launch another one tomorrow. There's nothing stopping them from launching rockets.
I cleared that up with him in the first few seconds, man. But yeah, he's watched the footage. It's the same fucking junk, but they have to accept it because they're globetards, of course, and they have to defend it, and they're pissed off about it. So he's going to come in here and observe all of our coping and seething, and like we barely touched this topic. You know, we've just been speaking to more globers, just demonstrating they're clueless, as we always do. Nothing's changed. He's pissed off. He's pissed off because it's another production of low quality, obviously fake shit that he has to go to bat for.
There you go, India.
Yeah,
Set that up.
they have to incorporate a lot of. They just have to like buy into a lot of stuff when they do their crap.
A friend of mine said that sign was in her town. I was like, "You got to take a picture of it. I got a meme I'm going to make for it." So she did. That's the picture she gave me.
Dang, man, that's in Texas.
I don't know where that is. She just said it was in her hometown. Like it used to be a sign that was up, and then.
Oh my God!
Oh,
Shut the
no.
server down.
Oh great, now I'm stuck.
How did he get mute or mic privileges? Did you change the mic thing, Indio?
Did I do what? Say that again. I didn't
Did
hear
you
you.
change? Did you change the mic thing where you can they can unmute themselves in the live stream?
They don't. You can join this. Everyone role can just talk in VC. There's no unmuting. VC verified only lets them see the chat now. They can't see the chat if they're just just join the server and join the VC. They can talk. Cyclone asked that to be deprecated because there wasn't really enough people, and we're pretty good at controlling it now. You know what I mean?
Right.
It's a little different. So
no, that's true.
But they still need perms to see the text chat.
They still get the library too, right?
Just thinking that meme you like to bring up, Indio. The guy like saying yes, science, he's like fucking the table. I bet that's all the fucking globetards right now in the Artemis mission. Dang, I don't have it saved, it seems. Yeah, Sheepdog, what's that image? I don't quite understand it.
So back in the day, that top image was a QAnon trust the plan, where we go one, we go all thing, and then no one ever got arrested. Like the plan said that trust the plan, everybody's going to get arrested. All the disgusting people in leadership are
I
going to go
remember
away.
that part, yeah. I have
And
no
then
idea what happened to the whole QAnon movement after, I don't know, Biden,
it's
really.
busted. Like,
Yeah.
so the Russians in the Bolshevik Revolution, they had a similar operation called Operation Trust. And basically it was like, oh, don't worry, help's on the way. And then all they did was, while everybody just sat around waiting for help, they moved in the people that they wanted in leadership. It was just a sleight of hand.
Yeah, the whole QAnon phenomenon was hilarious to watch, man.
Yeah.
In a very sad way, of course.
Of course. We were supposed to, like, everything that we've seen going on in the world, man. Oh my gosh, I can't believe that's what's happening. Like I thought that was ancient times. Like we're better than that. Nope.
No. Still, majority filled with people that don't want to take responsibility for their existence.
Can I talk news for a moment? Current events.
Go for it, man.
So did you hear about the person that was in charge of immigration over the last year or so? Kristi Noem. She was the former governor of North Dakota. She became the head of the director of Department of Homeland Security. So she was in charge of kicking out all the illegal immigrants. Did you hear what happened to her?
Didn't know.
Her husband, who makes millions of dollars a year running whatever business he runs, apparently likes to dress up in women's clothes and wear fake breasts. And that got leaked out.
Not surprised that they're degenerates, of course, but that's pretty timid nowadays, no? Just dressing up.
But it's a Trumper. That's not supposed to happen in the red side, right? And it was funny. She was supposed to be a badass. While she was governor of North Dakota, she'd walk around open carry with a gun on her hip the whole time. All for show.
Yeah, it's quite a shame it's taken so long for people to realize it's really all of it is theater, from every side.
All of it. Left wing, right wing, same bird.
Mm-hmm.
That's the new thing. Rumor has it that Iran is bombing technology facilities in the Middle East that house like Apple, Amazon, Google, basically taking out all the tech servers out there. I guess I probably shouldn't dive too much on it. I just stick to the fake launch that happened today. I mean, well, it wasn't fake launch, but why start the lateral trajectory at such a low altitude unless they're going out over the ocean?
I can't really comment. I've just seen the stills that have been posted. I need to go back and watch the whole footage. There's one still showing, seems during separation, they're showing a lot of stars, but the camera's kind of inside the compartment looking out. Is that... They haven't done that before on other similar camera angles they've presented, you know, during separations, have they?
Say that again. I'm sorry. I'm trying to find the live stream for this launch because
Yeah. Let me post the still I'm talking about.
NASA's going to the moon on April 1st. Ha ha.
So this one, Sheep. So on other, I know there's been similar like camera angles presented from like SpaceX launches, right?
that's what they're
Did they
showing
show
right now.
stars as well?
That wasn't stars. That's like debris from
Oh,
the separation.
is that debris? Yeah. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I've just seen the stills that have been posted around. I haven't seen the actual footage. But yeah, if it's just separation debris, fair enough. Ignore what I said.
I mean, that's what it looks like to me anyway. If I was trying to steal me on the globe, what I would think.
Well, I mean, I'm sure if you've watched the footage, it'll be obvious if it is or isn't. I'm not trying to strawman the globe.
Well, yeah.
It was my immediate first impression, you know. Didn't think about it being the actual separation debris.
See, look how silly this is. This is from the live feed. It's all CGI. Man.
It is absurd, but I mean, it's all we ever get at the end of the day, you know? At least they were kind enough to put visualization in the corner, just for them really special kids in the back that might think it's real.
That's crazy.
Yeah, man. Sean Hawking snuck his ass in here, dude. Anti-flat Earth psychopath, troll, drug addict. I guess he gained freaking Skittles. I guess, well, as far as I know. Gotta make his drug money somehow, so could be. Sheepdog, dude, there's no way you're gonna be a RIP 210, man. Fucking 205. You're crazy, man. Bro, you gotta get on gear. That's the only way that shit's gonna happen.
I am on gear.
Oh, there you go. Oh, fuck. See you in 3 weeks. No.
How do you think I look so slim now? Oh, man.
I'm not gonna ask you what you're taking.
I take TRT, so.
Oh, that's not gear. I don't consider that gear. I don't consider it natural.
Gear
But I also
now.
don't consider it gear.
My testosterone levels are over 1,000. So I want them higher, dude. I want them like around 60.
But that isn't really going to help you that much.
I guess so. I mean,
See,
I guess the
gear,
divider stuff would be better, like Winnestraw, or I don't need D-ball.
No, don't. I'm not telling you to do this shit. So the gear, it doesn't. Yeah, it helps you not break down muscle, but the thing is, you recover faster, so you can work out more. So you know what I mean,
dude. So I put up 145 in each arm earlier, and then like halfway through my work day, I was like, I want to go back to the gym.
Dude, you're sick, bro. Dude, I felt like that too. I'm not even on gear. I feel like that sometimes.
Hey, how's your elbow doing? Dude?
I'm all fucked up. No, I've come to the conclusion it's 100% it's dislocated. So some sort of dislocation. My arm, it's my forearm. It got pronated, hyperpronated, and I think it's still
probably tore a ligament.
Yeah, I think it's still pronated out of. What I want to do is, I don't think it's torn. I just think it's out of place. Now I can still move everything, but like my bicep on that side, like underneath, it's like there's. You're right. I might have torn a fucking ligament on the. I don't know how I did it on that side.
The one, you know how there's those two ligaments that keep the bone pulled together in the middle of the bone. Might have torn.
Yeah, it's not that. It's definitely not that one.
It's not that one.
If anything, would be the inside.
The medial, yeah, that's what I'm thinking.
The inside on my body side, whatever that is, it would have to be there somewhere. But I think it's just out of place. I think it's just, and I know what's going to happen. If I go to like an orthopedist, they're going to be like, well, we got to do surgery. When I think they can pop it back into place, but they fucking won't do that. Because they'll be like, well, we could break it, or we could freaking impinge a nerve, or, so we're not going to, bro, I just want to take like a bunch of Plexerol. Hot shower, massage, fucking, and just fucking pop that shit right back.
Go see a PT, man. Go see a physical therapist.
Will they pop it back into place?
Yeah.
I might have to take a bunch of fucking
pills. They're gonna tell you like full disclosure, like I'm not responsible for anything else, but dude.
Oh, I'll sign.
You just gotta find one cool enough, because physical therapists are basically like glorified massage therapists.
It's depressing. I'm getting strong with that arm, but it's so slow. And my other arm, my right arm, is so much fucking stronger than my left arm. And I'm trying not to be like, fucking Quagmire with one jacked fucking arm. You know what
I mean? Pretty big Quagmire.
They're pretty even right now, but I can look and I can see the difference. But I mean, I'm still going. I am getting stronger. I'm nowhere near where I was. Not even fucking close.
That's tough.
Because what I did was, the reason I stopped working out, because I was like, I got too much muscle. I'm like, I'm gonna stop working out. I'm gonna lose the muscle, and then maybe I can pop it back into place because there isn't a bunch of muscle holding it there. That didn't work.
Right.
Never got to that point where I need muscle relaxers. So I need to take a bunch of Flexerol and fucking just snap that shit back into place.
Yeah.
Have you ever taken Flexerol? It's like a muscle
I
relaxer.
have. It's an okay muscle relaxer.
Well, the thing is, one of the rare side effects is accidental dislocations. So I figure if you can pop out easy, you can pop back easy.
Right.
Right? That it can work both ways, right? That if it's because a friend of mine dislocated his shoulder. I'm pretty sure he said they gave him a Flexerol shot and then popped it back into place.
Do you have elbow wraps or like an elbow brace or anything?
No, that's not the problem. The
You
problem
might
is
wanna
it's
look
like
into one. Yeah.
my arm is twisted. My forearm is twisted relative to my upper arm.
Do you feel like it's pronated? Like it's obviously pronated?
Yeah. Because if I try to unpronate it, it fucking hurts like a motherfucker. Like if I take both my arms and if I take my left arm, right, and try to supinate it, right, rotate it out, my thumb down, outside, it fucking hurts like a motherfucker. I can tell that it's out of place.
You may have like a ligament wrapped around like the edge of the bone.
But it's like on the inside, whatever it is, like because my inside bicep, like the lower part of it, it's like if I try to tense my arm, and like the upper part of my
Yeah, you
forearm.
can have a radial dislocation.
Yeah, or I could have broke something and I just never. I could have had a twist fracture and it just fucking healed crooked.
Did you ever get an X-ray?
No, I haven't had anything done.
X-rays are cheap.
I know, dude. Dude, I've had
You
so
don't
many
even need the
fucking
doctor.
X-rays and
You
fucking
can go to
shit,
an
dude.
X-ray
I'm
department
scared.
and say, "Hey, can you X-ray my elbow?" I'm like, okay. It's like $80.
I know it's just out of place, and like I said, don't want to do surgery. Don't want to put me out, cut me open, and just freaking move my arm while I'm unconscious. Like,
Radiologist
just do it
won't.
while I'm freaking conscious. Like, why do I have to be unconscious?
A radiologist won't. A radiologist will be like, "Okay, I'll shoot
Oh
your
yeah,
X-ray." They don't give a shit.
I'm just saying, they'll fucking don't want to do a whole bunch of shit to get paid. I just want them to
So,
pocket
I mean,
back,
yeah,
pop
that's
it back
surgery.
in place so I can fucking work out some more. That's it. Because when I work, the real problem is like when I work out, it fucking kills me that later that day and the next day. Then it goes away, and then I go back to the gym, and then it fucking kills again. You know what I mean? But I can tell it's out of place, and I know I'm only gonna be able to get so strong. You know what I mean? I can. Your muscles adapt, right? So I'll adapt to that new range of motion, right? I'll have muscle built in
You don't
all
want
the
that
wrong
though,
ways,
dude.
right?
Because you'll be gimped all the fuck up.
That's
when I was
what
in
I
the
mean. I'll
ER,
end up fucking going, oh, I'm like because it can what do they call it? The kinematics of your arm motion. I'll end up using it in a way you shouldn't be using it and fucking break it.
Right. No, so when I was in the ER and we had different dislocations come in, one time I saw the doctor, like the way the guy's arm was dislocated. Basically, we wrapped a weight around the guy's arm, and then he was to lay on his stomach with his arm hanging over the edge of the bed, and just relax his arm, and eventually the weight would just like the muscles would relax, and then it would just pop the arm back in place for the shoulder. I'm wondering if maybe you could do something like that with like a little 5-pound weight or 10-pound weight, where you just kind of like not stand. I guess you could do it seated, but like you know how when you're sitting down on a bench and then like you do your overhead shoulder presses or whatever.
Yeah.
Instead of going overhead shoulder presses, let your arm just hang down at the side and just let it relax. But you got to hold the grip without tensing up that muscle.
Yeah, I know.
Does that
I've been
make
doing a
sense?
bunch of stretching stuff. Since you told me, I've done a bunch of stretching stuff. I even got wraps. Like
Well, this is
wraps.
about letting the muscle relax, and then once it relaxes,
Yeah,
it pulls
if
the
I have
bones
wraps, I don't have
apart.
to grip it because the
Right,
wraps hold it. So I could
right.
relax
And
my arm by using the wraps.
like if you pull on your finger right now, you'll notice that like you can actually separate the joint just by pulling on your finger. So the idea would be the same thing with your arm. If you hold it down, eventually the muscle would relax to a point where the bones would separate at the joint, and
Yeah,
then from there
that's
you
what I
could
want to
try
do.
to pop
That's
it back
exactly what I
in.
want to do. I actually, the last time I was at the
It
gym, I
takes
was
time
holding.
though.
Well, this is the fucked up thing. This is why I'm freaking really super irritated by it. I was curling 30, 40 pounds dumbbells, right, with each arm. And I fucking, last time I was at the gym, I'm like, I'm going to just hang weight, right? Just like you just said, I'll just hang weight out of this one arm. I'm like,
Yeah,
I grabbed the
hyperextended.
75. I'm like, fuck no. Go down to the 60. Nope. Go down to the 50. Nope. Go down to the 40. Ow, ow, ow. I'm like, motherfucker, I used to curl this weight, dude. I can't even hold it in my hand. That's fucking depressing like a motherfucker, man. Like, what the fuck?
That is.
But it's hard to just like hold it and let it hang, like to just even grip the weight, 40 pounds. It's like, fucking, dude, I was curling this.
I know. What about hanging from a
I've done the hanging. I also, like, I saw you're in a Planet Fitness. That's where I go. So you know how they got the big, the part of, because they're all the same. So you know how they have the big rack, like the exercise rack, and they have like rings or something like that. It's like a big yellow machine. Usually, it's where they got where they have mats and sit up shit.
Right, it's for like
Yeah, they got like pull ups and all that. Right, but they have like what do you call it? You know, the fucking, like, almost like the Olympic rings with their handles. So I just wrap one of those around my arm and just hang off of that. Wrap around my wrist is more like, and just hang at the end of the gym. Yeah, I wrap my hand in the handle, right, so I can just completely relax and relax my arm. That does help. That does help. I do
maybe you gotta go a little longer.
I do it when I finish my workout so that I'm all loose, and then I leave so that I don't, because it's not a good idea to stretch like that and then work out. You can get hurt.
If you want to DM me, man, take some pictures of your arm from a few different angles.
It's hard to see. It looks normal. It's like I can barely see it, and they're my arms. It's just
or maybe
a little
do like
bit.
a small video, like a 10-second video or something.
Yeah, I could.
You don't have to show me your face or anything. Just do the arm.
I don't care about all that.
I don't even care about all that. I'll just let you know.
To show you my dick, man.
No, fuck you, bro.
Hey, me first.
I'll drive to Boston and be like, have
gay
you seen this dick?
motherfucker. The hell you doing, Neil?
Driving all over MIT. Have you seen this dick?
Yeah. Yes, I have. Some dude at the gym kept fucking flashing me.
Bro, I was at the gym yesterday, and I couldn't believe my eyes. There was a change room, and there was no doors in the change room. And it was like a massive like opening. It was like universal change rooms. I'm like, what the fuck? I was just like, the bathrooms are just in plain sight. Like you literally just hop in the bathroom and you're just taking a dookie in front of everyone. Well, I mean, there's a door, but
you sure you weren't in prison?
Sure. No, dude, this is Canada.
Oh, same thing. God damn, man, that's messed up.
2026.
What was it called? What was the name of the gym? Hard Time? Doing Hard Time Gym? fucking stainless steel toilets and fucking.
No, I think it was like the all-inclusive orange flag, rainbow flag. We support everything, Jim. Pre-Palestine.
But yeah, I'm hoping to go up to 255 here pretty soon on a pure bench. I was using like the Smith bench, I guess is what it's called, where it's like
Yeah.
You have these two grips, and each hand individually holds. You saw the video.
Yeah. You don't use the rack?
Yeah, the resistance on each of those is only 10 pounds. So 135 in each hand plus 10-pound resistance. 145.
Now those are actually really good for like building your chest muscles. I've never really. I don't know if they increase like your bench press. I don't know. I've never really. I don't only use. So I have like my regular chest exercise. I do. I always do bench. Well, I always do. So you're like sit down doing shoulder press. I do a stand up shoulder press. It's just the way I do it.
I'm
Stand
going
when
to get there
do
on
shoulder
that.
press.
I mean, I'm doing 60 pounds in each arm shoulder press. But I plan on getting there. I plan on using the bar more often.
Yeah, I use the bar. Well, I can't. Like that's the other thing. I can't. It's hard because my arm is weak, so I have to be very careful about having one arm doing all the work. So it's like. So I actually do some of the exercises one-handed. Like I do the overhead press. I'll do a one set one-handed. But like I do like overhead press, bench press, and then I'll either do flies or I'll use the machine that you used. And then sometimes I'll do cable flies or ups, or I also do incline press every time. So I got 3 base things, and then depending on how I feel, I'll do some couple other chest exercises. But sometimes I use the one. I'd say the one you used. I use that like maybe every 2 weeks or something, every 3 weeks.
Like,
but it is good, dude. It is a good machine. I like that machine. It has a natural range of motion too. That's what's good about it.
But yeah, no, like I do need to build my chest muscle up. I need to put shape into it too. But the goal is eventually to transition that back over to the bench.
Oh, you're gonna transition? Good luck.
Yeah.
He's going from man to Superman with his
away from me and
DRT.
your dad.
Oh shit!
How about my mom?
God damn, he's not paying you child support anymore, Neil.
No, you're cut off, bro. If you wanna go make money, go get on testosterone.
That's okay. I'll just tell the government you got files in your computer. It's all good.
Oh man, they'll be right over. They need something to look at.
All right.
Yeah, got all the flat Earth info. Arrest him.
I'll just tell the Canadian government that you're talking hate crimes on the internet.
I mean, that actually could get me arrested, but go for it. I mean, I'd like to see it. It hasn't happened to anyone I know yet. I mean, I might as well be the first one.
Right. No, I'm just kidding. Like, he's talking hate crimes, and he's also a flat earther. Arrest him. Hey, Indio, you ever see the guy online? He's a bodybuilder, lifter, or whatever. And he's always like, he's really jacked. He's always making these like jacked comments. If you want your arms swole and you want a girl, you need to do blah, 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 blah. He's usually on Instagram. He's hilarious.
It was horrifying. It was just like, it's for the kids, it's for the kids.
Well, the cow's still jumping over the moon. But I'm going to bed, so this dish is running away with the spoon.
Temperature that would then be refracted. Is that how you say it? Refracted.
Yeah, it would have to be
It
significant.
wouldn't be no 16%.
I don't know.
Not even close.
Work it out. A question I did want to ask, if our friend is still here, I guess would be, I was just thinking about this Antarctica thing. If a compass always points to the South Pole, or like north-south, and you sailed in a circle around the South Pole, and it always pointed to the, effectively, to the ice shelf, would that not tell you that it was a globe? But I don't know.
Yeah, I got to be kind of quiet now because my wife's just gone to bed. But
Okay.
yeah. There's some crazy anomalies with the magnetic field lines on the Earth. Now they actually say that there's two magnetic south poles. One of them's on Antarctica, and one of them's actually off the coast of Antarctica in the ocean, and they drift.
Yeah, I know they drift. Yeah.
Yeah, and there's all sorts of crazy. Yeah, man. There's all sorts of crazy
How the fuck
anomalies.
does that work?
So they don't even know how it works on the globe model, right? I was listening to a scientist from NOAA, NOAA, and he was saying that we can't predict the magnetic fields, what they're going to do, why they're drifting, what are they going to be doing in 6 months, 12 months, 2 years. He said we have no idea. It's an anomaly, we just don't know how it works. So yeah, it's another one of those mysteries.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of them. It's interesting there.
Yep.
Yeah,
the North Pole is I've heard about that as well. That the poles can shift and it could have dramatic effects, but the North Pole is that Arctic?
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. It's
a piece of land.
No. It's actually on the old maps it looked like it was a piece of land, and that land is not there on the new maps, and it's basically just on ice that's floating on the ocean.
From the video evidence that I've seen of it, it's made up of some land and some ice sheets over the ocean, which, if climate change is correct, and again, video evidence is correct, are diminishing over time.
And that's where the roughest seas on the planet, is.
I think it's south, isn't it? I think around Antarctica and around Argentina. I think it's really bad down there. I think. I don't know.
So. Yeah.
Yeah, I think that's probably the worst. Because my aunt sails a lot all over the world. She's been in some crazy stuff down south. So.
Wow. Okay, so
have a look in the side chat. This is where they say the North Pole is on the globe. So there's the magnetic North Pole and the geographic North Pole. It's just water, but they say it's also it's like frozen, so it's like ice.
I never understood the difference between the geographic North Pole and the magnetic. What's the difference?
the geographic North Pole is the ground position underneath where Polaris is, right? The North Star.
Okay.
And then the magnetic pole is like due to the magnetic field of the Earth, and that's where the compass is.
Okay. So the geographic poles are the axes of the so-called globes spinning.
Yeah, basically it's the point under the North Star. So it's like the North Star of the celestial sphere. And then
Which means that that's the point where it's just spinning.
Right. Yep. Everything. All of the stars in the north spin around the North Star.
Yeah, that would be the point. That if you had one of those Earth globes at home, that would be the point where the pin goes through.
Right. Exactly. It's
Okay.
a fun fact. Polaris does actually move. It does move, and there's actually 3 Polarises if you look it up.
Yeah, but that's because of the wobble of the Earth, isn't it?
Well, no, there's actually 3 different stars that are close to each other, and they're all called Polaris. Polaris A, Polaris B, and Polaris C. And they all actually spin, but it's a very small amount. And when I say spin, I mean like rotate in circles.
From our perspective, yeah. Well, we don't know, but yeah, I guess from our perspective.
Yeah, not turn, but you know what I mean.
Yeah. Like move in a circular motion from our perspective, I guess. I don't know how you would describe it.
Yeah, exactly.
I think it's really nice to be able to come and have a conversation with someone that has a different view about something to you and it not be hostile. It's really nice.
Yeah, man. Yeah, I appreciate the relaxed convo. Some people, some people from both sides are a bit too hostile.
It doesn't help anything.
Exactly.
Like me being hostile to you is not going to change your mind, and you being hostile to me is not going to change my mind. So why should we be hostile? It doesn't achieve anything.
Yep.
Well, I think it's interesting to look at all points of view and to, like maybe one of us will be proved right or wrong one day. Who knows? I don't know.
Is your wife also a flat Earth modeler?
Yeah, my wife is. Yep. I actually met my wife in 2021 on our home Discord server randomly. And now we've been married for years. Couldn't be happier.
Cool.
Yeah.
That's amazing. Awesome. Wow.
And then her family as well are flat earthers. She presented all the information to her parents well before I met her, and they're both flat earthers. And then my mom is also a flat earther, and it's more common. It's becoming more common than what people realize.
What?
I was at the beach.
Insane! I can't even turn my family vegan.
Yeah, I was at the beach. What was it? 3 weeks ago? 4 weeks ago? 3 weeks ago. I was filming, and dude come up to me and asked me if I was a flat earther. That up. He was too.
Oh, wow.
Look, man, when you live by the ocean, it's pretty obvious that the Earth is flat. I mean, it's not even a question.
So, I mean, why would they even lie about it? Why?
Most people aren't lying; they just believe it.
No, I mean, clearly there are people lying about it.
Oh, clearly.
Whole fucking space program.
Well, some of the people know what's going on, and others don't. I would say most don't. I mean, who?
Oh yeah, that's kind of like the spider's web that David Icke would be talking about.
Well, it's just like, not everybody. Let's put it this way: the guy that his name is Edward Krantz. He was the director for the Apollo program. Okay, this is at the beginning of NASA. He said in an interview and in a book he wrote that no controller could tell the difference. They said their simulations were so advanced that no controller could tell the difference between the simulation and a real mission.
What?
Yeah, I'll post in the chat. Yeah.
Do it. Who was that talking, by the way?
Indio.
Indio 007.
Yes.
Post it in the chat.
One second.
What's geomagnetic pole? I don't know what this. But then why would the sun look so clearly like it's going beyond the horizon? Hello?
Hold on, dude. I mean, some sunsets look like that. Other sunsets don't look like that. It depends.
Every
The
sunset I've
horizon,
ever seen.
but the thing is, the horizon itself, we know 100% without any doubt, is not the physical edge of a ball. Do you know how we know this? Because it moves around. It moves around hour to hour, day to day. I can go there and I can see the horizon at one distance, and then 4 hours later, I see it at another distance, and the next day at another distance. It'll be too far. It'll be too short. It'll never be where they
What?
say it's supposed to be.
Wait.
The horizon, it's distance, right? So the globe Earth predicts the horizon. If it's geometric, right? The horizon is where the curve starts. That it
Then
should be
the same all the time.
Yes, exactly, because the Earth doesn't change size, right?
Exactly.
Yeah, so the horizon moves around. That means the horizon is created optically. And what we found is it depends on the meteorological conditions of that day, or at the time of the observation, determines where the horizon appears to be. So we have so ever seen I'll show a picture of floating. You ever heard of a Fata Morgana mirage?
No. Not
It's
the
a type of
first two words.
mirage where
Mirage, yes.
it appears a ship is floating in the air.
Oh yeah, that I know. But wait one sec. If couldn't the tide be having to do something with the distance, the difference in
Yeah.
distance of horizon?
Yeah, but it would have to change. Okay.
Also, the tide I feel is
The
suspicious
tide would have
as
to
well. That
change
doesn't
by
make sense to me.
miles. It would have to change by miles. A 3-foot change, because you got to remember what's changing. It would be the radius of the Earth that's changing. If the tide's a little bit higher or a little bit lower, you're changing the radius by what? 3 feet, 10 feet, 100 feet? So 3,959 miles plus 100 feet? What we do? It's not going to change the horizon distance. What, 10 nanometers? Hold on, I want to show you this Fata Morgana because this is really, it's really
This was in the 60s. Our simulation technology had progressed to the point where it became virtually impossible to separate the training from the actual missions. No, that's a load of crap. I don't believe that. They had that tech in the 1960s? No.
according to them. So now look, this is a Fata Morgana. Now it looks like the ship is floating above the horizon, but it's on the water. It's just this angle is so small, it's so shallow that you can't see the waves because it's like a perfect mirror. It's reflecting the sky. So that
this
water.
This is Photoshop. This is fake. How could this sun just fucking go away into the clouds? It's nothing, man. It's clearly going. Something is going. It's that GIF must be fake. Let me see this one.
No, it's not fake. Sunsets do all sorts of crazy things, right? So in this one, we've got a lot of haze, and there could be something that it's going behind there in the distance, but sometimes we can have the miraging effects like India was just talking about. So it can affect boats, like the way you're seeing the boat, but it can also do something similar with the sun as well. So the sunsets do all sorts of crazy shit. If you start looking at different time-lapse videos of sunsets, you'll see them doing all sorts of crazy stuff that doesn't match what you would think they would do on a globe.
What the hell?
Yeah, we collect this
Excuse
crap.
me
At
if
least
you
I
heard
do.
that.
Yeah, I collect weird sunsets for some reason.
That where the sun looks like it's literally in height with the clouds, that I feel almost every time I look at the moon. It looks like it's like just behind the clouds. Or sometimes in front even. What's this? It's not playing. What is this supposed to mean? I don't understand the screenshot. What the hell? Is this from an airplane?
The sunset with the clouds? Yeah, it's from an airplane.
They can't film for fucking shit though.
Yeah, what else is new? They're better than 9/11 photographers.
Yeah.
Those dudes, as soon as the plane's about to hit, let's turn the camera. Fucking every video, dude, every single one. Except for the TV cameras. All the TV stations got a perfect video. All the amateur cameras, nope. As soon as the plane turn the camera, every single one, dude. I've looked at least 30 or 40 9/11 because they collected them all and then they NIST released them and shit. And like every single one, as soon as the fucking plane's about to hit, they fucking turn the camera away so you don't see it.
I mean, it clearly looks like the sun is going down below the horizon. Even though it might be some sort of distortions and shit, but it doesn't look like it's just shrinking away.
It because that's the way you're interpreting it that way, and that's a normal interpretation because in our everyday life, if we see some object like a freaking light bulb, and the light bulb is moving away from us, and say it goes behind
would get smaller and smaller. It wouldn't go
well, the sun does
beyond.
get smaller. It doesn't get smaller by a lot, but it does get smaller. If you measure it at noon versus when it's on the horizon, it'll be, I don't know. I got a video where it's like 13% smaller. And other videos show it get a lot smaller. It depends, dude.
It gets smaller from all dimensions. It gets smaller, well, visually from all dimensions.
I'm not talking about
top,
being
left, right.
Yeah, I know.
You know?
I know. I know.
But in these videos and with my own eyes, it clearly looks like it's going down.
Yeah, well, things that are going away from you converge to where? They converge down, right? The vanishing point. Like if you're in a hallway, the ceiling appears to come down.
If I'm in a
The
hallway,
floor appears to go. The ceiling appears to come down, and if you're in a long hall, say in a hotel,
and the floor appears to go up.
Yes, exactly, to a vanishing point. It converges. Railroad tracks appear to converge to a point.
The vanishing point is still in the middle of my visual, my center, the center of my vision.
Yeah.
So then
but think about it. Think of it. Well, think about I mean, the sun should.
Okay. Now I get it. The sun is up. The sun is the roof. Then that is. And the water would be then.
and you're only 6 feet above the ground.
The floor, yeah.
So a 6 mile or a 3 miles, if you're 6 feet tall, the angle between your eye level, right, and the surface of the earth would be 0.02 degrees. That is the limit of human visual acuity. Okay, you can't see angles smaller than that. But above your eye line, the sky's the limit, literally.
Yeah, I see the point.
And nothing we look
But
at
this
in the
first
sky.
video is just fucked, okay? This is fucked. Let me... Horizon. But there shouldn't be any horizon. The first image DJ sent like... Yeah, oh wait, DJ sent all of these. No, not almost all of these. No, all of the sunsets. Yeah.
Look,
You see here? Clearly the sun is halved in the first one, where you marked even horizon, not horizon.
right. This when you zoom in on sunsets, you
Mm-hmm.
kind of see a lot of things like this happening more than what you think. Now, I went through YouTube and I typed in sunset zoom footage, and I spent about 3 or 4 hours watching every single sunset I could find where they zoom right in on the sunset over the ocean. And what
Mhm.
happens in every single one, or almost every single one, the sun kind of like compresses as it starts getting low towards the horizon. The bottom of it starts squishing like a ball. Like if you picture like a squishy ball, it kind of looks like it starts to like squish from the bottom, and it goes like an oblong shape, and then it fades away just above the horizon. It happens
Yeah,
nearly
kind
every.
of like a round,
Yeah.
like a round flashlight would have if you were to tilt it at an angle slowly. It looks
Yeah,
like it becomes from circular to oblong and then flat and gone.
I'll show you a perfect example of what I'm talking about. Oh, second. But I couldn't find a single. Okay, so basically, when something's blocking your actual view of the horizon, it's called a local horizon. So if you've got mountains, or if you've got big ocean swells or something like that, like big waves out in the ocean, the
Yeah.
sun can look like it's setting cleanly from the bottom to the top, but that's just something physical that's blocking the actual
Yeah, that's
horizon.
that's not curvature horizon. That's I
It's like a
understand.
yeah. But when we don't, like if you look at these sunsets out in the ocean where we don't have any waves, and you can see the actual horizon every single time, it like squishes into the horizon. Pretty much every single time. And sometimes it does some crazy shit as well, where it does. You can see some crazy miraging effects and stuff like that. But most of the time, it kind of like squishes into the horizon. I'll post some footage of that.
Hmm.
It's true to
The second
perspective.
one though, that's that. Oh,
The
okay,
second,
now I understand.
yeah, it's haze. The second one's haze, and it's probably going behind some hills or something like that.
Haze means like it's like cloudy.
Yeah, so probably some like you can't see the hills because the haze, but the sun being so bright, it's able to push through that haze, and then you see the sun disappear behind the hills. And it looks like it's setting in the sky. It probably wasn't the best example to be honest. All right, here's a perfect example. This is what you'll see most of the time when you have a good zoom view of a sunset. Now, when you're not zoomed in on it, you can't really see what's going on. But when you zoom right in, check this out.
Can't see nothing.
Just posting it.
This is pre-zoom, I suppose. 5 seconds in.
Yep.
Did it replay the zoom or what the hell happened? Yeah, it literally just shrinks. Was this zoom time-lapsed?
I think
Hello?
so. I think so. Yeah.
Yeah, because if not this, it feels that sunset was quick.
Yeah, I think it was time lapsed. That's what I was typing in. I was typing in sunset zoom time lapse footage.
Yeah,
But
I see your point.
yeah, man, it's like I was trying to find one that just cleanly sets from the bottom to the top. I couldn't find a single one unless we had like a local horizon. Because that's kind of what the horizon is. It's like a vanishing zone. It's a byproduct of the way our perspective works, and it's because everything gets compressed into a vanishing point. So it looks like the ground is ramping up, and it looks like the sky is ramping down, and everything gets compressed into that vanishing point. And so once the sun gets down to that section, it kind of like fades into that vanishing point or vanishing zone.
Amazing. I'm gonna watch these 2 videos tomorrow. I'm gonna watch Sorry We're Closed, Antarctica, and the interview, 41 minutes.
Awesome, man. Yep, I'm gonna go on mute because it's way too late. It's like 20
Yeah,
past.
same, man.
Same time for you. Hey, good chat though, man. I appreciate the chat.
Yeah, it was very pleasant indeed. Why are you in Poland, by the way?
I'm half Polish. I'm half Polish, and my wife's Polish. So yeah,
okay.
I decided to move here from Australia, and then soon we're moving to Southeast Asia in a couple of months.
That sounds very nice.
Yeah, man, we want to get somewhere nice and warm, somewhere nice and near the equator where it's always hot.
Southeast Asia, it's probably gonna be much cheaper also for you to live.
Oh yeah. We're going to Cambodia, which is super cheap, and you can just it's got the best visas. So you can just pay per year. You don't ever have to leave, and you can get a nice apartment with a pool for 200 or 300 USD per month, and you can go out and eat out at restaurants every night because it's actually cheaper to go out and eat at restaurants than it is to cook for yourself.
Wow.
It's like $1 or $2 or $3, for a really nice meal. So yeah, looking forward to it, man. And we're just gonna buy a little motorbike, and they live a pretty chill, relaxed lifestyle in that country. So we work online,
Amazing.
so yeah, we're gonna go do that. Why not? We don't have kids, so may as well go, do a bit of exploring.
That's amazing. I wish for you the best.
Cheers, man. Cheers.
Now I'm gonna listen to While I Sleep by Terence McKenna. What we call reality. 5 hours.
Yeah, awesome.
I
That'll
feel it's fitting.
give you some interesting dreams, maybe.
Yeah, hopefully. I stopped smoking copious amounts of hash now, so I do have a lot of dreams.
Yeah, it definitely increases your dreams when you stop smoking weed.
Oh yeah, dude, I went from fucking probably 1 gram or between 1 and 1.5 grams each day. I was a heavy smoker.
Yeah, I used
To
to be
nothing
as
at
well.
all, actually.
Yeah. I did the same thing a long time ago.
I had big night sweats first 2-3 days.
It's crazy. It's crazy, man. Yeah, I know
Actually,
exactly.
nicotine was worse. Actually, exactly 1 month ago today, I quit nicotine completely for the first time in, I think, 16 years.
That's
15
awesome.
years close. Yeah, man. It was easier than I thought, actually. But now I
Yeah.
made up my mind. I've had pure motivations, let's say.
You probably
Not only,
yeah, you probably increased your lifespan by a bunch by doing that, so that's good.
yeah, it was snooze, so it wasn't it wasn't like I was smoking cigarettes, but it
Yeah.
was snooze. But it
Yeah.
was a lot of snooze. It was one dosa each day, 210 milligrams per day to nothing.
Yeah.
Man, I had for 3 weeks, literally for the first 3 weeks, I woke up exactly on the spot, like between 3 and 4 hours into my sleep, completely drenched in sweat.
Yeah, man, I know the feeling. It's crazy.
Yeah, I'm so happy it's finally stopped.
It's good.
Yeah. Anyway, thanks for the talks and good nights.
All right, catch you later, man.
Bye.
Hello. Did you guys see the spaceship that lifted off today?
Hello, hello. Hello.
Hello.
Hello? Hello?
Guys, listen. Am I allowed to talk? Hello,
What?
am I allowed to talk? So, am I allowed to talk? Why no one is speaking?
Two, three, 1, 2, 3. I can't hear you talking. Hello? Okay.
Nobody hear me.
Oh, well, you can talk. Enjoy, guys.
Wow. So what you guys thinking about Artemis 2? Yesterday they launched.
Cool sci-fi.
Huh?
I said it's cool sci-fi.
Sci-fi. Yeah, man. They are getting more into Star Wars kind of stuffs. Yeah. Star Wars is getting real.
You don't believe in that shit, do you?
No one believes in that shit, man. They are using our taxpayers' money to fake some CGI things and show humanity like we are the only one doing something. Everyone knows that's a fake thing, man. NASA is a fake.
Good shit.
Yeah. You
Yeah.
believe that?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. That's probably what they're doing.
No, man, don't believe that. That's a fake. They're using CGIs, man, for that.
Yeah. Yeah. I know. Yeah. That's what I'm saying. I'm agreeing with you.
Yeah. Don't believe that shit, man. Okay. See you later.
Chilling. That's crazy. My phone's about to die.
Why are you silent? They are crazy, maybe.
Everybody's just hanging out, man. These people are impatient.
Oh, DJ. All right.
What you found?
Listen to this. So I'm pressing it even more. I said, now let's get this absolutely straight. All these attempts, excluding Fram 2, were complete great circles, meaning they reached 90 degrees south and continued as a forward path as possible, not backtracking like other polar circumnavigation claims were discovered to be. And it said, to get this absolutely straight, no, many of them were not. When you apply the strict requirement of a forward-moving great circle, meaning the craft crosses the pole and continues out the other side without a 180-degree turn, most famous polar circumnavigations actually fail the test. Here is the breakdown of who actually straight-lined it versus who performed a U-turn or backtrack. So, the failed Great Circle test, right? Many historic claims, especially surface and ship-based ones, reached the pole and then turned around. Fiennes, the Transglobe Expedition. Michael Palin, 1992, reached the South Pole via plane for the finale of his show and then flew back out the same way he came. The true Great Circle flyers, the 180-degree rule. Okay, Pan Am, Flight 50, 1977, Antonov, 1990, One More Orbit, 2019. They claim to have passed the test.
Yeah, but they didn't do that. One More Orbit didn't do that.
Yeah, it's saying it reckons it did.
Also, there's the footage. They don't have footage of them doing that. Like they have footage, but they don't show any footage of them flying over Antarctica. And if you actually have a look at their claimed path that they did, which I call bullshit on, even if we look at their claimed path and assume they did do that, they, you know, I'll post it in the side chat. 1 second. So, 1 second. Here it is. So, which other ones does it say? It says One More Orbit and the Pan Am one. Is that the only ones it's saying?
It's saying there's 3. So the 1977 Pan Am Flight 50, the Antonov An 124 1990, and the One More Orbit 2019.
Okay. All right. Well, let's investigate those then. All right. So here's the flight path for One More Orbit. So clearly that one didn't do it. All right. So this is from their website. And there isn't footage of them doing this. There's some footage. Most of the footage shows just footage inside the plane, not even looking out the windows. Shows some footage of them landing at some airports. It doesn't show them footage of flying over Antarctica. Right, and look at the flight path. They didn't do a great circle. They didn't do that at all.
Ouch.
So, all right. So, what's the next one? The Pan Am. Flight 50 or something?
Yep, Pan Am Flight 50, 1977. Says they flew into the South Pole from Africa and exited toward New Zealand.
All right. Well, we would need some footage of that, right?
Yeah. I doubt they're going to have that.
Oh, well, what they didn't have video cameras back then?
Well, I guess they did in 77. don't know that they really like. They didn't. Did they have camcorders even then?
Yeah, of course they did.
Yeah, I suppose they had. But I thought they were like not as compact and manageable as today. But maybe they did have little versions with the bigger like TV crew style ones. Well, you'd think they'd even take a TV crew, like TV crew equipment with them. Like I don't know, maybe.
If there's no footage of anyone actually doing it, then why should we believe it? All right, I found a video about that one.
Yeah, it is just a story, isn't it?
Yeah. Here we go. Here's a documentary about it. All right, here's the path they're claiming in the documentary.
What the heck, bro? It just skims over the edge of the South Pole. All right. So they're saying that the way that is on a globe, that's a great circle, is it?
They're trying to say.
That means it's not perpendicular to the equator, then. Like Fram 2 was claimed to be. So it's off by a few degrees.
Oh, hold on, check this out, T-Dub. This is out of the documentary.
Yeah, see, they could say that, like, they could project that onto the globe and say, yeah, it's technically a great circle, right? A little wonky, right? But it just wasn't perpendicular to the equator. They're going to say. I mean, yeah.
So panning through the whole video, there's one tiny little shot of them looking out the window and it looks like ice.
So verdict works on flat.
I mean, it kind of looks like they just kind of crossed over a little bit of Antarctica. I don't know. Hold on a second, because it's kind of hard to tell when you've got this Mercator projection.
Yeah, that's what their graphics are showing. I mean, seeing if I can get this idiot to come back in here.
Put the butt back on. Line, you would be flying over empty ocean for the vast majority of the trip. Here is the intellectually honesty breakdown of how they actually fly. The S-curve. Aviators don't fly a single great circle. They fly a series of connected great circle segments. To keep the forward motion you asked about, they enter the pole from one side and exit the other, but the longitude they use to reach the North Pole is usually different from the one they use to reach the South Pole. Pan Am 50 crossed the North Pole moving from the UK toward Alaska, 0 to 150 degrees west, but crossed the South Pole moving from South Africa toward New Zealand, 20 degrees east to 170 degrees east. The goal, they aren't trying to say stay on one line of longitude, they are trying to minimize total time. To do that, they have to zigzag to hit specific airports for fuel. The true longitudinal path surface, the Trans-Global Expedition FIENS is the only one that attempted to stay on a single longitudinal path. Because they were on the ground, they couldn't just jump to a different continent. They followed the Greenwich Meridian as their track. Even then, geography forced them to deviate. You can't walk in a straight line. Through the middle of the ocean, they had to follow coastlines and ice shelf edges. Bam. The only perfect path, Fram 2. That's Fram 2's yeah, that's it.
All right, so I looked up just a like a general picture of Antarctica on the globe, and now I'm gonna put this little section of Antarctica that they flew over next to it in Canva. Check this out, Tito. Something doesn't add up here. So you there?
Yeah, go on.
Yeah. So the one on the left, I reckon this one's been made by some anti-flat earther for sure. Right, so that's the path that they're claiming that this flight took. Okay, then the one in the middle is from the documentary about the flight, saying that this is the path they took. And then if you have a look at the one on the far right, that's just a random map of Antarctica on the globe from Google. Right, so it looks like they just took they didn't go over Antarctica. Right, most of Antarctica, like if you cut out that little section that you can see there, right, most of it's missing. Most of Antarctica, they didn't go anywhere near the core, like the center of Antarctica at all.
Exactly, yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's right.
So when we see these pictures where it shows the red line like kind of going over Antarctica like that, that's bullshit. That's absolute bullshit. That's some anti-flat earther that's lied, plotted it out like that. It's not even the path they claim to have taken.
Right, yeah. I mean, it looks like they're just settling for we're just going to say that we reached, they're just, South Pole is just really, they're just saying Antarctica. We got to Antarctica. There's not even any grid lines on that map.
Yeah, it's like they did just a little flyby over you can just take those commercial flights. It's you can go from Australia and it'll fly you over, or from New Zealand, and it'll fly you over a tiny little section of the edge of Antarctica. It's kind of like what they did.
Yep. Yet
the Google AI is like being somewhat honest, right? When I ask more questions, but it's still trying to claim that the Pan Am went to 90 degrees south.
All right, so far it's given us 3. It's given us one more orbit. That one's pretty easy to debunk. That's been debunked a million times, right? Because clearly they did a U-turn basically when they hit Antarctica, and they only just flew over a tiny little section of it, even according to their own map, which they don't have footage of them doing either. Right. Next one was the Pan Am one. You know that they just flew over a tiny little edge bit of Antarctica with that one.
Yep.
And then what was the
other
next
one? Was
one?
the Antonov.
Antonov.
Yeah. 1990, I think it was. Yeah, also called AN-124. Or AN-124.
Okay, anybody got any globe evidence? Go ahead. Anybody?
Not at the moment. DJ and I are just taking a dive into some of these claimed to be north to south polar navigation attempts.
Cool. Found anything interesting? Besides, they actually didn't do it.
Inconsistencies with stories, inconsistencies with them plotting the path out on different map projections. No footage of what they claim to have done.
They basically go down, hit Antarctica, then come right back up.
Yeah,
Or
yeah,
vice
they
versa.
just-
I mean,
they just
they
fly
do fly
over
across
like
the North Pole. That makes sense. But I'm sorry. Go ahead, DJ.
Yeah, no, you're right. That's exactly what happens. They seem to they do they cut over a little bit of Antarctica and kind of turn around and and there's not even footage of them doing that, really. It's just a claim.
Yeah, if more people knew just that one fact that they've never done that north-south thing, we'd be in a lot better position, But that's what makes it so obvious that we're not involved. I mean, that was one of the main things for me. But 10 years ago, like, why has nobody ever done that? Billions of people have done east-west. Nobody's done north-south.
So we kind of debunked the first 2 that were on P-Dub's list. Now we're trying to do this last one, which was 1990, some Russian airline or something like that. So
you already did the most recent one, the one more orbit one, because I know somebody debunked that one anyway. But
yeah, one more orbits. Yep, that one's debunked. That's easy. Well, I mean, just
down and work and bounce right back up anyway.
Yep, and then the other one's the Pan Am Flight 50 or something like that. And then, can you see the side chat, Dave?
I can look at it. Go ahead.
Yeah, so at 48 minutes after the hour. Okay, so when you look it up, you find images like the one on the left, and it kind of looks like this is the path they took over Antarctica. Well, that's bullshit, right? Because if you have a look at the second one on the right, I looked up the documentary from the 70s when they did this, and this is the path that they're claiming that they took in the middle image, right? Just dipping over that little peninsula, basically, right? And then the image on the right is just a random picture of Antarctica on a globe, right? So if you have a look at that little bit that they flew over, it's missing most of Antarctica, and it's absolutely nothing like the image on the left that has clearly been made by someone like a anti-flat earther or something like that.
Yeah, and doing it that way, they can sort of claim that they actually did travel across Antarctica, if that makes a difference. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but this is one of the ones where they're claiming that they kept going south and they flew all the way around the globe kind of thing, but it's bullshit.
Yep.
Where the hell did you talk to P-Dub at?
Who, me?
Oh, DJ, where did you run into P-Dub?
P-Dub? I'm talking to T-Dub.
P-Dub.
I thought you said P-Dub.
Who's P-Dub? Sounds like a rapper.
He's an anti-flat earther on Twitter that hangs
Oh,
around
God.
McToon and Slice Parkane.
I try to forget anti-flat earthers, but go ahead.
Well, I mean, it's important to know who they are, right? Like, even with Ozian, like, I don't know if you know the story with Ozian, but even he turned out to ring true with the more degenerate they are, the more anti-flat earth they are.
It's a mental condition for a lot of these guys. I'm not saying anybody personally. I'm not pointing anybody out, but it's a mental problem that they're having. They won't let go of this globe and space and all that shit. I kind of feel sorry for them in a way, but you know, they don't need to behave like they do on the internet. People that come on here and are clowns and are dishonest, I got no time for them. You know, I hear DJ say that to them all the time.
Not like how DJ calls them out. They're just being dishonest, man. He sounds like Simon Cowell.
So this whole panel of people, nobody wants to take up the banner for the globe right now.
I will. The fact that you're talking to us is proof that satellites are in orbit.
Oh, okay. Who wants to do satellite? Go ahead.
And then when we can't hear you, it's because the satellite went away. We're waiting for the next satellite to pick you up.
So did you say you already debunked all 5? Was there 5 of them, DJ? Or how many were y'all doing?
There was a bunch, right? So first AI, like it tries to get you. It gave T-Dub this giant list of north to south circumnavigations, and then T-Dub pressed it a bit further as he's like, oh, like did they actually like cross over? How many of these actually crossed over Antarctica and kept going around? And it's like, oh, well, most of them actually just got to the South Pole and just turned around and left the same way that they came in.
That's wild. Why would you turn around?
Yeah, and then
it would have to be a documented flight over 90 degrees south and keep going that way. You know, don't change your direction. Go directly over 90 degrees south and keep going. Pop up
And
on the other side.
And film it. They got to film it, right? They can't just tell us they did it.
Here's the wild thing, right?
The whole list that T-Dub got at first is all people that went to Antarctica and then came right back up. But they claim they crossed it. You know.
Here's the wild thing, right? If you were swimming across the river and that river was a mile wide, and you knew you were halfway across the river, but you felt like you couldn't, that you weren't going to make it, which way would you swim?
I'd turn around and come back, man, just like they do in the airplane, right?
Like, why would you? If you made it halfway, you felt like you're going to drown, and you had to pick a direction to go. Would you go back, or would you continue forward at halfway?
I would say 99.9% of all logical humans would continue swimming the direction they're going. If you knew the other beach is only a other half mile away, right? Why would you ever turn around?
That's it, man.
Whatever's beyond the point that they actually flew to is what they're hiding. Is part of what they're hiding. And I know I'm speculating, but it ain't like it. They did all this discovering of lands, and then they told everybody about all these lands. There's a lot of shit we don't know about. Total speculation.
Well, they say like the lady that went all the way around Antarctica, I think, circumnavigated Antarctica, was an actress. She did it in 90 days.
I don't remember that one. What was her name?
I don't remember. I just like.
What year was it? You don't know, do you? Seems
Once I
like
hear
generally
actress
speaking,
or
people are getting
Freemason,
less. Sorry, I was just going to say real quick. Seems like people are getting less enthusiastic about defending this globe idea, but that could just be a speculation impression I've got. Anyway.
yeah, there you go. Over the fences. Over the fences shows it. But yeah, no. Every time I hear actress or Freemason, I can automatically dismiss that what they did. Like I can just dismiss them as being untruthful, and they're going to have to give me all the evidence, not just a story.
Yeah, they have to document the physical reality of what they're doing. You know, it's obvious they can go down there and come right back up. We know that. Just like they know the general gullible public will just believe they're, oh yeah, we got these hundreds. Like whatever T-Dub got in his first search, everybody just looks, they might look that up and it's like, these flat earthers are crazy. All these people have done this north to south thing. And that's the last time they think about it, right? For what it's worth, I just noticed that the date is 2626, if that matters to anybody. And it's still not a globe. Somebody prove me wrong.
Do 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 do. Who else in here?
What song is that anyway? Dead Air Days.
Hey, India, what's up, man?
I've got that.
What song was that? I didn't hear it. He was.
I don't fucking know, dude.
Hey, have you been listening to the stream?
I listened for a second. I heard you guys going over the one more orbit or something.
Yeah. So, yeah, we're going over all of the different claimed north to south circumnavigations one by one. It's super inconsistent, man. It's crazy. And it's like anti-flat earthers are lying about when they plot the path out that they said they took, right? So the best one that they seem to have is the Pan Am 1977 one. And just
that's the best.
Yeah, that's the best one.
When they're $4 billion in debt and about to go into bankruptcy, and they needed something to revive their company, and yeah, that's the best they got.
So check this out. So it seems like the anti-flat earthers or someone like that, because if you look it up and you look at the flight path they took, there's these images that make it kind of look like, see what I posted in the side chat? The left one.
Oh, yeah.
The left image, that's what you get when you look it up on and hit images on Google. And it kind of looks like that's what they did. Right. But then I looked up the documentary and took a screenshot of the path that they claim to have taken in the documentary. And it looks like they just kind of cut over that little peninsula there of Antarctica. And then the image on the right is just a Google image of Antarctica. So it looks like most of Antarctica was completely skipped. And it doesn't look anything like the left image that they're telling us this is what they did. It's another one that's just bullshit. And there's no footage of them.
Oh yeah, they just have them like taking off with like, it was a bunch of celebrities, right? Celebrities, business people, and I don't know, they paid some ridiculous. Well, some people were paid to be on it, like the celebrities, but then there's other people that obviously paid, and they paid to be on the flight, and it was just like they filmed them partying or whatever, drinking, and it's just it's a advertising.
Exactly, that's what it seems like.
All this.
Yep.
Pan Am was also the company that was selling the first moon flight club. So
India, didn't they go bankrupt pretty quick after that? What year was that? Didn't they go bankrupt pretty quick after that, Pan Am?
No, they were about to go bankrupt. They were like at the verge of bankruptcy. There was something like $4 billion in debt, and then that kind of like revived them for a little while. And then they went bankrupt. Didn't Pan Am go bankrupt during the Reagan era or something?
I'm trying to remember. I can look it up here in a second.
Yeah,
Go ahead.
look, I'm going through it. Let me see real quick. God damn, it's a long ass wiki article. Yeah, no fucking way. You can't make this shit up. Financial, operational, and reputational setbacks. This is from Wikipedia. This can't be the same guy. Ugh, it is the same fucking guy. Unfucking believable. In 1987, Towers Financial Corporation, led by its CEO Stephen Hoffenberg, and his consultant Jeffrey Epstein. Can't make this shit up.
No, it could be a different Jeffrey
to take
Epstein.
over Pan Am in a corporate raid with Towers Financial as their raiding vessel. Their bid failed. That was in 1987. Bro. And it's I
gotta be a different Epstein, right? Yo, come on, man.
Dude, you can't make this crap up, man. It's a cartoon, I swear to God. We're living in a cartoon. What are the odds? Like, we're going to debunk Pan Am as scammers, and then Jeffrey Epstein comes up. Well, that seals it. That was easy.
All the world's a stage, isn't it?
My goodness. What year did they do the circumnavigation?
Which one?
DJ? The Pan Am one.
77. 77.
Well, from their revenue passengers per mile, so between 75 and 79, so it has like the revenue passengers per mile flown, and it goes from 16,000. And then at 75, it went down to 14,000. So they're going in the wrong direction. Then boom, back up to 22,000. Yeah, it's a marketing gimmick they did. That's how I figured it. Just who can confirm it? You see the plane take off. Yeah, we'll be back. We're going to fly around the world. They just come back 3 days later. Yeah, we flew around the world. They declared bankruptcy in 1991. I knew they were around for a while. But man, Jeffrey Epstein, this guy is everywhere.
Yeah, so basically with all of the north to south circumnavigations, right, none of them are even claimed to have kept going like along a line of longitude or anything like that. The only one that they are saying did do that is the Fram 2.
I'm not familiar with the Fram 2.
Yeah, it's in the side chat here. All right, so you want to check out how much curvature that they had from that height?
Fram 2, the movie.
Yeah. So it's like an orbit. So they reckon that they did like 12 orbits or something like that around the globe, 90 minutes or something like that per full orbit, and the curvature's all like warped out, right? Kind of like egg shaped.
Is this Fram 2? Is it an aircraft or is it something like the International Space Station?
It's like the International Space Station, and it's meant to be doing an orbit. It's like a capsule.
Okay.
Yeah. Well, just
that's what I was going to ask you guys. Remind me, what is their official excuse that the ISS doesn't do this all the time? They have some official excuse. I can't remember what it is. But
I was just listening to the footage. Sorry, Dave.
I was just saying, if the ISS is up there, they could do it north to south all the time if they wanted to. But they've got some reason they don't, right?
I was just listening to the footage in the thing and the girl in it, right? So this is the scene that she's looking out the window, right? It's kind of weird. We could see this much curvature, but anyway, she's like, "Oh, I can see the launch pad. I can see the launch pad."
Did she fuck? Is she the bionic woman?
Yeah. It's at like 43 minutes 30 in the film.
Okay.
Nice bionic woman reference. I like that.
I am too. I've never even heard of that.
No, neither have I.
It's claimed to be the only pole to pole, like full circumnavigation that went perfectly around doing a great circle. Yeah.
Who did it? NASA?
SpaceX.
Oh.
So it's really kind of recent then.
2025.
Wow.
Boy, Elon, he nailed it, boys. Way to go, Elon. Way to go.
Yeah. Hi, Elon. Thanks for listening.
I'm just like skimming through, looking through the proportionality. That's like, okay. Is that Florida? That's like Okeechobee or whatever it is. It's way too curvy for that to be Earth ball. Unless Florida is like absolutely gigantic.
Josh was in here the other day, and he's saying, "Well, it actually fits just right. That's how big it would look, because when you're really close to the globe, things look bigger."
What? Yeah, but it wouldn't be that curvy because you're too
Exactly.
close to the globe. Like what? He's ill.
Yeah, that guy's a mess. You know, the other day, what was he saying? Oh, he was saying some of the dumbest shit, and then you just look it up, and he says it confidently. Something about X-rays from the sun. He said I forget what he said, but I just looked it straight up. I'm like, that's not right at all. He's like, oh, okay, yeah, I can see it on that point, right? And then the other day he was waffling on about Velcro, and he was so proud about how amazing it was that NASA invented Velcro. Looked it up. It's like, they didn't invent Velcro. He's like, oh, okay, yeah, I can see it on that one. Yeah, I was wrong about that. The guy is a freaking
liar.
Tool.
No, he's a liar.
Yeah.
We spent a lot of time in the beginning getting anytime someone can especially because he first started coming over on the politics, and he spent a lot of time trying to he would get indignant if anyone questioned his honesty, and which is what I expect actually honest people to do, but it's so many times now that he's just been caught straight up making shit up that I can't. That's just an act. No way. I mean, I don't know how many times he's been caught now. Like it's like 20, 30 times now.
I told him the other day, I can't say Josh Ingersoll.
Josh, in making
him.
actual honest statements.
Yeah, I get it. Yeah.
I gave him the benefit of doubt, which I usually don't give Glover, so I gave it to him for a long time because he insisted. That's the one thing. He said this when he first came around. The one thing I don't do is I'm not dishonest and I don't lie. Well, I mean, usually that's a red flag when someone goes out of their way to say that.
Yeah.
But I go, okay, I'll take people, especially if they say, listen, man, I'm dishonest, I don't lie. But as soon as I catch you, that's it. That's a wrap, man. Like, you just literally lie twice because you said you're dishonest and you don't lie, then you lied. So that's two lies.
You filled yourself up to that standard, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Wow.
You didn't qualify and say, well, sometimes I exaggerate. Sometimes I,
That's what I was going to say, India. Guys like they don't count making shit up about space and satellites. That's not really lying because they know it's a globe and there's satellites going around and stuff. So he's just kind of embellishing it a little bit, right, in his mind.
I just he's definitely has instant expert syndrome. For I called him out last time I was in here because he was like saying stuff so matter of factly, stuff that we had asked him earlier that he said he didn't know because that wasn't his specialty. Now he was talking about the same things as if he does know now personally that he has primary information. Where no, he just read it somewhere he's like, I went and researched it. Yeah, well, you still don't actually know. You just like, hey, they have questions. I'll go find the standard bullshit answer, and then I'll say it as if I have personal knowledge of it. Oh, that Las Vegas sphere. I got a picture of that thing. I didn't take it, but it's pretty cool. No, I just posted. This is actually to scale. This is actually correct. I took this image, loaded up in GeoGebra, overlaid a circle on it, and then changed the scale to 3,959 mile radius and did all that. So, yeah, that's. I just can't even believe Jeffrey Epstein was involved in Pan Am now. We didn't have any idea who he was. We're doing corporate takeovers of a freaking national airline and nobody knows who the guy was. Give me a break.
Well, we needed an airline to get to and from his island, right?
Oh, yeah, that's right. I was going to mention the thing about the one more orbit. I mean, I don't know if it was on his own channel or his current channel. Antonio Subaratz watched the live stream, and they never went over Antarctica. According to their own path that they were showing, their own GPS projection on the Mercator map, they never went over Antarctica. They changed the thing that they had on the website was their projected flight path, but they had a flight path that they were showing during the live stream of what was supposed to be their GPS position, and it never went over Antarctica at all. I don't know. I'd have to look and see. When was the one more orbit?
Kind of recently, within the last
2019.
Yeah.
Let me see if his channel. I mean, he went through a few channels because you know how the fucking Globers are. They'll just strike that shit.
That'd be interesting to see though, because all I see is what I presume would be the projected kind of route, because that kind of goes over Antarctica and does I think at least 2 dog legs. So yeah, I don't know. Well, I'd like to see it for sure.
What month? What month you guys say? The date of 2019?
Yeah, I'm not sure.
His first video on that channel is January 19th, 2019, so it might still be on there.
Okay, if we're flying from pole to pole and we're doing it, won't one be in darkness? No pole is illuminated at the same time, right? 6 months here, 6 months there. If you're going to go pole to pole, one of them's going to be in darkness, right?
Yeah, it said that's what they experienced.
Okay.
Right.
Just making sure.
They would get
we
from
have
one pole to
airplanes?
another pole in 45 minutes.
Really?
That's the claim. Yeah.
45 minutes?
Yeah. Yeah, July 2019, India.
Okay, then it's on here. Let me see.
July 9th to 11th.
Man, you already had it. Word, Yoder. You on it. So I timestamp. So what he basically shows is what they advertised the route, and then the route that they were showing. You only got to watch about 30 seconds. Then he goes to the website and shows the route that they were showing that they actually took, and it's nowhere even near where Antarctica should be. Holy shit, yo! Did you index his whole channel and summarize it?
Yep, he did.
You mother!
That's brilliant, eh?
Damn, you're quite industrious.
I've also got copies of them. The ones that are indexed that can't be downloaded, yes, they can be. So if anyone wants them, just give us a yell.
Oh yeah, you can. If you use Jade Downloader, you can download entire channels, no problem. It's called Jade Downloader 2. You just you hit add link and just add the channel link. It'll download all of them. Though Jade Downloader's organizational part is kind of shitty. It'll give you a bunch of folders. Did you do that with Notebook LM? Is that the one we were talking about? I didn't think it ever worked. Nice work, Yoder. Yeah, I see it. I did it with the API. Yeah, nice. Awesome. See, these large language models are good for stuff. Not giving dating advice is not. Don't use it for that. But it's good. I think the AIs or the large language, they're good for automating like arduous tasks that are repetitive.
Yeah, they're good at doing menial things that we don't want to do. That's handy.
Exactly. You know, I was talking to Dandelion about this, like whether the AI is gonna do one or two things. I figure either it's gonna automate the menial tasks that you could do, right? So, for instance, if I have a lawnmower and I want to know how to change the lawnmower blade, I can look at the lawnmower, flip it over, look at the model, check out the blade, start Googling around for the freaking model, then for the instruction manual, then find out how to replace the lawnmower blade. Or I can take a photograph, upload it to the AI, and the AI does all that search and shit for me. And I don't have to do any of it. And in 3 minutes, it tells me exactly what I have to do. So I can go do more productive things. Now, that's one solution, one possible utility of these AIs. Or the other one, where the AI does the thinking. You know what I mean? Where like it isn't doing like it either makes everybody go like revert to the mean, where that's like where everybody starts believing the AI is holy fucking writ, and no matter what comes out of its keyboard or whatever it is typeset, people think that's the gospel truth. Then that will be a problem.
You might just take the whole human interaction out of it, where you don't even have to replace the lawnmower because it's AI, because it's robot. You leave it alone, the replacement will be with you in 24 hours. So the whole idea of you being even involved with maintenance of something, they'd probably even take that away. So that removes cognitive function, right? If you're not getting down to repair it, right, you can ask AI how to do it, and you can go and you can do it. You can get your tools out and whatnot, or you don't. It just replaces itself, doesn't it? No need for maintenance. Not from you, anyway. The consumer. It's got to be simple and easy, right? See, I don't think the AI would give you the instructions of how to do it. I think the AI would just replace itself.
I think it's either going to augment human human expression, or it's going to replace human expression, and we're going to revert to the laziest mean. Where, oh, I don't want to do it. Let the AI do it, like you said. Or we're going to let it do the menial tasks that we could do that we don't want to do, and then with that extra time, actually do something exceptional. I mean, I'm sure some people will do that.
Yeah. I was talking to my cab driver the other day, and he was talking about the automation of taxis and so on within large cities before, I think, 2035 or something. So within the next 10 years, the majority of taxis will be automated, driverless. I mean, some people really enjoy driving, some people don't, but that's kind of being taken away as well.
I mean, the car thing is tough because as far as like predicting what's going to happen, because there's always the legal part of it. Who's responsible for the accident?
Yeah, that's what my driver was
Robot,
speaking about as well.
the car manufacturer, the dude that's in the car, the people that made the road. Who's responsible for the accidents now? And now what are they going to use for an excuse to pull you over? They won't have one.
Yeah.
Hey everyone. Hey Tuna, India.
What's up, security?
Hey, I don't have a lot of time. I just wanted to say what's up, guys. Hope you're doing well.
I am. How about you?
Good. You blew my mind the other day. Thanks a lot.
All right.
I appreciate your outlook on the metaphysical was a topic I wasn't expecting, and since then I had been thinking on it.
I was actually thinking about it again myself yesterday, just like, why has it got to be either or? Why can't it just be both at the same fucking time?
Exactly.
Which is the way it actually is, right? It's like that is the way it is.
Mm-hmm.
You know,
Nothing is ever changed.
you see what you look for, though. So if you're just like in a materialist atheist, that's all you'll see. You won't see the other stuff. And if you're a woo-woo head in the sky, all you'll see is magical mysticism, and keep stubbing your toe on that thing over there in the corner, because you don't think the real world is real.
Yeah. Gotta find a good middle ground. Hey, did I interrupt a topic you guys were having, or?
Nah, not really. We're just shooting the shit about.
Well, earlier I did come in and I was discussing. I was discussing the stars, and I used the wrong word. I asked for an explanation, but what I mean is, what's the story behind XYZ? I'm trying to reframe my questioning.
Well, what are the explanation thing? Like anybody, like I can explain why Spider-Man exists, right? Peter Parker got bit by a radioactive spider, turned into Spider-Man with superpowers. So that's an explanation. Not a word of it's true, right? We can explain anything. They used to explain the sun by being Apollo's chariot. No. Now, explanations are one thing, but is there evidence for the explanation? Is that explanation the only possible explanation? That's where we get into like weird. That's where it gets a little crazy. People have been explaining stars and the planets since the beginning of time immemorial. But who's right? Us now? They, them? They then? Way back in the past? Somewhere in the middle? Who's right? Which culture's right? Which group of people were right? Because none of that can be verified. If I want to know the composition of a star, how can I actually ever really know that? Now, I can believe a bunch of things. Well, observation? You think you can tell the composition of something just by staring at it?
No, I'm not a scientist, so.
Well, nobody can do it. You can't get that. Look, you can make what's called an inductive inference about what the composition could be, but you can't ever actually know for certain unless you go take a sample.
Hey, can I ask you a question?
I wanted
actually,
to comment on that question you had before.
Sure.
for another question. I just wanted to say that you were asking about the luminaries, and Indio's points are on point, but the observation that you're doing on the luminaries does tells you something, not the material, what it's made of, but it does shows you, in my opinion, since the luminaries move in cycle, kind of like clockwork, it shows you some type of design, and it also shows you that observed phenomena that it can be described as a beautiful phenomena, and it gives you kind of like a design beauty in a sense. So it gives you kind of like a sense of the creator or the designer has a sense of beauty. Then when you look across the earth, you also see the sense of beauty of the creator, including with the luminaries, the order in place, and the whole creation with it. So yeah, the luminaries kind of like give you a sense of I will say some type of design, but you cannot go there and check what is that design made of. Not like down here that you can actually check stuff. Go ahead. Also give you a sense of wonder. That's why
Security bounced.
Oh, security does that.
Yeah.
She does that often.
I think she thought that was some sort of gotcha, and I'm not sold on her veracity.
No, she came in and asked a similar sort of question earlier when I was around, speaking about the stars and kind of, how do we explain them? I kind of told her, like you did, that we don't.
We can.
But
we can make some shit up right now on the fly.
Yeah, but I was kind of leading her to the idea that whatever the sky is kind of, as Gemsy pointed out, it's wondrous, it's potentially got a lot of intent behind its design and so on. So I don't think she was coming in with some kind of gotcha. I think she was just looking for more clarity on the question she asked earlier.
She has a question because she's wondering about it, and that's one of the biggest wonders for most people. Most people, even from both sides, they wonder about the luminaries. And
most
she's
of
an
humanity.
example of it.
Yeah, most of humanity since the beginning of humanity. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's like they're inaccessible, right? You can see them. It looks like you can touch them, but you can't. You know what I mean? They're just like that's the curse of humanity. You're gonna look up, you're gonna see those things. You're never gonna know. And even if space was real and they made the craziest fucking spaceship imaginable, they still can't get there and know. So
yeah, it's all too far away.
And what is pseudoscience? Unfalsifiable claims.
Yep.
Prove they're not made out of hydrogen gas. Okay, how would I do that?
What if there's hydrogen gas up there? Then what?
I don't know. There could be. I don't know.
Yeah, but they say if we do an analysis and we can look up and we can somehow tell the colors and we tell this color is hydrogen and then we look up and see the color and we say that's hydrogen, we have evidence that you're denying it. But I don't know. That's the kind of like the position they say.
But it's not that simple. They try to portray it. Yeah, they try to portray it as that simple, that they're just like looking up in the sky at hydrogen, and hydrogen creates a certain spectrum, and it's like a fingerprint. No, it's not a fingerprint. A lot of times these spectrographs are smeared. They're not like, not what would you call it? Straightforward. You kind of have to interpret them a little bit, and then you have the problem of redshift and all that. So now you have your spectral lines and they're shifted in one direction or not. So you have to make the assumption that, well, this spectrum looks like this because all the freaking shit's shifted because it's this far away and it's moving this fast, and you know what I mean? But you're already starting from the assumption that it's hydrogen in the first place, and and they actually do a bunch of crap, which I actually found out recently. It's way There's way more nonsense in it than even I imagined.
They have to add a lot of stuff. I mean, because you have you have a lab setting. So you have a lab setting where you can demonstrate light doing certain things to certain mediums, different gases, different mediums, and the light will give you. You can do those experiments, but how can you actually say it's the same thing as when you're looking up there? That's what I'm trying to mentally say. How can they can go and get to that conclusion that it's the same thing?
Yeah, they don't know. I mean, they could if they even if they had one confirmation, they'd have they'd have a little more solid footing. But they don't even have a single confirmation, right?
Yeah.
Because they say that the stars is just another sun because of these spectral lines. So they're all the same or close to each other. But you don't even have the first confirmation to even justify the rest of the theory that all stars are suns and that suns do this and stars do this, that and the other thing. Yeah, you looked up, you saw the lights of the stars and they all look the same in similar spectrum to the sun. Similar. I'm not saying exactly the same because there's differences between the suns and the stars. But you don't have the grounding in the first place. It starts with an assumption. Like the whole globe, like we all know, no matter what part of it, or the heliocentric model, or cosmology, or astrophysics, no matter what part of it you bring up, when you dig down, it's founded on some assumption that they can't prove. Foundation is always wishful thinking.
Great guy once said, "It's the best explanation."
Yes, based upon the best explanation, based upon the variable evidence. But that all falls apart when you start asking them, well, how do you know it's the best one? How did you determine that? What's the metric for best that you're using? And then it just becomes subjective. Wow, I like this one. It explains the most phenomenon. What explains the most phenomenon? This mathematics. Mathematics don't explain, it describes. It describes the most phenomenon. Well, just because you put little freaking stupid names for the variables and say this causes X causes Y, you don't know X causes Y. Actually, this freaking Neil deGrasse Tyson said, science is true whether you believe it or not. Crazy. I love what it says. A hypothetical gaseous chemical element proposed to explain certain spectral lines in the green glow found in the polar auroras. That was later to be explained by singly ionized oxygen. Now think about what that just said. It was found, and this goes right to what she just said, that was found to be explained, was later found to be explained by singly ionized oxygen. Why wasn't it discovered to be caused by singly ionized oxygen?
It is all very interesting. Like one of the first things I noticed when I started looking up their spectrography shit, right, was that ground-based. There's actually, well, I don't know if any exists, but I couldn't find any analysis of like Jupiter, right, which in the spectral graph shows helium or hydrogen. There's like ammonia, methane, and some other gas. And I was like, okay, then why are we getting told that that's made of helium and hydrogen? Like, there's a lot of it there, apparently. And you also find out that certain emission lines can mimic, like one substance can mimic the absorption lines of another substance, right? Like there's all you're right, India. There's a whole
Yeah,
heap
there's
of
a lot
shit
of
behind it.
overlap. Yeah, there's a lot of overlap, and there's these things called Doppler line broadening and like all sorts of crap. So like, and then like complex molecules can totally screw. If there's any complex molecules intervening gas, then you know it's complicated. And I never understood this part. Is that if the sun is a plasma, that means none of the electrons are bound to the nucleus of the atom. They're free, zipping around. So it's just protons and electrons zipping around. None of the electrons are actually connected to the protons, right? These are ionized protons. There's nothing there. Just like a soup. Plasma. Electrons disassociated from the protons. But according to the freaking quantum theory of light, light is created, well, with the wavelengths of light, like hydrogen, when the electron is bound to the nucleus, goes into the excited second orbital, and then relaxes into the stable orbital, and then it emits a photon of a certain wavelength. Well, if the electron's not bound in the first place, how can that even happen? Right? What you should have is, and what we do, like what we see the sun at least a little bit, is that it should just be noise. Be complete noise, because some electrons are being accelerated. Because if you accelerate an electron, it'll emit radiation. If you decelerate an electron, it'll emit radiation. It's same with any charged particle gets accelerated or decelerated, it emits radiation. It's like a wake field in an electric field. It's like a wake that creates a wake that flies out. And because the electric field is changing, it creates a magnetic field, and that's basically photons. So that goes off in the freaking into the solar wind or wherever the hell it goes. But the point is that they say the proof that the sun is, a nuclear furnace or whatever, is because like the hydrogen hyperfine lines, which is a certain emission spectrum for bound hydrogen, but there's no electrons bound to the hydrogen, so I don't get it. It doesn't make sense to me. It never did. And they invoke all these fucking weird processes that no one's ever actually observed, like a triple freaking alpha reaction, all sorts.
Right. Yeah. Yeah.
It's literally a special pleading fallacy.
Yeah, and they're so far from actually replicating stable hydrogen fusion.
Fusion. I think fusion is nonsense, quite honestly.
Yeah, but don't they claim that the sun has an atmosphere of helium and hydrogen? Like it's not plasma, it's gas?
I mean,
and that's how they can could be, even though it's a near perfect black body, that they can actually bounce like radar off it and shit.
Well, I mean, plasma, gaseous plasma, freaking, it gets a little weaselly. They get a little weaselly and kind of like, they try to straddle both the properties of both states of matter at the same time, so they can get the advantages of one, right? So they can make an argument, well, hydrogen gas emits this spectrum, but it's too hot. So, it's a hydrogen plasma. It's just, they can't reflect the fucking radar off the sun, dude. I had a Glober freaking say that in comments, dude, in one of the comments in a YouTube video. He's like, you're just saying nuh-uh. No, dude, I'm not saying nuh-uh. I'm saying, how did they measure the signal through the noise? Think about it. You bounce a signal off the sun with any type of radar array on Earth. 93 million miles, inverse square law. The absorption of the sun, whatever that is, right? how much it would absorb the freaking radar radiation. What the fuck is left? And how is that going to be more powerful than the emission of the sun itself? So that you'll even see it against that noise, right? That's like trying to light a match in front of a floodlight and thinking you're going to see the light from the match flame.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're not. You're not, and this isn't even the frickin' match, dude. This is the reflected light from the match after it went 93 million miles.
It's probably that same sort of power trick that they try to pull with the whole fucking bouncing shit off reflectors on the moon.
Indio, it's actually probably even worse than that. As the gentleman that you were speaking to, maybe in the last week or so, said it's the refracted, reflected, dispersed.
Something. That was Talon X, yes. It's dispersion, reflection, refraction.
No, it wasn't Talon. It was some other kid. Talon's, was it? I don't think so. I thought it was some dopey kid that, was really trying. Yeah.
Talon was the one that was doing the Geodesy thing. Or no, you said you would you said you talked to him a bunch of times. So who was that?
That was Talon. But the individual who said this, I don't think it was him, man.
I thought it was. I mean, maybe it wasn't.
Talon's probably equally as dumb, if not worse, because of his arrogance. But this kid, that was funny, man.
Refraction. I thought Talon was the one who freaking the dispersion in the rainbow and all that crap. Wasn't that him?
He might have. But the guy that... No, I think this was Brown Recluse who said this.
Yeah, that's right. You're right.
Yeah?
Recluse, yeah. Yeah.
I think so, yeah. Because you guys were talking about the FE core tests, and he was arguing that the lasers, that were able to be seen from that far, it was because the light was doing all this shit. And he was just throwing all these turds at the wall, and,
Like, why? What satisfaction they get out of that? Where, like, first, they can't form a coherent argument for the thing they're proposing in the first place, where it makes any sense. And then, even if you took that phenomenon and applied it to that situation, like, you can't do what they say it's doing, right? That would be like a very rare one. I mean, hypothetically, at the limits of freaking the physics, they could probably do it in some like extreme physical, in some extreme meteorological condition. But like,
not sure. But I think the tactic is more along the lines of, throwing shit at the wall, seeing what sticks, and maybe throughout the conversation, a door opens that gives you a glimpse at the sheer possibility that whatever they threw at the wall could stick, right? And that little bit of doubt, depending on how they word it or how the conversation goes, that ever little bit of doubt that emerges, that that you might be wrong because you didn't consider this one shiny little possibility, no matter how improbable, right? It gives them a cheap win. You know what I mean? Something like that.
Yeah, I know. I understand. You don't know 100%. There's a 1 in 1 gazillion chance that there was a rare weather. That's why the FE core one's so awesome. Like, because they have to say, yeah, it happened again 3 weeks later. So, when I first started talking about that, for like 2-3 years, I didn't even notice that they did it twice, like 3 weeks apart. So it's like now they have to justify it not once but twice. How are they going to do that? When you have, especially when they have the meteorological conditions of the day recorded, right? Like, how are you going to? But I mean, then again, they don't really care about justifying. They're just doing FUD, the regular FUD tactics, to fear uncertainty and doubt. You can't be freaking 100% sure what you're saying.
It's the same. I get the same kind of response with the black swan, right? Like when that comes up and I'm around and I have a moment, I try to press them on giving all the details of all the necessary components that are involved in bending the light. Right, like I did the same thing with Talon, okay? Because they need to have all these constituent parts worked out to justify that they know that it's doing this thing, right? So what I've done with the black swan thing is I modeled it out using the Walter Bislin calculator. Right? Did you ever see this? Hold on. Well, I think so. I think. Well, I know you've seen the black swan and all that shit, but the work or the modeling of it using the Walter Bislin, I'm not sure if you ever saw it. Hold on, let me just post it quickly there. Basically, the calculator shows that in order to get the view that we get, it would require some enormously high K factor, right? So I press people. I'm like, okay, what's the necessary, all those fine details throughout the line of sight. Sample that, even sample at 1 mile apart. To start with, right? Something, some of these details that would warrant this observation, and they don't do it, right? Because but that's when the conversation turns into, oh, well, maybe there could be, all these, just on the right day, the right humidity, temperature, and air pressure, and temperature differential between the water and the air that could do this. They just say that, and apparently, that breaks a hole in the argument. It seems to be like that's what they think. You know what I mean?
You don't think they actually believe that shit, though, do you?
I don't think so. I really, really don't.
And why are they doing it? They doing it just to frustrate us? They doing it to like just have a plausible excuse for the audience on YouTube, like
something like that.
Well, actually, it's an implausible excuse for the audience on YouTube.
No, but it's enough. It's enough because here we are. We're talking in our book, right? We're standing here all sure about what we're saying, and justifiably so, But for them to get that one little kind of jab in there, it's enough.
Well, it's just like, I that's why I try to flip it to them, dude. Like, if they say anything about you did this wrong, I say, okay, I agree. Tell me how we do it right then. Tell me how it's supposed to be done right. And they can never say how to actually do it.
I know.
They'll just mumble some generalities or look it up on Google or this, that, and the other thing. Well, then how do you know it's wrong if you don't know it's right?
Yeah, I think that's a good move, to be fair there. Because, they're adopting the burden of proof when they call you out in whatever you say. Like, implicitly.
Well, the other thing is when they say, well, could be refraction. Okay. They have to justify the refraction effect that they say is happening is even possible. No, because they need to show it's actually possible to do it, which they've never done.
But that's the thing, right? So check this out, right? Just post it in the chat. You've probably seen this before. Well, that's what I mean, right? Check this out. In the chat, 8 minutes past the hour. Okay. This is that. You must have seen this map. But this is the Black Swan image from the 1 foot observer height. Right? And we see the oil rigs in full. Both of them. But the last one is the most important one, right? The 9.41 miles away. We see it in full. So according to this thing, you need a K factor of fucking 0.989182. It's like, is that possible to achieve? According to them, apparently. No matter how improbable. Well, how did you know you didn't just go out there on the right day at the right time to see it, with that type of effect? That's what they do. And then somehow they win. Which is why I think what you were kind of hinting at before about repetition. Repeating the thing multiple times, right? That's what whittles down that kind of argument. Because the likelihood, it shouldn't be that high where you see things consecutively like that. You know what I mean? Like the odds of you seeing it once is already very low. But then think, if you want to throw in like a little twist on it, apply Bayesian reasoning to it. What's the likelihood of you seeing it consecutively as close, as you do one day apart from each other, or several days apart from each other, et cetera, et cetera? The odds go very, very low. Shit like that, you know what I mean?
Yeah, and they also can't say the mechanism, only in a very general way. They just say, "Oh, refraction can do it." Yeah, how?
I know.
Well, how? You got to say how it can do it. You can't just say it could. Yeah. Well, you don't believe in refraction? That's just shit you hear all the time. Well, you don't believe refraction's a thing. Yeah, of course, refraction's a thing. We're talking about it's just, to me, like, I'm even getting pissed off even talking to you about it, because it's just bullshit, smoke and mirrors. It's someone literally trying to obscure the truth, dude. Actively doing it, trying to obscure, and they know they are. You tell me why someone intentionally would come on here and try to obscure the truth. Why? I mean, and I don't believe in the agent bullshit that fucking everybody flips out. Oh, they're agents in fucking the Discord or something. I don't even believe in that shit. But some of these people, their behavior, it like can only be like rationalized why it's even happening, is if they're fucking like being paid to do it. Why would you come in here? Listen, if Earth is not a globe, if you think Earth is a globe, and somebody thinks the Earth is flat, why would you want to convince them based upon a lie or information that isn't truthful? Does just the ends justify the means? Is that it? Just keep believing the globe. Even we got to scare everything and bullshit. We don't care, just as long as you just stay on the globe.
But they think it's true, though, right?
I know, but the ends don't justify
true, right?
Do the ends justify the means, bro?
If you're insane, if these people are either paid, like you're suggesting, they might be, or they're just really like there's something wrong in the head, man. Like Talon, for example, he's the one that blows me up, man. I'm telling you, I've had too many conversations in too short of a period of time where every time I lose my temper, and I don't like doing it. Okay. And it's hard to get me to lose my temper.
I know that. Look, dude, we just lay down the law with him. Next time he comes in here, He's going up on the witness stand, and we're gonna take him through step by step. And each step, nothing's gonna happen until that little step of rationally walking through the problem is resolved. We're gonna walk through it step by step. Okay?
I've been trying, man. Matrix and I worked on him a few weeks back. You've seen my.
There's no taking no for an answer. As soon as he gets off, like, listen, bro, you get one fucking chance. The moment you walk off the fucking track onto somewhere else, you're banned. And just keep doing it every single time. Okay, where were we? Oh, yeah, we were on step 5. We're gonna start there.
Yeah. I've attempted to do that last few times, right? I always like hint at, the India thing. Oh yeah, the refraction thing. Oh yeah, the you didn't give us the data of all these constituent parts thing. Yeah. Like I try to bring it back, because of exactly that. It's too insane, man. Like, check this out. I don't know. Did you get a message from him anytime recently? I think DJ and I were talking. He mentioned he got one. Were you there? Did you happen to get a text from Talon in the last 3 days? 4 days? Check this out. Do I have it? Hold on. He sent me a text. Wrote literally. Okay. He sent a screenshot of some textbook, an older book. It looks like a screenshot of a page from it. He wrote, I didn't post the whole page. They literally say they take temp measurements. LMAO, y'all are so cooked, lol. The Great Trig Survey keeps getting stronger and stronger. Okay?
Yeah, I got that same thing.
Oh, you got the same fucking...
Yeah,
did you read the page?
Yeah, I mean, let me see. I'll pull it back up.
I'll post it in the chat.
So I told him, this is what I told him. I said, shut up, noob. And then I posted about 13 citations saying that terrestrial fraction is not quantifiable from, academic literature. And this is what this is. I wasn't going to get into it with them, but this page, they're telling you how they made the tables, not what they did during the surveying. You understand? Because it says straight up, refraction is had from the tables of mean refraction, and no notice is taken of the barometer and thermometer or the heights of stations above the level of the sea, considers doubtful, blah, blah, blah. With corrections for the micrometers were determined by taking runs between every dot, right? So this, from what I can tell, is how they came up with the mean refraction in the first place.
Sure.
Right? The tables. How are you going to make the tables? You got to make the tables out of something, right?
Wait, the mean refraction? Or because when Talon and I were talking, he only talked about them basically averaging out the angles that they take, right? So you get an average angle from point A to point B, an average angle from point B to point C, or maybe even a reciprocal one back to point A, whatever, right? Then you all those averages, then you sum them, and then you're supposed to get a 180 degrees, right? But if you get over that,
That'd take days.
Huh?
That would take days to get a decent data set.
Well, that's another good point, right? Things change over a few days, right? But he claims because they take enough samples over the course of a few days from all points that it averages out enough, I guess, so far. Like, he's never ever posted any of the data, to justify this. But let's say, let's say, watch this.
Actually read any of this or understood it?
Probably not. But all he has been doing so far has been relaying our inquiries to him through ChatGPT.
To
AI,
and he's open
about it too. That's all he does, right? So according to ChatGPT, this is how they did it, right? So even if we take it at face value that maybe, let's say, okay, between 3 points, you got, a group of guys over there taking the sample on the same day as the other guys, and then they average it out. Even if that were the case, there's still problems. You know what I mean? Because you get an average excess. So maybe on average you get 181 degrees, 182, 180.5, I should say, whatever the case may be. That 0.5 extra, that 1 extra, that 2 extra, like degrees, the problem still comes in how much of that is caused by what? The curve versus the light bending. And then how do you determine that? Proportionally speaking, right? And according to him, they can do some shit, but he's never been able to show. And that's where the frustration arises, man. It's like we've circled on that so many fucking times.
Yeah,
and he just doesn't want to
There's no light bending.
No?
That's the thing. There's no evidence of any light bending. Just because you expect to sight in on a certain freaking dot on your rod, and you sight in either higher or lower, does not mean there's light bending. Okay, that's just a jump to conclusions. Because there's other reasons you could be sighting in at that location. Deflection of the vertical. The curved plumb line and all that shit. That's one reason. Expansion of the fucking rod. These rods, it even says it in here, unequal heating cause them to expand on one side than the other. This is known. Okay, this is known. I've seen this in contemporary geodetic surveying stuff. Is that they should store their rods like in their case, and then when they take them out of their case, they should warm them up. Right? They shouldn't They should only use them when the temperature is equalized, and then they should equalize the temperature to the rods because the rods themselves expand and contract. So
their leveling mechanism varies, basically.
Yeah, everything varies. This is an easy thing to do. Those things there's a lot of variables, needless to say.
Yeah. That's another one, man. So how do they account for that potential?
Light's just bending. That's just stupid. It's just dumb, dude.
Well, I mean, light bending. I mean, you look at what Radwin posted. Like that phenomena of shit going up and down, waving, and all that. If I were trying to sight the beach from that same position where the camera is, I would have to be angling it up and down. You know what I mean? So I get that. But it's just the way.
But the funny thing is, light's not rays. Light. There's no such thing as a ray of light. That's a concept.
I know. It's an abstraction. I know.
So So when you say light bending, you're talking about bending rays of light. There's no bending of rays of light. What's actually happening is the wave front of the phase of the wave is getting tilted. It's getting tilted either forward or backwards. And okay, think about it like this, right? So it's really simple. I mean, so say you had a fucking 12 by 12 tile, right? And it's coming right at you. It's freaking perpendicular to its direction, smacks you right in the face. So you got the entire 12 inches of the tile. Well, if the tile's tipped back or tipped forward, it's going to look like it's a different size, right? It's going to appear compressed or because it's tilted, right? And this is the same thing that's happening when I say wavefront. The wavefront is like the tile, right? It has a front, like a front surface. And I mean, that's the way you can think of it. But it's that's actually the way it excites the fucking molecules in your eye. So there'll be more excited freaking photoelectric fucking cells in your eye if it's straight up and if it's perpendicular to your eye, the direction coming toward your eye, versus if it's tilted. And that's what happens with this turbulence is that the wavefront is changing its orientation. It's not bending or anything. It's just changing its orientation, kind of like wobbling. So it's like these words are kind of like
misleading.
They're being misused. in this context, I'd say they're being misleading, but the idiots that are using the words don't know what they mean in the first place. So they're not misleading anybody because they don't know what they're talking about. But they can be used misleadingly, I guess.
Sure.
Well, I got a good illustration of this. Anyway, my point was, Mick, is that, right, they do surveying. They got to survey India. They got to account for refraction. But somehow, when they go down the Himalayas and they go to the Bay of Bengal and frickin' look across the ocean and they see some frickin' Chinese junk halfway cut off, then refraction don't apply no more.
Yeah, I hear you. I remember asking or posing the scenario was, the, how do you put it, mental exercise in the past. How can one tell between these two scenarios without the finer details? So say scenario one, you're on a flat plane, you look out, it looks flat, but then something changes and it looks curved. Okay? The light bends, wavefront tilts, whatever the fuck, right? Versus the contrary, or the other scenario, you're on a curved surface, you look out, it's clear, you see, the curved part because it's bending and, some shit's blocking some shit out, whatever. But then one day it's, it looks flat. Like, unless you have the known, unless you know all the details of what contribute to the light bending, right? And how,
Nick,
under what circumstances.
Nick, I know how to tell the difference.
If you have the details.
I've talked about it. No. Like, listen.
Yeah.
Chromatic aberration, man. I've talked about this 100 times. Chromatic aberration.
Yeah.
We don't see this. But if you were to make a camera, right? Yeah. If you were to make a camera, say you decide, hey, I'm going to make a camera, I'm going to grind my own lens. Okay, let's take a picture. Hey, why is it all fucking rainbow looking? Oh.
Yeah.
Well, because your refractive medium is too thick, you got heavy refraction going on. The blue takes a different path than the red, which takes a different path from the green, so you get 3 images. Okay, so correct your lens, grind it differently, and then, you can merge these images. And okay. How can you do that to the atmosphere?
You can't.
How come the atmosphere is chromatically corrected all the time? See, it doesn't make any sense. So we should at least some of the time on these high refractive, extreme refraction days, especially over long optical paths, right? Especially the longer the optical path, the greater this effect is going to be, right? Because the more air it has to go through, the more distance it has to separate, right? So we have red going in one direction, green going in one direction, and blue going in another direction, and they're all getting spread out like a prism. Now, obviously, the bigger the prism, the further apart the rainbow is going to be, right? The greater the rainbow. But we never see this. It's never been seen, never been reported. No one's ever seen. Damn, dude, I went out and I saw a freaking refraction rainbow. I went out and I saw the freaking the Willis Tower across the Chicago skyline looked like a rainbow. No one's ever said that.
Yeah, that's a good point. I guess what I was just highlighting was on like the naive, simpleton way of explaining.
No, Nick, the reason I say the reason I even brought it up is because they want it, like, because you brought up a good point. How can I tell the difference between, hey, a flat Earth that sometimes will look like a globe or a globe Earth that sometimes look flat? How can I tell which one it is? No, they just wanted to make it the whole thing unfalsifiable. They want to go, oh, you can't tell. The only way you can tell is you got to go on a rocket to
Earth
space.
is
That's
not
the only way.
flat.
You can't tell from the
Earth
Earth.
is
Remember,
fucking
that's what they
round.
want.
The Earth,
They want you never to be able to tell what the Earth is
shut
from the
up.
Earth. They hate that idea. You have to go to
If
heaven,
the Earth
or
was
I mean
fucking
space.
flat,
Let's go to space. Sorry,
it'd be
I misspoke.
fucking round.
Or did I?
Fucking
No, you got
bitch.
to go to heaven. No, you got to go to heaven. That's the only way you can tell what the Earth really is. When you're in heaven, you can look down on the Earth and see the freaking little people.
So if given it's planar, right? The days where it looks like it's being cropped from the bottom up more intensely than it looks when shit just gets really far, right? We don't see chromatic aberration either, though. So
Well,
it's kind of like
I don't think that's caused by refraction. I have never thought that. Because what do we see? We see like in a little inferior mirage, which is a reflection. That's not refraction. What they try to say is that inferior mirage, and this is what they've always said, inferior mirages are caused by like the light dipping down into colder air, then coming back up and making a double image. So you see directly the thing and then the refracted light popping back up. When it makes like just more just common sense that it's just an actual reflection. They didn't know when they came up with the refraction thing about inferior mirages. They didn't know about things like total internal reflection. That wasn't even a thing yet.
Yeah. Okay. But I mean, but are all images of the kind that I was kind of talking about or hinting at, do they have mirror images? Because I thought I could swear that I remember seeing like one instance of the oil rigs, for example, where they look a little stooped, right? I don't think I remember seeing a.
Well, that's one, but what I've noticed is sometimes they look magnified way in the background, right? So it'll like up to the horizon, there'll be like one like I don't want to call it a color tone, but it's something like that. Look, hold on, let me get the black swan. The other one, the frickin' the halfway cut off one.
Because DJ brings up and talks about a lot about the phenomena they've dubbed stooping, looming, et cetera, right? I think they're forms of what you were talking about. Inferior mirages or superior. I always get fucking confused between them all. I don't fucking know.
Inferior, look, bro. Inferior means under, and superior means over.
Yeah.
So inferior is when the bottoms, right? So you have the city, and then you have the reflection of an upside down city underneath. The superior mirage is where the upside down city's on top. So underneath inferior, on top superior, right?
Okay.
So their tops would be touching, but the city would be above the real city. And if it's under the real city, then it's an inferior mirage. Both of those are does it make more sense that they're just reflections to me? That's actually what they are? Because they're saying that there's a layer, right? A hot, cold layer, in that the light's dipping down into that layer and creating a double image. Well, that's also how reflection works. You have two different refracting mediums, and if the angle is small, it reflects off the boundary and creates total internal reflection, which makes more sense to me than saying the light is going into it and coming back out and making a perfect fucking mirror image. That doesn't even make sense to me.
And you're not the only one. I mean, people within academia are challenging the previously held mainstream idea of what's going on. There's publications out there about it, exactly what you're saying. Exactly. They are, at the moment, it is, the books are getting changed.
Yeah, the textbook's trash, bro. Like, they probably didn't know about it at the time they, came up with the idea for mirages, and it's just like something that just like keeps just going on and on and on until someone like gets the nuts to change it.
Right. Okay. So in these instances, we would see a double image, one reflected of the original. But what about we still haven't?
I know
really
you're talking. I can't find.
Yeah,
I need the.
okay.
I need the black. Oh, there it is. Matrix posted it.
Here's one we prepared earlier.
Yeah, you see how the back, the oil rig in the back. You see how like the color scheme looks different. It looks like faded or blown up. It looks like the oil rig in the back is like how many? Isn't it like 30 miles farther?
No, I think that 3.
Yeah,
I
it's
think.
like 6 and 9, right?
Oh, I heard.
Sorry,
I thought
yeah,
you
6
said,
and 9.
Sorry, I
So
thought you
it's like
said
6 and 9. Now,
Yeah,
you know,
I thought you said 30.
why does it look the same size?
And not only that, it doesn't look. Not only that, but it doesn't look like it's tilting back either.
Yeah,
Right.
well, I mean, there's that. I mean, that's a big problem.
Like that, you know, I always wondered about that one. Like at that low of a fucking sink, man, like that's steep of a curve in 3 miles.
That's a tiny Earth, bro.
Well, that shit, I should be seeing that thing at a fucking like 20-degree angle or something from the looks of it.
Well, hang on. So the horizon's at 6 miles, and then there's curve, right? Like so. Okay, so you've got an Earth with a radius value which is equivalent to whatever would produce a 6 mile horizon, right, from whatever altitude the camera is, and then you've got that the hidden target, right?
Yeah, but I guess the point though is, you know, it is a little bit faded. And it almost looks like around like the. I don't know if this is an artifact of the camera.
The size isn't right. Like the side, there's no way if it's that much further. I'm assuming these two rigs are like nearly the same size. Like,
I think so. I remember looking up one, like to do that modeling there in the Walter Bisling calculator. One of them is 94 feet, I think. I didn't check the other one though. But what I was going to say, like, if you look at the arms on this thing, the little, like the sides there on the cranes or some shit, right? The one on the left, if you zoom in a little bit, it almost looks like a little bit, there's like a pinkish, reddish cloud around it. Like a smudge kind of thing. Like zoom in a little bit. I don't think it's a camera. I don't know if it's a camera thing. It looks like a very, like a little bit of a smear or a smudge compared to the other one there. You don't see that as pronounced. Yeah, not as bad, not as much. See what I mean?
yeah. I mean, I think there's even an inferior mirage on this one that Matrix posted. Because there's a discoloration right at the horizon. Here, let me see if I can pick it up with this.
Normally, chromatic aberration is more pronounced when you've got very specific lenses in your camera. Normally, the high-end lenses will have multiple group sets of glass, all moving in different spaces and different timings to zoom in and zoom out. This minimizes chromatic aberration, whereas some of the cheaper lenses have one thick, chunky lens at the front. You twist your lens, it moves further out, and you focus with it. Those ones with only one big, thick piece of glass will notice it more so. So if you're looking at images, you probably want to be looking at older stuff or stuff that's being used with shit lenses.
But is the chromatic aberration an artifact of the camera lens? Or is it an artifact of
it can be created? No, hold on. It can be created at the camera lens, but it should also be because camera lens is a refracting medium, right?
Yeah.
But so is the air supposed to be. So according to these guys, that the air is a refracting medium, but none of the effects that we associate with refraction. Chromatic aberration, vignetting, that's where it's dark around the edges and like bright in the top. Like magnification, shrinking, right? We don't see any of this in nature. But why not? If the air is acting like a lens that's bending light here and there and everywhere, right, and flattening the curve, right? So if it's flattening the Earth to make it look flat, right? If it's like, if it was 7.6R, right, is what? A larger ball. Well, a larger ball is a magnified ball, right? So not only should it be, 7.6, the Earth should appear 7.6 bigger. Not just the fucking curve part, the waves, the shit that's out there, the boats, the fucking goddamn windmills. It can't just happen to just the curve and nothing else.
Right. Never has the air ever temporarily just so happened to correct my short-sightedness.
I know, right? That'd be great, though. Oh.
Yeah.
It's 2020 Vision Day today. All you short-sighted people, get out there and go surfing. Good day to shoot baskets, target shoot, anything that involves shooting. You'll be good at today because now you can see the target.
Yeah.
I'm wondering now. So checking out the photo from Jaeger Bruno. Well, the second, the last one, right, where it kind of shows that graphic of the colder air, warmer air, the vanishing line, and what happens when it kind of lowers or whatever. Yeah, you see the reflected image, right? But might there be scenarios where that reflected image doesn't reach your eye, but the phenomena kind of creating the kind of elevated horizon line or whatever still manifests, but between that part of the water in this scenario and your eye, it has another effect on that reflected image, so it doesn't reach you, so it just looks like it's one giant body of water.
What I think happens is that whatever you're looking at, like when you look out, especially over the ocean like this, is that it's not as continuous as you think. When I say continuous, I mean like vertically continuous. Meaning, like, say the air right above the horizon, it could be opaque, right? There could be sea salt, frickin' sea spray, all sorts of shit. So light can't, that's beyond. So say you're looking out and the horizon's 5 miles away, say. But the light beyond that 5 miles, and say you have like sea spray right on the surface, if it can't penetrate that sea spray to where you are, it's going to effectively act as a wall, right? Where the light beyond that you wouldn't be able to see. It would just be a wall. But stuff like higher up, that might be transparent, more transparent. Or it could be freaking turbulent or refracting or reflecting or any number of things, right? And then stuff before that, like on the ocean itself, because you're looking at it more at an angle and you're looking into it, that could be freaking just look normal. So it's like a combination, like, because, I mean, I don't think a lot of people understand that at the distances we're talking about, the way light behaves at these shallow angles is way different than where it just behaves at just the regular, because we're like glancing across the surface, you know what I mean? And the light the light that you'd see is like coming in at like a super shallow angle. And that's where, but the thing is, super shallow angles are the reflecting angles.
Right. Yeah, you remember that dive?
I guess they would interfere. They can interfere too, right? If there's a phenomena that kind of like, redirects, some part of the wavefront, it can kind of like cancel out the other part or whatever.
Yeah, and then there's destructive interference. So you could have like, it's called multi-path interference, right? So say you have the light coming in, right? But some of that light gets reflected off the surface. And well, that can constructively interfere on some boundary layer. When I say boundary layer, I'm talking about right at the surface. It's like this is like the fallacy of the single cause. It's way more complex. That's why I start like I want to do this year of the observation. Like if you guys have been following Pavel's dog, like he's got these weird ass observations because he's been just going out there for like a couple of years, and like in the mainstream narrative of what they say is going on, nothing that he sees makes any sense, dude. It doesn't make sense within their narrative. There's no possible. But I don't think anybody's ever gone out and consistently made observations of this fucking sea horizon that this guy has made.
Right. You remember that Dive guy, Beethoven dude? The strange Aussie flat earther dude. You remember him with the pendulum in his kitchen and all that? You remember him?
What's his name?
Is Dive, DEIF or something, like Dive something or other, and then he was Beethoven. Anyway, like yeah, so he posted one day. He posted this footage. I think it was amateur footage of someone had filmed the debris of a exploded fucking SpaceX rocket or something, right? So this thing's way up there and way out, right? And they're following the debris in the frame, and watching it go down towards the horizon. And this shit's on fire, right? And it fizzles out before it hits the horizon, right? And like, so you've got some options there of what happened, right? It fizzled out before it hit the surface, and you saw it fizzle out midair, or it's actually hit the water, right, just above the horizon. Like, so you've got that internal reflection thing going on.
Yeah.
So you're actually seeing more of the surface, and it's fizzled out in the water, or it's hit some sort of like you were saying, some haze, so it's gone behind the haze, and you just don't see it get to fizzle out because it's just the light's just not reaching you. But it was just interesting that, like, this is just amateur footage. They weren't even trying to capture that, right? Like they were just following the debris, right? Because it was a cool event, you know. This thing exploded. I caught it on film, you know. So yeah, it was like that. I'd say, like, my guess would be is that it hit the water, right?
Yeah, I think I know the one you're talking about too. It was like a rock. It was like, this is way back, man. Didn't Red's Rhetoric do a thing on it or something?
I'm not sure.
It was like a rocket launch that like freaking crashed, and they were like saying, or, I don't know, it was one of Elon Musk's reusable rockets.
Yeah. I asked him to post it again, and he never got around to it, and I never got to save it. In politics, where the chat gets wiped.
Hey, here, Mick, look in the chat.
Yeah.
Have you ever seen this one?
No.
It's a clip. Just watch it real quick.
Okay.
Yeah, it reminded me of the dolphins, one that AG posts a lot.
Oh,
the
yeah.
Dolphins.
There's some seagull ones that are like that too. The seagulls just appear out of nowhere. They like dive down to like catch fish, and like one seagull appears like it's floating in the air on the water, but it's not on water, right? It's in the air, but it's like on the air because it's an inferior mirage. So there's like a seagull's like floating there in the air. Another one just like flies up out of nothing, right? It just appears in the air, like you know, half a degree above the water, like. Yeah, man, but just like ships go over the horizon, man. That's it, man. There's a geometric curve, man. That's it.
Okay, so explain to me what I'm looking at here. It's a little bit vague. What's going on?
Dude, there's a boat there. They're dropping cargo into the boat.
Yeah.
So There's an invisible boat on the left-hand side of the oil
It's an
rig.
invisible boat, bro. Do you think they're dropping the cargo into the ocean? Don't you see like it come up, like the reflection of it come up and meet it and then disappear?
Oh yeah. Okay. Yeah, okay, it's got the cargo, and then it hits a certain height, and then it kind of just there's a mirror, and then it just okay. Yeah.
So, I mean, like refraction. I don't fucking think so, dude. That's not refraction. That is definitely caused by reflection, and because this angle, you got to think. If I calculated the angle from the crate, right? So you got two images, right? You got the crate and the reflection of the crate. Now the refracting, the boundary is going to be the halfway point between the two crates. If I calculated the angle between that point, right, that line, to the camera, that angle would be small, like super small, in the thousandth of a degree and 100ths of a degree, or in the 10,000ths of a degree. Well, that's total internal reflection. That has like, even if there's, if you have a difference of, say, in refractive index of 1 in 20,000, right? Which is kind of where air hangs out. Like when you change a degree, the refractive index changes by about a 20,000th. And you just calculate what the angle would, the total internal reflection angle. It's freaking just like 2 100ths of a, or 2 1,000ths of a degree. So it's like, or 200ths of a degree. Is that right? 0.02? Yeah, 2 100ths of a degree. So the part of the problem is like people don't understand that, like at these very shallow angles that you're looking at long distance stuff with, their expectation of what light should be doing is wrong, because it's different, because it's far away and you have these very shallow angles of the light traveling. It's just totally different, just the way it behaves.
I see.
So what I would bet, right, is that if you were out there in the ocean and you measured like to 6 feet above sea level, it would probably be like 3 degrees warmer, 3 degrees colder than like the 3 feet of, like a meter. It's like, say a meter above sea level would be like 1 degree warmer than, higher than it. Well, the light that is above that will reflect off that boundary. Not refract, it'll reflect. There's a little app. I mean, you could just type it in. You like, it's called, little physics simulation. Yeah. It says,
Physics
you can play
simulation,
around.
powder
You can
toy.
yeah, it's just for reflection and refraction. Like, you can just play around with it. You just change the angle incidence, and it'll show you the intensity of the reflected beam versus the refracted beam. When you start getting to what's called the critical angle, all the light's reflected. None is transmitted.
Well, it's like those floating ships, right? Or flying ships. Now, they'd have to be claiming, all right, that there is a total internal reflection thing going on, right? But that whole scene is actually behind the Earth curve and being refracted up, so that the incidence of total internal reflection is being refracted into a position that you can witness it occurring. Because right, they can't just claim that that's refraction, that's light lifting the boat above the horizon, above the Earth curvature, and making it appear to be hovering in the air. Because otherwise, if it's going to show the part of the boat which would be sitting in the water, then it's going to show you the water that it's sitting in as well. It's not going to look like it's in the sky, right?
Right, exactly right. But, you know, I mean, when it comes down to it, Goldberthers, well, at least the worst ones, are going to come in here, and they're going to try and obfuscate all this stuff. They want you to go, oh, in the textbook, it says frickin' it's caused by colder air on top and warmer air on bottom, and what, you think you're smarter than all the scientists?
Yeah, they can explain why refraction decided to just eliminate the water and just focus on the boat.
Yeah, it's pretty crazy. Did you guys were you guys in? I don't know if I was in. Yeah, I was probably in here. Maybe the home server. The frickin' what do you call it? Let me see. Naval Surface Warfare Center. Horizon Infrared Surveillance Sensor. Detection Range Performance. You guys heard of this yet?
No.
No. What's this?
Oh, shit. Okay. So, the United States government, on behalf of the U.S. Navy, decided that they were going to make something called the Horizon Infrared Surveillance Sensor, where they would try to detect, you know, at the longest range possible, missiles, incoming threats, boats, you name it, right? They're going to use infrared sensors to pick up these things. So this report is detection range performance. So they're testing how far away they could detect. They first got a detection of their targets. Now their targets were TLX towed targets were typically conducted in a sequence of 4 inbound burn runs per day. The first run was usually around 200 feet altitude, and the next 3 reached lower altitudes, approaching the intended altitude of 30 feet. This figure shows the effects of a target's altitude as compared to the effects of atmospheric transmission in band over a 200-kilometer path on first detection range. In the top chart, and this is the important part, there is no apparent correlation between altitude and detection range. But if the Earth is a globe, how's that fucking possible? Altitude and detection range should be directly correlated.
Oh yeah, because there's supposed to be a massive hump of Earth curve in the way.
Okay, well, it gets worse. Because this goes along with what we say. The longest detection range was at high altitude in the bottom figure. However, there does appear to be a correlation between atmospheric transmission on detection range. The longest detection ranges occur during the time of the highest infrared transmission. The shortest detection ranges occur during the time of the lowest infrared transmission. In the previous figure, it was apparent that on a single day, you could see the effect of altitude on reducing detection range, but if you look at all the runs, it appears that the TLX altitude was not the most significant factor on reducing detection range. Rather, the overwhelming factor is the change in atmospheric transmission from day to day.
Shocking.
Shocking. There's gambling going on in here. I'm shocked. I'm shocked, I tell you. I'll post that in chat. Link to that.
Yeah, during World War II, the Japanese didn't think the Americans could hit them from far distances. And they were shocked to learn that they were putting shells on target for 20 miles.
So you had to take over Japan and stop them being flat earthers that could shoot artillery shells. What if that crap's a psyop, dude? That freaking flat Earth globe, they tell the rest of the world the Earth's a globe so that they'll believe them and then make military equipment for that. And then when they actually go into war, they lose because the Earth's not a globe. You're accounting for Coriolis and can't hit nothing. Accounting for curvature, can't hit nothing. Think they can only shoot it so far because the curve of the Earth's in the way.
Yeah, the Brits thought the same thing about radio signals, right?
Yeah, the Kinnickabine. How'd that work out?
Yeah, then all of a sudden the Brits had to come up with all sorts of countermeasures for these radio waves that were going over the curve of the Earth.
Oh, Dark Matter lore update.
Oh man, we're going to get a new gravity theory. Yes, we can add that to the pile.
When does a pile become so large it collapses in on itself and forms a black hole?
No, when it falls over, we blame gravity.
Okay, let me ask you a question. Can my friend come?
Okay.
Do you believe in aliens?
Aliens? Jamesy?
Yeah, aliens.
You mean
You don't
Mexicans?
believe in aliens?
Oh, I do.
Only.
I know many. I myself, I'm an alien in the United States. I'm an immigrant, and I immigrated from another country to the United States. So yeah, I'm a legalized alien, someone from another land.
Okay. Now you know the truth.
Do you
Now
live
you
in
know
the country?
everything.
Do you live in the country that you were born at? Do you live there?
The country what?
Do you live right now? Are you standing on the on your mother country, the country that you were born at? Is that where you're at right now?
Yeah.
Is there foreigners in your country, like people like Chinese people in your country?
No Chinese people. No.
No foreigners.
No.
So, yeah, aliens. In the fictional sense, it will be beings from other planets, but in the actual meaning of the word, it will be a legal term, alien for foreigners, people from other lands. The fictional sense, when you're speaking about the globe and being from other planets, like the Earth is a planet, fantasy, fiction, science fiction, then you use the word alien to talk about beings that come from the other globes or the other cartoons' imagination from the vacuum of space. It's fantasy, like in the movies, when you see Star Wars and you see the aliens in Star Wars, that's the globe. That's the globe is the same. They're in the same universe. Fantasy.
What's the argument for that?
That The globe
I haven't
is
seen one
not
before.
the ground that you're standing on. The ground that you're standing on is not curving. It's not a globe. So when you see Earth as a globe, that's a misrepresentation of the Earth. And it will, if you see it in a movie, it's a cartoon. When you see it in the TV, it's not what the Earth is. When you
Yeah, I
see
know
it
that's your
as a globe.
claim. Yeah, I know that's your claim. I'm just asking what the argument is for that.
That wouldn't be my claim. That would be the acknowledgement of the physical or natural world out there. I'm acknowledging the surface of the
I'm
Earth.
just saying, what's the argument
You're
that those
saying
depictions are inaccurate?
because the surface of the Earth is not doing what the depictions are showing you. Like the
That's
water
not
doesn't
an
behave
argument.
that
That's just
way.
a repeat of the. That's just a repeat of the claim in different words.
Okay, the surface of the Earth.
Like, imagine if I said, "Oh, the
curvature.
Earth is not round," right?
So the surface of the Earth is lacks the drop over distance to a specific rate that will conform to the claim of the sphere in the TV screen. So the sphere in the TV screen says that the Earth has specific variables, specific dimensions. So when you go turn off the TV and go outside on the Earth and you check that, you check the Earth, you measure the Earth, use lasers, long distance observations, you do all of those things and you check and triple check and 100 triple check the surface of the Earth and it's not curving, then the thing on the TV is not real.
But have you actually checked, or?
Yes.
Okay, so you must have come to the same answer that all professional surveyors have, right?
Oh yeah, the surveyors definitely tell you that the surface
Oh
is
yeah, so the
measured
professional
as a plane.
surveyors say that we do indeed observe a curve. So.
No, you don't. You're a liar.
We do observe a curve, right?
No, we don't.
I'm glad that you're a fellow Glober. Welcome to the Globe.
Is this idiot even listening, or is he just going to come here and just bark out bullshit?
Have you got Matrix muted?
No, I heard what he said. He said that the movies would be wrong if they don't conform to the measurements we take. And I said, yeah, have you taken the measurements? He said, yeah. And I said, did you come to the same conclusion that
Yeah,
all
but you didn't
professional
listen to what he
surveyors
said.
do?
You kept
And he
fucking
said,
talking,
yeah.
you rude little shit.
And he said, yes, I did come to the same conclusion.
No,
that
you
professional
chose not to
surveyors do.
listen to him. And that conclusion was what?
Yeah,
That he
tell me
came
what was
to
the
the same conclusion.
That's right, you spoke over the top of him because you're a rude little shit.
Yeah, but what is the conclusion?
How about Unity, instead of speaking over him, sorry, Jamesy, don't. You're a fuckwit debate child. We don't need your caliber of shit stain in here.
He spoke about conclusion, maybe.
What he did, Jamesy, and you missed it because he spoke clean over the top of you, was when he said you've come to the conclusion, he didn't even give a fuck what you said, mate. He just ploughed right through. Oh, so the conclusion of all the other surveyors is that it's a globe. And he just ploughed straight through you.
Yeah, I got it. I just wanted, yeah. No, you're right. You're right on point. I get it. That's a tactic. It's pretty obvious. But he's presuming that the conclusion. He's presuming that the conclusion. He doesn't want to talk about the conclusion. He said the conclusion is that it's a globe, and you agree with that. But he's misrepresenting the conclusion of the measurements because it doesn't represent the globe. That the globe
if it's
will be
been measured as a globe, Jamesy, he'd have the measurements. If he knows that it's come to the same conclusion, he'd have these measurements where it shows as a globe.
Yeah.
Unity, have you got these measurements to put forward to everyone? Or are you going to go quiet on us?
Oh, cool, I'm unmuted. I could share such measurements. I could share such measurements if you're referring to the claim I made, which is that professional surveyors do indeed observe a curve. You want me to post a link for that?
You know, Jesse, Path of Light's not a professional surveyor.
Do you want me to post a link showing that professional surveyors observe a curve?
No, we want to post you to post the data that you've got that proves this curve.
Well, my
it's been
claim
measured
was
as drop over distance.
My claim was
blah blah blah. Post it in the side chat. Listen, this is not a debate. Post your data up.
Yeah, my claim was just that
The
professional
debate bro
surveyors...
just post your data. Yeah, you've got to reiterate your claim so no one plows through you. It's a bastard, isn't it? Post your data in the side chat.
Okay? Are you okay? Calm down, sweetheart.
Are you okay? You post your data in the side chat, boy. Yeah, we don't care about your original claim.
You're the man.
Because you have to reiterate it again. Let's just put you on there. You're going to post your shit in the side chat, and then I'm going to unlock you. See, if you haven't learnt yet, kid, I don't go for the debate bro tactics. You come in here, be an adult, not a complete fuckwit, post your data in the side chat. And no one's holding you in here either. No, a lol is not data. You can do better than that. So step up, sunshine. It's your call.
What did he say? What did he say? Did he say surveyors measure curve or something? Yep. Okay.
His claim was professional surveyors. We've got to make sure we get that right.
And observe it. And observe it.
Oh, and observe it.
I'd like the data posted up in the side chat, unless anyone else wants to talk to him and listen to his shit. I thought it was piss week, him just plowing through Jamesy.
I didn't hear. I just got back.
I'll get him for you.
For a second. I'll
get
mute
him.
him.
It's all good.
Okay. Unity. Yeah. If they measure curvature, can you tell me what the reference ellipsoid's for then?
I don't know, but I just know that the land surveyors say that they've measured curvature, so that's good enough.
What?
I just know that the professional land surveyors have said that they do account for curvature when structures get large enough and there's project planning, so that's good enough.
Yeah, but they don't say that. You just made that up.
No, they say that.
No, you made that up, dude.
You want me to just give you a quick Google search or something?
I want I want a quotation from somebody saying what you just said they say.
Yeah, look. So I just quickly Googled it. Professional land surveyors do account for the Earth's curvature.
That's not a quotation. That's a general bullshit.
The approach depends on the scale and purpose of the project. For large scale or precise projects,
still not a quotation.
Such as national mapping. I don't know why you need
not a human being, dude.
Yeah, I don't know why you're looking for
You said they measure it, not account for it.
You said professional
You're just moving the goalposts.
No.
You said he said measure. Indio. He also said measure, not account for. Slightly different.
Yeah. So Unity, you said professional surveyors. That would be a human being, not Google. So show us the professional surveyors saying that.
Yeah. Professional surveyors.
Yeah, an actual one, not the abstract concept. No, an actual one. An actual
you guys
one
seem really
an actual one. Unity. Why are you deflecting? Why are you deflecting? Why are you deflecting from you not being able to?
There's no deflecting. You're just getting a little rowdy. Just calm down. I don't know why you're so
he's not.
Well, you didn't answer my first question. What's the reference ellipsoid for if they measure curvature?
I did answer. What was my answer?
You said you're an idiot and you don't know anything about this subject.
What? I didn't say those words. I said I don't know because I'm not sure how those terms are used.
You know what a reference ellipsoid is?
And then you said, all I know is I've heard surveyors
Hello. What did I literally just tell you?
Surveyors also say that they use... Hold on. Surveyors also say they use a reference ellipsoid.
What did I literally just tell you?
Yeah, but that's what they also say. They also say that they use a reference ellipsoid.
What did I literally just tell you?
Who cares?
You're reading shit off Wikipedia or something. We don't give a fuck. We want an actual quotation from... Yeah, we're just going to talk for a minute. No, you're not. Unity, I don't know if you can get this through your thick little skull, but the debate bro tactics don't work in here. If you're going to put data forward, put it forward. And he thinks he's funny. You're a child.
No.
If you want to go do the debate bro thing, fuck off to politics and do it. No one's going to stop you, mate.
So
seriously.
Unity, let me get this straight. We're supposed to have a conversation with you when you don't know anything about it. Say somebody says such a thing, you don't know who said it and can't quote a particular person.
Yeah, I don't think needing to quote a particular person is some sort of reasonable standard because there are a multitude of things.
You said you've heard them say it.
Calm down. I just started speaking. Why are you cutting me off? Calm down. Calm down.
I'm correcting you because that's what you said. Now you're changing the story. The story was that you've personally heard them say it.
When did I say it was personal? You're just putting words in my mouth.
You did.
That's the best you've got.
Right at the start.
You know you can rewind the live stream and just hear yourself say it.
Do you have that on recording? I'll give you $200 if you have a recording of me saying that. You want to make a bet?
Yeah.
You want to make a bet?
Let me just find the recording.
So the bet is that I said I've personally heard surveyors say that. And if you're wrong, you owe me $200. If you're a man, take that bet. If you're a little bitch, dodge it. Go ahead.
I'm just going to go.
Yeah, you're a little bitch. I knew you were a little bitch. You're submissive and weak. You have no testosterone. You're not a real man.
Oh, I know who this is. Just get rid of him. I know.
Which clown shoes is it?
Yeah. Are you the faggot that's always in my DMs? Unity? Are you that little faggot that's always in my DMs?
Are you dodging the bet?
India?
Are you dodging the bet? Oh, he's
no,
dodging
let me find out what your name. No, I want to find out what your name is.
That's so weak, bro.
Dodging what bet?
The bet that I said that I personally heard a surveyor say that.
That I said, so you get to make the terms of the bet that I bet? I don't think so.
No, you made a claim, and I said, "Are you willing to put your money where your mouth is, retard?"
First of all,
no, you didn't use those words.
Micro penis haver.
First of all,
you're so
you're wrong.
Submissive.
First of all, you're wrong. I didn't say it. T-Dub said it. So you want to correct yourself?
Whichever one of you said it.
That was just whoever. You want to bet on it?
Well,
you bet on bet.
So you think that your friend is wrong when he says that?
$200
so your friend is wrong? So is your friend wrong, yes or no?
No, bet me $200 I didn't say that. You're a little testosterone was a bitch. Yeah, see how that works, you stupid fuck?
Is your friend wrong, yes or no? Is your friend wrong?
Yeah, I just played the same game you did on you because you're so weak.
Now, Unity, just so you know, if you can read the side chat, we know you can write in it, so obviously you can read it too. Just above what you just posted by Yaga Bruno, heard them say it implies you've personally heard that. So you failed, not anyone else. Please try harder.
Yeah, when you say you hear, that means you heard with your fucking ears. You didn't say I read. You didn't say someone told me. You said I heard them say it, right? Correct? Did you hear him say it or not, Unity? Yes or no? Yes or no?
Yeah, Princess, that's you.
Yeah, back to the drawing board, Unity. You in your DMs? Circle jerking your girlfriend?
Finally uncucked. Yeah, so if you're thinking that what was meant is that I heard a surveyor say that in person, how would I even share a quote with you about that?
How else would you have heard it?
You know that if I hear something, that's audible sounds going into my ears. Do you understand that that's distinct from writing that you could extract from the internet from me? How did you get a quote from me?
Yeah,
how do you get a quote from me?
Who did you hear it from?
That's irrelevant. I probably heard it on some YouTube videos, heard people talk about it in like documentaries.
Shut up, dude. Get the fuck out of here.
Could have been in my fucking...
Get the fuck out of here, bitch. Yeah, keep coming back. I'll just keep doing it.
All right, so I'll admit he didn't actually say he's heard them say it. What he said was, I don't know. All I know is that surveyors say they measure the curvature. I can clip it if you want, but that's what he said. So he didn't actually say he's heard them say it. He says, all I know is that surveyors say that they measure curvature.
He doesn't know what they say. He doesn't know anything. He's a bullshit artist. And your bullshit doesn't even come out a good picture.
Video. He's probably heard one YouTube video with McToon and Jesse Path of Lies.
And you know who
Jesse
doesn't
Pat,
account for curvature?
Yeah, Jesse Pat the Light is not a surveyor, by the way. Unity, Jesse Pat the Light's not a surveyor. That's who you got it from. Neither is McToon.
Why do you keep talking about this Jesse Light person? What the fuck? Anyways.
Because most of you little cockstrokers coming in talking about it.
What that is. Anyways, so now that we're clear on how you don't know how quotes work, right? If you want me to find a quote, I'm happy to do that. But I want you to think of this
should already have it.
Suppose that someone
you should already have it.
Suppose that someone says, but Christians say that sex before marriage is bad.
Great analogy. Now get back to your curvature.
If you ask them,
I'm gonna just fucking ban you, bro. Why the fuck can't you stay on topic?
Heyo.
What's going on?
Not much. What are you up to?
What I'm up to?
Yeah, what are you up to? Yeah. What are you doing? What brings you here? Eating. What are we having tonight? Anything good?
I'm eating cheese.
Cheese pizza? Or just cheese, dude? You poor? You just eating down on a block of cheese?
Not just cheese.
Just cheese. Goat cheese?
No, it's like do you know like Turkish cheese?
String cheese.
Turkish cheese? No. That shit's good though. Is it good?
If we said Earth is cheese.
The moon is cheese. Turkish cheese, man. I want to check that out.
Yeah.
So are you from Turkey? Is that why you're eating Turkish cheese?
No, I'm not from Turkey. But Turkish cheese is the one with too many holes. Like you.
I thought that was Swiss cheese. Oh, there's more holes or something? Huh. Why are you eating only cheese, man?
Is that funny?
That you're eating only cheese? Oh,
that has more holes than you.
There's more holes? Wow. So if the earth is a ball, how can there be cheese? Can't be no ball, no cheese on a baller.
Yo, what's up, Shadow?
My friend just came.
Oh, he's here?
Yeah, you can talk to him. His name is 3BTULRA7MAN.
Yep, 3B dollar 7 man.
$3 Yeah. Now we talk to him. He said to me that Earth is flat, and he saw it. He has the proof.
He saw it? You saw it too. Everybody's seen it. What are you talking about? Everybody has seen a flat Earth. Everybody.
I saw nothing. I saw nothing. Don't say
so you're
everybody.
blind? So you're blind? How did you find your cheese if you're blind?
What? I didn't say anything about Earth being flat. He just told me.
That doesn't matter whether you think it is or not. You did see a flat Earth. There's no doubt about that.
No, he just told me that Earth is flat, but I didn't say anything about that. What I can see is Earth being flat, but my eyes can't see is what Earth is being flat, not because my eyes is limited vision.
Chad, what are you trying to say?
He doesn't know.
I don't know.
He doesn't like the idea that he saw a flat Earth. He wants to just imagine that he saw a ball, but that's all he can do is imagine.
Just you need to tell me if Earth is flat or not flat. I don't know. Most of you gonna have a conversation. Okay, it's your opinion, but my friend think it's not flat. Now you can have a conversation to tell me.
Okay,
and
it's not. But you're wrong. It's not an opinion. An opinion is red's my favorite color. That's an opinion. The Earth is flat. Okay. That's objectively true. It's not an opinion.
Okay. Give us your proof.
The ocean.
The ocean. What is about the ocean?
Okay.
What is about the ocean?
Hold on. You asked me a question. Is most of the surface of the Earth ocean water? The surface of the Earth. Ocean. Okay. So whatever the ocean does, that's what the Earth does, right? So hold on. Why you interrupt me? Whatever the ocean does, that's what the Earth does, right? So if the ocean curves, then the Earth's a ball. If the ocean's flat, then the Earth is not a ball.
Okay, let me.
Okay, so the ocean's flat, bro. We know. We measured it. It looks flat. It measures flat. We use it as flat.
Okay, ocean is flat ocean is flat in human perspective. What your eye can see is ocean being flat, but the whole ocean, what your eye can see, is curved.
How?
Because Earth is so massive. Ocean is so massive.
Yeah, it can be so massive, but it can be massive and flat. So why do you think it's curving?
Why do I think it's curved?
Yeah. Why do you think the ocean water curves? Why do you think it curves into a ball?
Because you saw it on the TV.
Yeah, because I saw it in the TV. TV told me.
Okay, there we go. Yeah. So you went outside, you looked out, you saw the ocean, it looked flat, and you're like, nope, go back inside, watch TV.
Bro, let me tell you.
Yeah, that's the situation. You can't get out of it. That's the way it is. You can believe in the TV. I don't care.
Not about the TV. I was making fun of you, idiot.
No, you look at you have never listen. You've never seen curving water. You've never seen a curving ocean. You haven't. That's true. That's why I said you saw a flat Earth. Everybody's seen a flat Earth since the time began.
Look at the moon and the sun. They are totally.
Are they there? So notice how you had to say, "Oh, look at the Earth over here." You said, "Look at something that's not the Earth." The sun and the moon. Why should we look at the sun? Why would we look at the sun and the moon to tell what the Earth is?
Because I'm gonna relate everything together. Because
why you didn't answer my question?
Objectives.
Why would we look at the sun and the moon to know what the Earth is?
Because Earth make gravity with moon because they are objects.
Okay.
Bro,
There's no reason to think that the Earth is like the sun and the moon. Okay?
It is like them.
How do you know they're the same?
Because it is among them. So it should be like them.
What do you mean among them?
It follows the rule. It follows the rules. So it should be like them. The gravity rules, the physics rules.
What about other planets?
That's what he just said. Other planets. Other than what? Other than Earth?
Like, yes.
Okay.
I want to know if Earth is flat, then how the satellites and space station and everything are there in outer space?
Okay, one question at a time. Okay. For the first guy, second guy, I mean, Earth isn't a planet. Okay. So there are no other planets. There are planets, but not planets other than Earth because Earth isn't a planet. Now the other guy, what did you say? TV station?
Yeah. So what I said is that the space station and the satellites, those are roaming around the Earth. So how they are doing it if the Earth is flat?
Okay. How do you know there's satellites and ISS roaming around the Earth?
If you use telescope and at particular time at the night at the sky, so you can see good enough with clarity that something in the sky is rotating, and which is some shape. And
okay, fine. Yeah, but you don't know how high they are. You don't know how big they are. You don't know what they are, right? So let me tell you a story. So about 6 months ago, some astronomers published in a journal, they went back and looked at photographs, telescope photographs from 1947 to 1957, okay? Before satellites. Right? You understand before satellites were ever launched?
Okay.
Yeah, they found satellites before satellites. I'm not making this up. This was published in an astronomical journal. Professional astronomers went back and looked at old photographic plates from telescopes and found objects that looked like they were orbiting the Earth, even though that's impossible because there was no such thing as rockets. There's no such thing as satellites. The point is, from the Earth, you can see all sorts of stuff in the sky, and somebody can tell you any story about them. You have no way to confirm it.
So the thing is, why Earth is round? So if you want to put some mass or put let's say area, the circle has the least area, sphere has the least volume. So everything which is attracting, like why Earth is a sphere shape, because the gravitational force pulls everything to make it the volume of that subject or that matter, whatever it is, in the shape of a sphere, so that its volume is very less as compared to square, rectangle, polygon, or whatever may shape.
I understand. So ninth grade. Yeah, I understand. But that right there, what you just said, that's a hypothesis.
Right? It's not hypothesis. If you calculate the area, if you how times measure.
I understand that part. Hold on, you said two parts. The mathematical part you said and geometric part you said was correct. The part about there being gravity that pulls it into that is a hypothesis. So you mix two things. You mix math with physics. Now the physics part, okay, if your theory is, hey, there's a force, it's going to pull everything into a ball. Okay, that's your hypothesis. Well, you're going to have to go out into the natural world and actually measure that the Earth is a ball, right? To prove your hypothesis?
Okay, and so what about the videos that we see from the space
you better
station?
skate past that one. So has anybody actually measured the Earth as a ball to prove that hypothesis, buddy? That gravity forms things into balls.
Yeah, so that is everyone proved. Like in laboratory they can easily prove that they can increase the gravitational.
They can do gravity. They can do gravity in the laboratory and form balls.
They won't take the gravity part because gravity is like we are not supposed to develop anything.
That's the hypothesis.
But they try to oscillate the object in a high speed so that its gravity is going to be get less, then how the density of the matter is going to change. So that kind of indirect study you can do. Directly gravity you can't study it, but indirectly you can replicate some of these things to study those behaviors. So that's
a lot of nothing. You just told me a lot of nothing, dude. Science is empirical, right? It's based upon empirical evidence. So if you have a theory or hypothesis, you have to go out into the natural world and demonstrate it. So if your hypothesis is gravity forms everything into a ball, you need A, an observation of that happening, or B, something or doing it in a lab. Which one do you have? Neither.
Okay, so
you have to confirm your hypothesis, right?
So if I can't prove the hypothesis, then the other thing is correct. Is it the way to say? Like if I can't prove A, then the B is correct. If I can't prove A, then B is correct, or B is also not correct.
We know B is correct because we know B. The way to prove what you're saying is correct, or at least indicate it's correct, or give evidence that it's correct, is to actually measure the surface of the Earth and show that it's curving. Right? If the Earth's surface of the Earth was curving, then you could say it's a ball, but it's not curving, so it's not a ball. It can't be a ball. And how do we know the surface of the Earth isn't curving? Because we can measure, right? You can shine a laser, and if the Earth is a ball, then the laser will get higher and higher and higher, right? With distance.
Yeah, so that is the thing people are doing. So what is
we've done this, and it doesn't get higher and higher and higher. We've done this.
So how far you went, like, to measure that? Because if you measure this, so 40 kilometers may not be the curvature of the Earth, because Earth is a diameter is around how much?
Yeah, that's great.
But 12,000 kilometers. So in order to get a curvature, you need to go like quite a far enough distance. Obviously I need to do the math, but obviously 40 kilometers is not good enough.
And that's why I'm telling you 40 kilometers is enough, because the drop in 40 kilometers is supposed to be 127 meters. So if I start at a laser, right, on one side I'm 2 meters, I shine the laser across water 40 kilometers. At the other side, 40 kilometers away, the laser should be 127 meters off the water. But we've done this, and it was the same height. From 2
you are measuring
40 kilometers, 1.5 meters at the other side. Not 127 meters, 1.5.
So you are doing it in the water, in the ocean,
in the air, dude. Well, no, this was done at a lake.
So the Earth has different elevation. If you go to, let's say, California, it is a different elevation.
A lake.
So
water.
So a lake is because but the lake has also how lake flows. It's because of the Earth elevation. It's coming from top to down. That's why the water flows. If that is not there, the water won't going to flow. It will be a pond.
Hold on. This lake is an inland lake. It was created when it's called Lake IJsselmeer. It's in the Netherlands. It was created. It's man-made. They cut it off from the sea. It doesn't have a water source. There's no water flow into it. So that don't work.
It's a pond. So it's a pond.
No, it's not a lake that they cut. It was like a what they call a fjord, and then they dammed it up, right? So they just cut it off from the ocean.
So water stay there, or it flows, or there's no way. It's like
There's nowhere for it to flow to.
And how big? The lake is 40 kilometers? That big lake?
Well, it's bigger than that. It's freaking probably like the full size of it's probably like 100 kilometers. But they did their beam was they did 19 kilometers, 12 kilometers, 47 kilometers, or 40 kilometers, 41 kilometers, and I think 12 kilometers. They did 5 different trials.
Yeah, so the thing is, you need to have some sufficient horizontal distance in order to get the Earth curvature, because diameter
I
of the
just
Earth
told
is
you
around.
what it was.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Do you think I can know the difference between 1.5 meters and 127 meters?
Yeah, that's true. And the second thing is the elevation of the water or the ground. That also varies when you move from 1 meter. That is from if you travel like 1 meter, also your ground is going to elevate.
Don't you think we accounted for all this, dude? You're being a dunce, okay? The laser was 1.5 meters off the water. At the other side, the laser was detected 1.5 meters off the water.
Okay, maybe you have done the experiment, so I need to believe.
Water. Water doesn't have different elevations unless it's a freaking waterfall. It wasn't a waterfall. It was a lake. This isn't the only one. There's Salt Lake. There's Great Salt Lake. That's 21-mile laser shot there. You don't understand. Like, you think the Earth is supposed to curve, so you guys all say this. Earth is so big, you can't measure the curve. But if you do the math, it should be easily measurable. So I'll give you, for instance.
I'm just difficult to find a 40 kilometer.
In 15 kilometers, bro, in 15 kilometers, the drop because of curvature should be 20 meters.
Yeah, but I'm just thinking 40 kilometer is like a lake, and the water is not flowing. Water is not flowing anywhere. Just 40 kilometer, water is staying somewhere.
Yeah, it's a man-made lake.
Okay, so can you say like what the name of the lake? I can Google it. Like 40 kilometer lake. I also want.
Lake. It's bigger than 40 kilometers. It's Lake Isomere. I'll post the name in the chat. It's a freaking because it's Dutch. They got weird names.
Yeah, definitely. Because if you guys have done the experiment, so yeah, maybe it makes sense something because you might have observed something that we don't know.
I love how you guys always default to we fucked up. We didn't fuck up. This is like the 7th time it was done.
Okay,
you guys have you pretend you're not biased. You're extremely biased, extremely, and you don't realize it. You're extremely biased. I'm giving you information, and you're just popping up every possible reason you can think of on why it's wrong. You have never, ever in your entire life looked at the globe Earth that way and said, "Holy shit, dude. If the Earth was a globe, how does this work? Or if the Earth was a globe, how does that work?" No, it's only, if the Earth was flat, how does that work? You only question flat Earth. You never question the globe.
Actually, physics makes sense when it is globe.
It just makes sense.
It is flat.
No, you just like it. Has nothing to do with making sense. You just like it.
Yeah. No, it makes sense. That's why how satellites
get Plato wrote down. Yeah. I'm sure that's what the famous philosophers, Plato, he wrote down. It's a globe, just makes sense.
Yeah, in the sense, physics, science, math, and logic, everything match when Earth is
the globe has no logic. There is no logic to the globe. None.
But the experiment, if you have proved something, then obviously that need to be seen because experiment has more weightage than let's say logic, philosophy, and other stuff.
Okay. Yeah. Experiments determine cause and effect relationships. If you want to know the geometry of something, you just measure it. That's the only way to get that. So if the Earth is flat, or the Earth is a globe, you have to measure the Earth. That's the only way to know one way or the other. And because only one thing separates a sphere from flat, that's whether the surface is curving or not. That's the way we can know if it's curving could be a ball. If it's flat, can't be curving. It's called a true dichotomy.
Yeah, but okay, it's fine. But one of my cousin is a pilot, and he also says me the same thing. The way he used to fly the aeroplane. Obviously, you can say that no one has proved, no one has seen that something and all. But yeah, so basically the thing is.
Are you gonna tell me he sees a curve from his airplane, dude? Is that what you're gonna tell me?
No. The way he told me that he has to take this path, like he can't go directly, so that it doesn't make sense because Earth is curve. We have curvature in the Earth, so we need to follow this path. That's why we are going to this space. So yeah, because you can see down there. So let's say you are traveling from Europe to, let's say, Washington, or means like Seattle. So you need to go to the from because the Earth is curved. That's why flight usually say they used to go from the northern part. Then you come to the Seattle. Let's say from France to Seattle. So up there you obviously won't able to see down. But if the pilots, like they used to say, if they come down, they can see that the thing that they are crossing the northern pole when they are going from France to, let's say, Washington, that is Seattle. So they are not going straight from the France to Seattle by crossing, let's say, New York or Minnesota or any other United States.
Looking down from their plane at the North Pole.
No, I'm not saying the pilots and all, but the fighters. There's another thing.
Freaking workshop too.
Okay, it's fine. So the pilot won't able to see that, but the fighter jet, another one, if want to travel, like which aeroplane can travel in a low altitude, and they can easily see around from if we are moving from one location to the next location, how they're which path they are following and what down there.
Look.
So if Earth is a flat, like
I was on a plane. I was on an airplane last week. Okay. You can see maybe from an airplane, even though the globe says 140 miles, I think you can see about 150 based upon my estimation. Okay. Now, 150 miles is nothing. Nothing. You can't tell which way you're going. Planes fly in what's called international and domestic flight corridors. They have transponders. They have waypoints. They have a route which they're supposed to fly. If you're talking about the way the route is projected on, say, a Mercator map, that is just an artifact of taking one coordinate system and projecting it into another. So if you have a polar coordinate system, which uses angles, and then you project it into a Mercator map, which uses, rectangles, which is actually a cylinder, you're going to get distortions because you're doing a different projection. But that's not the way the plane is actually flying. I can post the polar projection from pilots inside the cockpit talking about their map, and it shows they're flying in a straight line. But that's just an artifact of the projection. It has nothing to do with which way they're actually flying.
Okay, it's fine. So one is your experiment. Then second one is obviously they are, let's say, going straight flying. And the third one, if I ask,
they don't
the satellites.
Hold on, let me clear this up. Planes don't actually fly in what they call great circle routes. That's a myth. Air traffic is highly controlled. Like, say you fly from the Atlantic, say you fly from New York City to France. You have to fly in a flight corridor. That means there's a narrow corridor that all the planes fly in. So if you're in New York, that corridor is in like Nova Scotia. So you have to fly north to get into it to fly across the Atlantic, even though it's out of your way. If it was a globe, you would just fly across the Atlantic and you wouldn't take that route. But they fly wherever the goddamn government tells them to fly.
Fine, because obviously you didn't see that, I didn't see that, so yeah, so there's no proof for us. But those who are dealing with those coordinates or those who are flying, let's say, at low level, if those guys can see those things, so they might have.
What are they going to see? What do you think they're seeing?
I mean, yeah, they can see like the route they are following, and in the if the art is flat, so their route supposed to follow.
Airplane. You really need to get an airplane. You can't see what route you're following, bro.
No. What I'm saying is commercial flight is obviously is difficult. Like they are going, if I remember, 30,000 feet or something. So you can't see the city that you are crossing on. But the thing is, if you are going for, let's say, the fighter plane or other thing, those who can fly in very low altitude, and they can see even the earth or the surface, what are the location they are flying on. So I'm saying in that regard, but obviously I didn't talk to any let's say Air Force guy which is using flight like the fighter planes, and he's observing the path and the ground. So obviously I'm not saying that because I don't have a proof as of now. But yeah, no one has said the same thing that the fighter guys, that yeah, if we are moving from one location to the next location, we are following the straight path, not the curved path, and or something like that. So the fact that we know is that the aeroplane or the flight generally follow the curved path because of the curvature of the earth. So yeah, so that is what I'm trying to say. But obviously I don't have the proof
I
for that.
understand what you're trying to say, but it's not a curved path. It only looks that way in a certain projection. So if you show the flight path like on a Mercator map, that path will look curved because it's because the plane is flying in the latitude longitude coordinate system. But the Mercator map is not, it has latitude and longitude coordinates, but they're distorted. So when you take one mapping and you mash it onto another, the line will look curved, but if like you paste it on a physical globe, it would look like a straight line, right? So why does it look like a curved line? Because it's a projection. It's a map projection, but it's a map projection onto a different map projection. So it just looks like that. That's not the way the plane's actually flying.
And that makes sense. And one more thing,
brother, the map is not the territory. Okay, the map is just the map. It's not the territory. That's
yes. But if the flat is a flat, let's say we are staying at the upper part of it, then what about the down? Is there anything else? No. A flat surface is two surface. A flat surface has two.
There's no outer space.
Okay, there is no outer space. And one more thing, why the sun goes down somewhere and it goes up for somewhere? Like sun is like, let's say if you are in US, your sun goes down, but obviously in some country there will be sun is going to go up.
Doesn't go down.
Why it is happening?
It doesn't go down. It just appears that way because things that go off into the distance converge with the horizon. It's called perspective. You ever seen perspective drawing? Everything converges to the vanishing point.
And why it is coming back from the back of side again? Like if it is going east, it is coming from west.
Yeah, because east and west are circles.
If east and west are circles, then
right.
Yeah, then something is moving from east to west.
Circumnavigate and you go east and circumnavigate, you go in a circle and come back to the same spot.
Then all the space program, all the satellite that is happening. So no, just I'm asking. So those are also develop one.
Your mind escapes right back to Fantasyland. That shit's fake, bro. That's it.
Okay.
That's a TV show. Do you understand?
It's fine. It's fine. Yeah. I think I remember. I think there's one movie. I think it's some Third Man or something.
No, the things that they say are not the TV show are still a TV show.
Okay, it's fine. So satellites are not there. Gravity force is also not there. Okay, so what else?
No.
Argument.
So the gravity thing, you have no evidence for the claim that gravity forms things into balls. There's no evidence for that. It's just a claim, right? I said, hey, dude, where's the experiment? We don't have the experiment. It's just bullshit. Till you got the experiment, I can't take it seriously. No one's ever observed that happening, gravity forming. Nobody. Nobody in the history of all humanity has
No. The thing is, gravity is, you see, yeah, no. I think you are getting it wrong there. Gravity is a force.
Oh,
so,
God.
So people have observed that if you can use magnetic force and any force,
I understand
you can
the
apply.
story, bro. I understand the story. There's no evidence for the story. Do you understand?
It's fine. So if the argument is that way,
or not?
No, evidence is what? Like everything is working on that principle. So that is the evidence, you know.
Oh my God, that's circular logic. That's circular logic.
And a pragmatic fallacy.
Nobody ever calculated anything on Earth to do anything on Earth ever using the universal law of gravitation, ever. Little g, the rate of acceleration of a falling object, that's known empirically. You don't even need a theory of gravity to use that. You don't need a theory of gravity to shoot a cannonball. No, you don't need it. It's because you have little g, 9.8 meters per second squared. Little g, we know that empirically because we can measure that.
Yeah.
You don't need a theory. Mass attracts mass is a theory. Do you understand? That's a hypothesis.
Yeah, a hypothesis long since abandoned.
Yeah, no doubt.
So, like, then how the nuclear bomb that has been created? It is also based on that physics and all. Energy is equal to mc squared.
Based on gravity? Jesus Christ.
So energy. It's not. It's based on energy. It's energy. It's based on energy. Mass. When mass is going to dissolve off, then your energy is going to come equal to mc squared. So, so obviously it's not about the gravity part, but what I'm saying is every physics is working well when it comes to gravity, and when it comes to, let's say, Flat's law, then that is not working well.
We have all or nothing fallacy. That if one part of physics is wrong or right, then all of physics is right. No, there's parts of physics that are incorrect, and there's parts that are correct. The universal theory of gravitation is bullshit. They don't even believe it nowadays. They abandoned that for general relativity. That's also bullshit, but it's stacked higher, I guess.
No, in the bullshit you can find it in a natural and physical and natural world.
I mean, I guarantee, but like, I know this is hard for you to hear, but if I ask you what the definition of mass is, you're not even going to know what it is. But you think it's like you'll say it's a quantity of matter. No, it's not a quantity of matter, not in physics. Mass is a unit of measure. It's the measure of resistance to acceleration. That's a unit of measure. So how can a unit of measure attract a unit of measure? It doesn't even make sense. Gravity's horseshit, bro. Sorry, it's just a bunch of nonsense. And I'm talking about the universal theory of gravitation. We all agree things fall. But whether things fall, how you get to things fall, therefore Earth's a ball, that is not logical. You need to fill in the logical gaps to make that statement. And if you want to say gravity forms things into a ball, you need to measure that ball. You don't just get to say, well, we have a theory. No, you got to go out and measure it. You got to go out and test it in nature. That's how you confirm it. Is that unreasonable? To expect confirmation through experiment?
I need to ask maybe ChatGPT, like if they have done any sort of gravity experiment.
Yeah,
but I have no idea.
But that's not what you need. You need is there any observation, experiment, nature that showed gravity forming an object into a ball? It's never been observed in nature. The claim is after the fact, right? We look in the sky, we see balls. Now we don't know how they formed. We have no fucking clue how they got there, how they formed, what they're made of, what they're doing, how fast they're going. We don't observe orbits, actually. If you think about it, has anybody actually seen an orbit? No. From the point of view of Earth, you just see the planets go across the sky and then whip around and go back the other way, and then whip around again and go forward again. That's all we see. We don't see them go around the sun. We don't have that viewpoint.
Then, if we don't see
the
that those
Earth go
things,
around the sun.
no. Yeah, that's true. We are not seeing those things. Then we are also not able to see the frequency. Now we are talking to each other from the internet, from the web, and everything. We don't see that. We don't see electricity.
That's great.
Yeah, we don't see air. So everything is now questionable.
Well, we can measure the electricity. We can measure all these things.
So, but these measures are again based
they exist because we're generating it somewhere, someplace. They freaking built magnets and wires and freaking substations and towers, and they freaking flipped the switch and turned them all on. That's how we know the electricity's there. We put it there.
Okay, it's fine then. Do I have anything else to say?
How come you're not doing this to the globe? Why don't you go on ChatGPT and ask all the reasons why it's not a globe?
It's fine. Yeah, it's quite interesting talking to you, and yeah, you have good arguments and good points. But obviously, it's difficult for us to believe. But yeah, you have good points.
I don't know why, because the flat Earth is not about believing something; it's about abandoning a belief. You'd be leaving belief behind, and you guys just don't seem to comprehend this for some reason. I know. I think that's harder to believe that the globe is a belief than actually believing the globe. It's like you guys can't comprehend that you're stuck in a belief system. Okay, we observe the Earth is flat. Nobody has to believe that. The Earth looks flat. Even the scientists say, well, locally, yeah, the Earth is giant and it looks flat. You said it. You said the Earth looks flat. We don't have to believe any of that. We see that. Now, saying it looks flat, but that's because it's a giant ball, that's a belief. Okay? Because you actually don't have the evidence for that to support that. Not from observation. Now, you can conceptually in your mind think, yeah, if I can think of a ball that's so large it would look flat. Well, I can think of a shark that's so large it would look flat. And I can think of a freaking, Roger Rabbit is so large he looks flat, or any other thing. Any large enough thing, if the other thing's small enough that it'll look flat. Great. But that doesn't mean it is that thing. You want to know what looks flat too? Things that are flat look flat. Yeah, things that are flat look flat. Now, I don't have to believe that. That's just true. And, we don't have the belief. The belief is stuck on you guys.
Welcome.
Hello.
Yay, this one speaks. How's it going?
Pretty good. Thanks for asking. How about you?
I am fantastic.
So is everyone muted?
Most of the time they do. It's just if they all speak at once, it's just noise. You just can't understand a word. So they normally just mute and sit back, wait for someone nice to pop in to talk to.
Okay. Gotcha.
So, since you're in here, what do you think? We're living on a ball, tilting, wobbling, spinning, 72% covered in water, flying through the vacuum of space? Or is it planar with topography?
I mean, honestly, I don't think the Earth is flat.
You don't think it's flat, so what do you think it is then?
I mean, it's a globe, so it rotates through the orbit.
You said that with confidence?
I mean, from my understanding, that's what it is. I mean, if it's flat, then it just wouldn't really make sense to me. Like my brain just can't grasp it.
What do you mean it wouldn't make sense? What part of it wouldn't make sense?
Well,
your car will magically stop working, or why wouldn't it make
no,
sense?
it's more like it's more like how do you say it? So like when it like how would that work exactly? Like through the orbit, like you're supposed to. I mean, it would make more sense if it's a globe, so that when it rotates, some parts of the world, like the time zones would make sense. The time zone differences would make sense. Like some parts of the world would
Time
be
zones don't make sense.
morning.
You know that there's
Yeah.
like 19 time zones in the north, 24 in the center, and 32 in the south. Did you know that?
Mm-hmm.
They're not. It should be 24 everywhere, but it's not like that in reality.
Okay.
So I don't know
Interesting,
how
isn't it?
time zones make sense. Actually,
Okay, so what's your theory?
well, first of all, nobody's ever observed the Earth orbit anything or rotate. No one's ever seen that. From our viewpoint, we don't see, on Earth, we don't see the Earth orbit the sun. We don't see the planets orbit the sun. In fact, nobody's ever observed the orbit ever of anything. Ever.
Okay.
I mean, I've said this to lots of globe earthers. I said, okay, show me something orbiting something else, something else. I want to see a full orbit. Never seen one. And I'll never get one. We see the planets like move against the background stars, and like Mars and some other ones, they do like a little loop-de-loop thing in the sky, but we don't actually see them go around the sun. We don't see us go around the sun. We see the sun move across the sky. We see the stars move.
Okay, so if the Earth is flat, so the other planets are also flat?
The Earth isn't a planet. Earth isn't like those things. There's no reason to think that the Earth would be like that. Well, I mean, what would the reason be that you could come up with that you would think the Earth would be a planet from observation? You look in the sky, you see a planet, you go, wow, that's just like Earth. Why would you even think that?
Okay, so
I know
Earth is
the
the
answer to
only
this question,
planet
by
that's
the way.
flat.
The answer to this question is there's something called the Copernican principle that was adopted a long time ago. It's a philosophical principle that says the Earth is not unique. And if the Earth is not unique, then it's just like everything else. When I look in the sky, I go, Earth is just like that because it's just like everything else, right? But there's no basis for that. It's just philosophical. And a long time ago, people decided that that's the philosophical position they're going to take and built a whole construct off of that. Now, if they took the position that the Earth was unique, at worst, they'd be geocentrists where everything was orbiting the Earth, which is what people used to believe, right? That the Earth was the center of everything. No, wrong channel, buddy. Okay. The point is like, when you said with confidence that the Earth is a globe, we've asked a lot of people, how do you know the Earth's a globe? And they can never say how they know. They always point to how they think other people know. We've talked to lots of people, scientists, PhDs in physics, astrophysics, cosmology, you name it, we've talked to them. Lots of different people over the years. And if I talk to them, they'll say that the people that you think have the answers, they'll say the same things you do. They think there's just somebody else out there with the answers. We can never find the people with the actual answers. Like, okay, who's ever seen an orbit? You'll never find somebody that can actually say that they've actually observed an orbit. A lot of it's like it's almost like a mathematical construct. It's a concept that's been built up over centuries, and it's complex and complicated. And I know to you it probably doesn't make sense because you think the universe has planets and stars and galaxies and black holes and all this other stuff in it. But the evidence for that is very weak. And to us, at least to me, it's just another story about the stars the same way they told stories 1,000 years ago about the stars, and they all thought that they were right. And 1,000 years before that, they told stories about the stars, and all those people thought they were right. And nowadays, we're telling stories about the planets and stars, and we think we're right. But in 1,000 years, they're going to think we're wrong and that we were a bunch of idiots.
Okay, so if
every generation thinks they're right.
If the Earth is flat, then where is the end of the Earth?
There's no end.
And
the Earth isn't in space. And put this way, think of the Earth as like the floor of the universe. Everything is above it. There's only the Earth. There's no outside the Earth. Like you can't go outside the Earth. It doesn't make sense. It's like asking, "Hey, can we go outside the universe?" It doesn't. That question doesn't make sense because anything outside the universe would also be part of the universe. So you can't actually go outside of it. So there's no outside the Earth. There's no outer space. There's no spaceships. There's no freaking people orbiting the Earth. All that stuff is just a TV show. And I know that's crazy, and you're thinking, this is fucking crazy. How could they fake all these TV shows? I mean, fuck, dude, they fake Santa. So lots of photos of Santa. They can't all be fake, right?
Mm-hmm.
Because someone can make the same argument for Santa Claus. There's thousands and millions of photographs of Santa. Santa's real because the photographs prove that Santa's real. Because there's so many of them, right? This globe Earth thing's in the same position. Because these pictures of the Earth, they show one thing, always. That the Earth is covered mostly in water, and that water curves into a ball. But when we go check in the real world, like the ocean, a lake, a pond, anywhere, the water doesn't curve, and the water's flat. So if you have more than 50% water on the surface, and that water doesn't curve, then the Earth has to be flat. It cannot be a ball.
Okay, so you're saying Earth is a limitless flat platform?
Not limitless. I mean, limitless, I don't even know what that is.
Like boundless?
I don't think it's inside of something
Since
where
said
like
there's no end.
Yeah, what I said was
Okay, so how do you explain
doesn't make sense. What I'm saying is Earth is not an object that you can hold in your hand. That's how you think of Earth, like it's a ball that if you were a giant, you could hold in your hand. The Earth is not an extended object that you could hold in your hand. It's not an object at all.
Nobody really says the Earth is an object that you can hold in your hand.
Well, if you were a giant, right, I got the whole world in his hands, right? Yeah, they do say it. It's the whole song about it.
Well, I mean, even if you're a giant, like you would still be smaller than the Earth.
I mean, a giant, like bigger than Godzilla.
How would you explain the core of the Earth then? If So you're saying there's no core of the Earth?
What is the evidence that I have that there's a core other than a picture in a book? That's not of the core, which is just a drawing someone drew.
Yeah, guys, can you hear me? Hello?
Has anybody drilled to the core? What's the deepest hole ever drilled? Do you know?
Hello? Can you hear me?
7 miles. The core's supposed to be 3,959 miles away. So they got a long more way to drill to prove that a core exists. Told you the global idea is sophisticated. It's been built over years, hundreds of years of people just adding more and more things on it. So I'll tell you this. If I have a set of data, I can make that data fit to anything I want. I could say, well, I'm going to interpret my data with the Earth as a pyramid. And then I can make the data work in the framework of Earth as a pyramid. Or I can take this data and say, Earth is a ball. and I can make that data within the framework of the Earth of the ball. And this actually happens all the time in science. I'll give you a specific example. There's a paper that's published about where they're measuring. They're called telluric currents, which is electricity in the ground. Now, if they assume that the Earth is the ball, they can make predictions about what the currents will be 300 kilometers away. But they can also make the same predictions if they assume that the Earth is flat. They can also make predictions of it being 300 miles away. So the framework, in that instance, it doesn't matter if the Earth is flat or a ball. You can make the data fit because you can change your assumptions about what's happening and make it fit. And they've been doing this for hundreds of years. And there's a lot of myths that go along with the globe Earth, such as eclipses. I always run down these. So eclipses, people think that they use a globe Earth to predict when eclipse happens, and that's how we know eclipses prove the globe. In fact, eclipses are first predicted by flat earthers in 2000 BC, and the first known exact eclipse prediction was done by Thales of Miletus, a Greek flat earther, in like 300 BC. So people think these things. There's a lot of mythos behind the globe which just aren't true. Eclipses are predicted with flat Earth mathematics. Sunrises and sunset, flat Earth mathematics. They don't use the globe to predict when those things happen. So there's just a lot of myths about all this stuff. About what a globe enables us to do. Okay, I'll give you another one. GPS. GPS uses a globe. No, it doesn't. It uses something called Earth-centered, Earth-fixed coordinate system. I know this is probably like, holy shit. You can fact check me on everything I'm saying. You can type it into ChatGPT, type it into Google. I don't care what you type it into. What I'm saying is factually accurate.
No. I'm mainly silent because I'm also in the middle of work.
Oh, that's fine. I'm used to people just going silent for lots of reasons. But it's just, sometimes people don't believe us, or some people think we're mistaken, or maybe they think we're interpreting things wrong. No, this is all in mainstream. I mean, we're using mainstream information. The thing is, most people, just like I did for 50 years, Earth is a globe, and I never checked to see if what they said was actually true. People, at least in here, and on our main server, and in the politics server, and running the same channel, we checked. Because, okay, they said the Earth is a globe of 3,959 mile radius. Okay, there's these geometric consequences. Let's go check to see if this exists. We went out and checked. They don't exist. And we're not trying to convince you the Earth is flat. We're just sitting in your head telling you, hey, dude, we checked. The globe they says exists can't possibly exist because we measured it. And nobody else did. Like, one thing we used to ask people was, hey, who do you know from either now or in the past ever measured the curvature of the Earth? And the answer is always, I don't know, or nobody. Because nobody's ever done it except for flat earthers. There's no curvature to measure. And I'm not saying believe us. What we all say is, go check yourself. You don't have to believe a thing we say. This isn't a contest between us and NASA, where believe us over NASA. Don't believe us or NASA. Don't believe anything. Just go out and check. I checked. Checked multiple times. They say ships go over the horizon. Okay, let's go to the beach. Watch ship go over the horizon. Okay, I got this app, marinetraffic.com. Where's the boat? Okay, it's 6 miles away. Let's watch it for a while. 1 hour goes by, it's farther away. 2 hours go by, it's further away. 3 hours go by, it's further away. Hey, man, it's 30 miles away. How come I can still see it? It should be 400 feet under the horizon. But it's not. The globe Earth says it is. The globe Earth says I can't see that boat, but there it is. So that's the situation, at least on our side, that we're in. We've gone out, we checked, we tell people, hey, we checked, and we get a bunch of shit for it for checking. But I thought science was supposed to be testable, repeatable, verifiable. But then we get a bunch of shit for testing, repeating, and verifying, and they're like, well, no, we don't want to revisit that flat Earth shit. How would you guys? We want to believe the Earth's globe. Believe what you want. I'm not into the beliefs. I'm into, we go out, science is supposed to be empirical. We go get the empirical evidence. And the empirical evidence the Earth is flat. It's pretty simple. It's not complicated. There's only one question that can answer the question. Does the surface of the Earth curve or not? If it curves, it's a ball. If it does not curve, it's not a ball. That's the only thing that can prove it one way or another. You can look at the sun, you can look at the moon, you can watch TV, you can do all sorts of other stuff. Most of the so-called evidence of a globe is ambiguous. It can be interpreted within a flat Earth as well. It's what we call not globe-exclusive evidence. It could be interpreted as flat Earth evidence, or it could be interpreted as globe Earth evidence. Just depends on what you presuppose. But the only definitive way, like I said, curving or not curving, will decides it. And from what we've measured, it's not curving. I mean, we got 40-kilometer laser tests, 475-kilometer long-distance observations, 10,000-mile frickin' radio transmissions. I mean, 800-mile, it's called LoRa chirped low power radio waves over the ocean. Even the frickin' NATO had a microwave system across Europe that communicated over 800 miles, which should be, there's something like, in 800 miles, there's about 40 miles of Earth curve that should be in the way between the radar stations. So that means there should be a 40-mile hump of ball between the two radar stations, or the microwave stations. And there's not. It's just like, it's all over the place. I mean, they did 10,000-mile radio transmissions in 1918 during World War I. So there's no repeater towers. There's no satellites. There's nothing. How did they broadcast the United Kingdom to Australia in 1918 and talk to them over the radio? It's almost like North Pole, South Pole communication on a globe. It'd be like being in northern Canada and talking to, Amundsen Station at the South Pole. Well, that's not impossible on a globe. But we know all the stories too. We know all the globe stories. Everyone here grew up on it. It's all been like, we all been brainwashed with it. We know it. We know it just as good as anybody else. So it's not, a lot of people, they're prejudiced and think that, oh, these flat earthers, they don't understand the globe idea, or they don't understand the heliocentric model. That's why they don't believe it. They just don't understand it. And if I just tell them about it and they understand it, then they'll obviously realize the Earth's a globe. No, we do understand it.
That's why we're flat earthers.
Exactly. We do understand it very well. And we're like, hold on, this globe idea don't frickin' hold water. Of course it don't hold water. It's just spinning fucking balls. Spinning balls don't hold water. I mean, if you want something flat, what do you use? What tool do you use? Use a fucking level. How's a level work? With spirits inside it. That's a liquid. Yeah, I mean, just wrap it up. People think the flat earth is a belief, but it's actually the globe earth that's the belief. We observe a flat earth every day. You go on a plane, go on a mountain, go anywhere you want to go, hot air balloon, altitude weather balloon, jump out at 128,000 feet like Felix Baumgartner. No matter where we go, normal people, the earth is flat. Now, there's a group of people that claim they're special and they went someplace none of us can go, and they saw the earth as a ball. Now, you can believe that, or you can trust your own lying eyes that the earth looks flat because it is flat. Because we always hear, well, a giant ball looks flat. You know what also looks flat? Something that's flat. The obvious. Things that are flat look flat.
Ladies and gentlemen, we got him.
I used to pull apart my shit just because I was curious how it worked.
Yeah. Dude, what you said was awesome, man. That was good. But he wasn't really hearing you. I hate when they do that. When they ask questions and they only half listen. It's annoying.
Yeah, I know. Because it's just too out there. Like they can't. For them, there's only certain a setting within which we could discuss this, right? There's no other setting that they can conceive of. I understand why it's really difficult to wrap your head around.
Well, I mean, we're gonna always end up with the identity crisis. The identity, like, oh my God, I'm not gonna be a flat earther. I can't be a flat earther. What do my friends think? What do my family think? So there's always that psychological wall where they're like they can't really take what you're saying seriously and like internalize it because they're afraid. Because they come in here and like we sound normal. We make sense. Everything we're saying is rational, but the Earth can't be flat. No way. Why would they lie? It opens up such a huge can of worms of questions, right? That they can't like, oh my God, if that's true, then what else is true? You know what I mean? Some people don't want to go down that road psychologically. I mean, I don't blame them.
Yeah.
You can ruin your own life. Shit, man. I was just about to get a job at NASA. Josh got me in there. And I became a flat earther, damn it. You in here when Talon X was in here spurging out?
Yes.
Oh my God, he was going mental, man. I was on my phone, so I couldn't really post stuff because I was like getting ready to go to the gym. But, God damn, he lost his mind. I thought he was going to be all right too because the last time he was in here, at least when I was in here and he was in here, he seemed like he's like, this is like one of the better.
It was like chill, right?
Yeah, he was like, this is one of the better channels on the server. You guys let people talk. Well, guess that honeymoon's over.
Yeah, it's all back to normal now. Yeah. Business as usual.
Motherfucking Neil. Neil, what you doing, boy? Shout out, Neil.
Hi.
What's up, man? How you been?
I'm chilling. 2026, easing into it.
I haven't even talked to you this year. What the hell?
I know, right? It's almost like I'm growing up. No, I'm joking.
Grow up so fast.
I'm just chilling, bro. How you been?
Oh, yeah, I've been all right. I'm chilling too. We all chilling.
Yeah, man.
And now that Mark's here, talking about spurging out, I had a bit of spurg out, and he was. I couldn't help it, man. He was like, I just lost my shit with him.
Who's this now?
He was just like a little kid going, but why? And then you answer that, and they're like, but why? And then again, why? Like, that's what he was being like. It was like, ugh.
Are you talking about Talon?
No, this guy called Mark. What was he? Philosophy something. Goes by Mark.
Oh, so was he's doing the sea lion troll where you just keep asking question after question after question?
Pretty much, yeah. And it didn't matter what you said, and it was all leading back to because you pretty much say, look, we're not making a size or dimension claim. We're just saying that the surface quality is flat and geometrically has to have curve if it's a sphere, right? The surface of water is flat. Yeah, but you don't know the size, right? How far does it go? Where's it? It's just like. What? I said, why would we even know that? Because you're claiming to know. And I was like, Jedi was like, no, we're not. We're not claiming to know those things, just this one particular thing, he just wouldn't let it go, bro. I just lost it with him.
Who was that, Mark?
Yes, Mark, yeah.
Oh, he's a pain. Normally you get the question, what's your epistemology of the flat earth?
Here's my epistemology. What you see is what you get. It's like a web browser. The web browser editors, they call it what you see, what you get editors. That's what I'm talking about. Whatever you type in the editor, that's the way it looks on the web page. I was trying to get that guy. I was trying to get him to argue against what you see is what you get. I wanted him to argue that believing his own eyes was okay. I'm always trying to get to do that because I think it's hilarious when they have to take that absurd position. You can't believe your own eyes, you dumb flat earther. You have to evaluate all reality with a slide rule and a calculator.
Right, but wasn't he just trying to determine what the Earth is by looking at what the things in the sky look like?
Exactly. It's selective empiricism. Someone did that. I don't know if you were in here the other night. What if you went up to space and saw the Earth as a ball? And so I told him, I'm like, well, that means if I came down here, I'd be able to measure the Earth curve. So, but that in and of itself, you see a flat Earth every day and you don't believe it. But I'm supposed to go fly in a rocket and see the Earth as a ball, and then I believe it's a ball, but you see the flat Earth every day, and you don't think it's flat? That sounds like a double standard. He freaked out after that. Because, they think that's their ace card.
I love it. That's funny.
The other question that's been breaking them lately, Indio, is when you say to them, outside of your mobile phone, computer, and media or television, where have you seen the curve? And they seem to go into robot malfunction mode.
Any astral projection answers? I was astral projecting. I took a bunch of that guy was trying to make Earths a go because of ayahuasca.
That guy was ridiculous. Guys, I sent my soul up into space. I looked down. I saw the ball.
Yeah, I asked that. I don't know if you were just in here, Matrix. I just asked that kid, does anybody know the boundaries of reality? He's like, yeah, some people take DMT, and there was a study about DMT, and they could see stuff. And they were just high.
Wow.
Yeah, it's a freaking. I took hallucinogenics, and I thought they were deep at the time. But now I know I was just high. Okay? I was just fucking high. It wasn't deep. I was fucked up. That's all it was. It's not complicated. People try to read all sorts of shit into their trips. No, you're just high.
Sorry, son. You're off your head.
Yeah. You just freaking. We even do it when we were a kid, right? We'd spin around in the circle to get dizzy.
Now, there's actually a comedian that stood up and said that when they ban all drugs, they are going to go out into their backyard around until they fall over.
Oh, we used to just hyperventilate. Yeah, that gives you a good buzz. Spin out, see shit.
We used to do. I mean, they freaking would expel you if they caught you us in school doing this. But you bend over and hyperventilate for 30 seconds and stand up, and then someone put you up. You stand up with your back up against the wall, and someone pushes on your neck to cut off the blood supply. Dude, you go like instantly into a fucking dream, man.
Yeah, you're inducing a short-term coma.
Yeah.
We used to do that in school.
Yeah, but I just always found it weird. Like when you go to sleep, right? You have to like sleep for a couple hours to get into a dream state, but it's like you go instantly into a dream state. It's freaking really, really odd. We used to call it we call it China syndrome or something like that. I don't know where that name came from, but China syndrome was a movie about a 3 Mile Island, their plant meltdown. If you guys remember.
Came from China.
Was that Michael Douglas?
I think it was Jane Fonda, right? In could have been, Michael Douglas. Yeah, you might be right.
I'm not sure. I'm just I remember something about that.
Oh, you got it, Michael Douglas. And I was right, Jane Fonda. And who's the other guy?
Oh shit, there you
Jack Lemmon. Yeah, Jack Lemmon was the.
Jack Lemmon? He was in a serious role?
Yeah. He was actually pretty good in that. Dude, but the cast of that movie, that's the pinnacle of libtard. Dude, I'm thinking about this movie, right, and how people were back then. How liberals were and like what they stood for. And though they were like a bunch of hippie peaceniks, during the Cold War, and that brought them a lot of animosity. It is admirable to fight for peace. But they're all sellouts now. All of them. You ask them, should we send more weapons to Ukraine? They'll be like, hell yeah. Right? So they're all full of shit.
Right. Yeah, they should be stay out of it. It's not your fault.
Yeah,
leave it alone. People are dying.
I mean, I remember the peace movement was about peace worldwide, right? No wars anywhere. That was the idea. Now it's to be like just peace with over there, and if you don't, it's like peace or we'll kick your ass. You know what I mean? That's where we're at.
Hello.
Hello.
Hello, Flat Earth Tribe.
Tribe. That sounds racist.
No, it's like a place where I belong.
Place
like a tribe.
where you belong. Yeah, we could be tribe, club, like holding hands,
the
sing
cool kids
Kumbaya by a
club.
campfire.
Well, yeah, holding hands is fun and it's good for your body, and you get oxytocin with human contact. So.
Oh my God, do you do astral projection?
I've tried before with limited results. Hold on one moment. What? Hold on, I'm not muted
yet. Oh, this is gonna be fun. Gonna be nice.
Okay, why did you ask about astral projection?
Oh, because I asked the guy a little while ago, 10 minutes ago.
Okay, I've had very limited.
No, hold on, let me finish. I asked him if anybody knew what the boundaries of reality are, and then he went into some people did some ayahuasca studies or something.
Yeah, I've done dimethyltryptamine and LSD and mushrooms, and dimethyltryptamine is definitely the most profound. But back to astral projection, do you believe in stuff like that, or?
That you can do it? Yeah, certainly.
I mean, I've had a few weird experiences.
I don't think you should, but I think you can.
No. Well, it's hard to do
summoning
it
a
for an
demon,
extended
right?
period of time because if you get up in your emotions or you get shocked by your experience, you'll snap right back to your body. One of the weirdest experiences I had was I was meditating by the water and I calmed my body and I started to see myself literally walking and wading through the water, but I got so shocked by what I was seeing that I snapped back to reality. And then another time I was laying in my bed trying to do it and my head came out of my body, nothing else, but I could see 360 in the room. And then another night I got out of my bed out of my body and went up to the window and looked through it. But then I guess I fell asleep because I have no other memories, so I don't know. So yeah. But I love
one
stuff
night and I felt like I was floating above the bed. And then it felt like I actually sank back down into it, and I just laid there freaked out.
Yeah, have you ever tried
Boys and
falling
girls is
through the
why you
floor?
shouldn't do drugs.
Well, no, I wasn't doing this when I was on drugs. You can't do stuff like that when you're on drugs. You don't do stuff like that. Like you can't achieve things like that without being sober anyway.
When you did these events, did you find afterwards the next day that you were absolutely cooked and you'd run out of energy?
No, I didn't feel any different.
Interesting. But other people say that when they've done that, next day that they are spent, like as if just flat batteries type, worn out.
Well, the experience was so short and I snapped back into my body so fast that I don't think I expended any energy at all.
There you go.
Yeah. Things are never as it seems, I suppose.
No, I think they're exactly as they seem. People
Yeah.
are just I think the things like the metaphysical parts of reality, I think they're pretty obvious and people ignore them and try to pretend they don't exist because you can't put them in a jar or put them in a test tube or, weigh them on a scale. So, but everybody sees it every day. They experience it their entire lives. I think it's pretty obvious. Everybody's had, I'm not going to get into like the weird coincidences that people have. And I mean, you literally, you have to actively ignore it to not see it as far as I'm concerned.
Yeah. Yeah, astral projection isn't.
But that's a part of being alive. You know what I mean? That's just one part because we also are physical, and it's that the rub, right? The friction between those two things, which give life its its zest or whatever. I don't know how else to call it. Shit would be fucking boring if it was all physical, and it would be just as boring if we were just disembodied spirits.
Yeah, I like the idea of not being limited to my body. Like, I like to think that, for sure, that we're limited by our senses to an extent. That's what causes our sufferings too. And then because we're so attached to what's going on in this body, the physical reality, and we have such a ego and all of these things that make us think things are impossible too. And then
well, I mean, you shouldn't neglect your body because there's a lot to be said with
well, no, you shouldn't neglect
honing and training your body to do some particular thing just like extremely well. I mean, like a sport, painting, art, all that stuff takes a supreme connection with your body. And like, I don't think I'm kind of like more holistic about the whole thing. I'm not like, well, it's this and not that. A lot of people are like, it's mystical or it's all physical, and no, it's all of it. And you can sit there and the thing is to harness all of it together. You know what I mean? It's
that makes sense.
mind, body, and soul, right?
Exactly. Like I feel like people don't focus on all three all the time. You know, they're just like body, 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 or soul, 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 and not mixing it all together. So you would say that you believe in like the metaphysical, it's just a part of reality, that we've just given it the label of metaphysical as if it's some separate thing from the experience, but it's not, right?
Yeah, I mean,
please fuck me.
Not everything can exist. It's easy to prove that not everything can exist in an empirical way that you could stick in a test tube, like human rights. Everybody believes in human rights. Where do they exist? Can I weigh them? Can I weigh them? So we have these concepts and ideas, and they certainly exist. The laws of logic exist. Certainly, the law of identity, the law of non-contradiction, the law of excluded middle. These logic exists. Where does that exist? Where does mathematics exist? I mean, these are like, these questions have been asked for 1,000 years, but they exist. The people that are materialist atheists are like, all there is material matter, and that's it, and the laws of physics and energy, and that's all there is. There's nothing else. I don't think they actually believe that. I think they're just like rejecting. They're just afraid of things they can't understand or explain in that way, right? In the mechanistic, physical physics way. This happened because of this. Here's the equations and blah, blah, blah. I mean, what's the equation for serendipity? What's the equation for coincidence? What's the equation for all these human events that we have names for that happen to human beings all the time? There's no equations for them. There's no formulas. There's no laws of physics. There's none of those things, but they certainly happen.
Would you say that could be part of like the consciousness, maybe?
I'm sure an atheist would say, "Well, that didn't really happen that way. You just thought it." I don't know. They try to come up with all sorts of things. You're just giving meaning to something that actually has no meaning. Yeah, they'll say things like that. Like, okay, go with that. I mean, you can believe what you want, dude. Go with it. It's something that, doesn't have any meaning. I mean, if atheists really believed what they say they believe, there'd be no atheists because they'd, eat a shotgun, for lack of a better word. Why carry on if you're an atheist? There's no point.
Exactly. They're so cold and like nothing means nothing. Or damn it, I said that wrong. Like
nothing. Yeah, but and can never mean anything, right? And their atoms, they think their atoms and molecules are gonna freaking, when the sun blows up in 4.5 billion years, all traces of them are gonna be gone, right? So it'll be like they never existed. So whatever sequence of events that we experience, they're just the mechanistic processes. Even me right now talking about this, according to an atheist, these are just the preordained deterministic chemical reactions determined at the Big Bang.
Yeah. That's what I would say too. I agree with you there. I've never heard of it said that way, but I totally agree with you. Like, we're just a result of like the expanding universe, and like it's not but then some people will also argue, well, it's a miracle too, that we even exist. Yeah.
I mean, and that's what we battle in here. I mean, that's what we battle in here. Basically the materialist atheists. I mean, of course, some people are, Christian or Muslim or whatever, and battle us. But it's really, they've adopted the materialist worldview where there is no spiritual world, there is no metaphysical world, that everything is just, like I said, like the mechanistic laws of physics, and that everything must fit within
a framework of explainability. Explainability.
So when someone says, "Do you have any evidence for God?" Well, you ask them, Well, what do you accept as evidence? And they'll instantly say, well, I need a photograph, or I need God to come over here and like write something down, or I mean, they need empirical evidence. That's what they actually want. They want something they can stick in a jar or a test tube, or they want to be able to videotape God or have God write something down, and they want to witness it, or you know what I mean? That's the only thing they're going to accept as evidence. So now that you know that they only going to accept this empirical, this little box of evidence, these are the only things they're going to accept. You just excluded pretty much everything else, even though those things exist. Like I just said, like the laws of logic, they certainly exist, right? But you can't even prove that the laws of logic exist. The only reason we know the laws of logic exist is because to argue against them, you have to use logic. To argue the laws of logic don't exist, you have to use logic to make the argument in the first place. So it's like a performative. You're proving it by doing it, But I mean, that's not in a test tube. It's not in, Yeah, it's a messed up position for atheists to be in, but they'll just not on it to death.
Why do they feel so empowered to try to get out in the world and want to debate just for the sake of debate? Like, that's what annoys me, really. It's like if you really believe this, why are you fighting for it so hard when it's nothing to fight?
Yeah, why are you fighting for anything?
Yeah.
Like I
So
said,
they believe in atheism.
You should be finding a cliff to jump off of. Just doesn't even matter. Why suffer?
Yeah, because they're always going to be bitching and complaining anyway. Excuse my language.
Yeah, you got that right.
How many genocides are connected to atheism now?
Yeah, but what if somebody argued to you how many people died because of religion?
It's not that many. That's a blown up number compared to secular reasons. Just think about all the abortions.
Yeah.
Just that alone is more people than died in any war. What is it? 70? I think it's the number for abortions is something like 75 billion.
Oh God! Don't tell me that. That's kind of scary.
I have to look up the number. It's large.
That's a shame. Messed up.
Well, think about it this way too. Like in the Bible tells you, don't take the Lord's name in vain. Don't do something in God's name that's actually evil. So a lot of times they'll say, "Oh, look at these wars that were started." Yeah, people taking the Lord's name in vain. They do this horrible thing in the name of somebody who would disagree. People say, "Oh, what does that mean?" Oh, it means just don't say, like, "Oh my God" or whatever. No, that's not what that's about. The about is people doing things wrong, but think they're doing it right because they're doing it in the name of.
Oh, I get it.
So it's not on, Christianity when somebody says they're doing something because of Christianity. That's on them. They're just dropping excuses for why they're doing something wicked.
Oh, good thing.
The current annual number is 73 million, but there's no way to say for certain how many. I'm talking about worldwide.
We'll do another arbitrary number of years and then see what that comes out to, because that's still a hella high number. Let's say go back to when abortion started becoming more accessible for people and start from like a year when,
Well, in the U.S., it's 63 million since 1973.
So that's how many years?
Yeah, just in the U.S., but that's just the U.S. Abortion was legal in the Soviet Union for a long time, and it's speculated that was hundreds of millions of people.
Wow.
Yeah, man.
And when did birth control become a thing?
Condoms were invented during the Civil War.
Well, yeah, Good point.
They weren't great. They're better than burning your dick.
I think there was an early version the French invented out of sheep intestines.
Oh god. Oh, they still got them as lamb skins.
I reckon it's
Yeah, for people who are allergic to latex, right?
And for people who want to actually feel what they're doing.
Ooh, I didn't know that was a thing.
Yeah, it transfers body heat, so it feels more realistic.
What's it called again? Because
You're called
I think that's where the term Frenchie come from, right? Frenchies?
It doesn't. Yeah, probably. They don't. They only prevent pregnancy. They don't prevent venereal disease.
Okay.
Or no, is that the other way around? I can't remember. I haven't used that shit in a long time.
I don't know where you thought of all that stuff, but you're pretty smart, dude.
Yeah, they don't work against STIs. So, yeah. Well, I mean, we got to keep our, we got to stay sharp in here, man. Like, cause we got to go over Earthers. Like, it's been years, and they're always trying to come up with something new to trip us up. We're ready for them, because we're way ahead of them.
Right. Chewing on this pizza real quick. Hold up.
Chow down.
A lot of us are just like life experienced and just have read and watched a lot of TV and stuff too. You just pick up odd bits of trivia here and there, right? It's like you'd never think you'd want to talk about it again, but then it comes up in the future, right?
Yeah.
See, the fundamental premise of flat Earth is so simple. We're just talking about it. What you see is what you get. It looks flat because it is flat. If you think that's wrong and you think that it looks flat because it's a ball, okay. First of all, that's crazy. Second of all, prove it. But we're flat Earth is really in the superior position, just because we have what's called qualia of experience. We can go out and we can observe the Earth as being flat. They can't go out and observe the Earth as a ball. The only way they can observe the Earth as a ball is if they go to their couch or their computer desk and watch a screen. It's true. It's true. And Matrix was talking about that just a minute. He said they've been putting it to him, and it's tripping them up. It's tripping the going or a TV or their phone. Where have they ever seen the Earth as a ball? And it just lays them out.
A lot of them don't even care about the Earth being flat or a globe. What they really care about is somehow something else in their worldview. This sort of like cosmic atheist nihilism. That is what they're really defending. They just need the Earth to be a ball for that. Because without that, they have a hard time maintaining this sort of cosmic nihilistic worldview that I suck, that Bill Nye I suck speech. That's how they view
I mean,
themselves.
for their religion.
Oh yeah, even better. That this religious worldview that it's just everything's just chaos, just utter inconsequential chaos. And I'm like, well, sure, if that's true, why are you in here every day arguing with flat earthers if it doesn't matter? If it's just utter chaos and you don't care and everything's just completely random, why are you here at all then? Why do you care so much? And you see that they don't really care. They care in. They're upset that somebody disagrees with them. That's what they're
care in.
Yeah.
They care. Jesus.
It's so true. Yeah. Yeah, that's got to go on a T-shirt, man.
Oh shoot. I was gonna post the.
But Crit, what you said, I've always thought about, like, when I think about like most of the people that really triggered Glovers that really hate us, that but they really don't know their own model, and right, the ones that are obviously they're atheists, right? I think but the thing I think they're fighting against is the outer space thing. I think outer space to them is analogous to going to heaven, in that they've invested a lot into this atheism on the promise that there is a atheist heaven in space, right? Go up there with Elon Musk where everything's going to be perfect and jolly, right? We're going to go to Mars. We're going to go to another planet. That's that's analogous to going to heaven.
Yeah, like everything gets solved. Like all the whole world's problems just vanish as soon as you get to outer space.
Exactly.
Hey, maybe that's true. Maybe they say it's some sort of Star Trek idea that once you leave Earth, you leave government and religion behind. But what they don't understand is it's more likely going to be like Warhammer 40k, where you get some fundamental, bizarre religious, cult of humanity. The God Emperor and whatnot. That's really what's going to happen. When they think like aliens show up, all of a sudden humanity's going to be like, oh, look there's aliens. That must be there's no God. What's really going to happen is all the religious leaders are going to be like, let's convert some aliens.
Hello.
Hello,
anyone hear me?
I think that when you've rejected any deity, God, and then and the promise of the afterlife has to happen here. Has to happen in physical reality. Your reward, or why go on? And their reward is going to go to space. It's going to be so beautiful. I mean, you ever seen the ISS stream on YouTube? In the comments?
Oh, yeah, the comments. I think a lot of those are bots.
Amazing. Oh, it's just, I wish I could see, you know what I mean? Just the fawning. It's, oh my God, I'm gagging in my mouth just thinking about it. It's disgusting.
I think a lot of that's bots, though, because it's the same comment over and over again. It's are these really not honest reactions? Or is this just some sort of looped, bot that just, repeats different comments?
I know. I mean, it's the internet. There'll be trolls when they go, look at that. I'd never go there.
Yeah, it'd be some sort of comment that would be. Yeah, it's especially too because when it's a black screen. Sometimes you see a completely black screen, and it'll be someday I'm going to be there and see that. Dude, they're showing the camera's facing into the void or something. Your 24-hour live stream is showing a completely black screen. What are you talking about? Yeah, they got this I used to joke around too. This romantic idea that they're gonna meet. A lot of them are just sort of upper middle class white guys, but the sort of failure to launch. They don't really have any prospects for a wife and children. They work some menial middle management position, mostly from nepotism. But they fancy themselves as some kind of an amazing thinker. They should be running NASA or something like that. In their mind, they think this. So their next step is they're going to find green alien chick. That's what they're really thinking. That idea a Earth Girls Must Be Easy movie. And they're gonna be the most this alien chick is just gonna show all these other Earth girls just how stupid they were for not fawning over this amazing specimen of humanity. So you tell them, oh, dude, there's no space, there's no orbit, there's no aliens, and then they freak out because that's the last thing that's keeping them from what you said earlier. What eating a shotgun. That dude, I can't remember his name. It's one of those streamers, and he would just get on this video game. I just saw clips of it on these weird rants about how cool space is, and people are just shut up and play your game, dude. Stream your game. Let me laugh at monkey make noise while playing video game with purple hair or whatever. Because like in his mind, he's thinking he's the last starfighter. You know, if you remember the movie. Like all these video games are just training simulators. I used to make fun of Eggshells because Eggshells will come in here and scream like Kerbal Space Program. Yeah, I tell them that there's a secret level that if you crack that, NASA calls you up and brings you there. Like, you know, a black helicopter just lands in your front and yell on and say, "We need you."
Did they buy it or what?
No, he kept saying like that's silly. Like, why do you keep saying that? And I'm like, do you know? Do you know for sure? Like, what if they did that? What if the whole shtick was? Because you just say that this program was developed by NASA engineers, this Kerbal Space Program, and they use it for training and stuff like that. I'm like, yeah. What if they're looking for that next that janitor movie, Good Will Hunting? He's a janitor who would just solve math problems on the chalkboard each night. They're looking for that really autistically retarded kid who can play video games but lacks any social skills to like navigate a college environment, or how to even apply for student aid, how to register for classes. He can wipe the floor with that towel and like, you know, clean the floor, but like try to have him do like just interact with normal humanity. He can't. So what they did was how do we find and recruit these people? Let's put secret levels in video games.
Yeah, that kind of reminds me of Mercury Rising as well.
Oh yeah, that's another good example.
I was just thinking about that, man.
Yeah.
They did it in the public school system, though, man. It was called the AIM Gateway Program. You guys ever hear of it?
No, there's another one that NASA has too, but it's not called AIM. It's called I can't remember, like a 4F4 or something like that, or.
Hello.
4F? I thought that
Hello,
was like
guys.
an agricultural.
Oh no, let me find it with Google real quick.
Hello, guys.
Gateway
Can you hear me?
Program. AIM. It was for gifted.
Bro.
Oh, N3. It's called N3. A 5-year program that ended just recently. It was a focus on getting people who are neurodivergent scholarships that would be that would filter them into NASA.
Oh my god, what the fuck?
And why would they do that?
Well, I mean, that's what they think, that somehow that they're the crack the code. Like, you know, how did all these amazing rocket scientists from the 50s and 60s do it? Well, they must have been all autistic or something.
I thought it was a bunch of black women.
Oh, their work was stolen. Yeah, that documentary on Netflix. Like this group of black women.
Didn't they make like a regular movie about it?
Yeah, I think so.
Black women actually did all the calculations or something.
Yeah. Yeah, and then like the bathroom was like only like white males or something, so she had like walk like 3 miles to go use the bathroom, where it was like, because that was during the era of Jim Crow.
Yeah. Anyone that believes that story that someone walked 3 miles to go to the bathroom, that's bull. No one would do that.
Right, not when there's a tree or some bushes over there.
Exactly.
Yeah.
I'm a lady. I mean, this is back then, dude. Not even everybody had indoor plumbing. Like, you know what I mean?
Yeah. I mean, this is a deep south. Like, all this NASA shit happened in the deep, deep south. Dirty south. and they're talking about like, oh, look at these amazing people. What the fuck are you talking about, right? Like,
Yeah, there's a lot of space stuff in the South. You got the Huntsville place, you got the Cape Canaveral, you got Houston, Texas.
it's like if there's some way of getting rid of that sort of ego-driven crap, that crap where they think like somehow we are part of the space program. They'll tell you we went to the moon or we done all these things. If you could get them out of that mindset.
Well, I already asked them when they say that. I go, who is we? Like, you're not one of those guys. They don't even know you. They probably wouldn't even talk to you.
Guess what? Like, it's funny too. Like they have a network. Like, call them up. Be like when they stopped refilling the rocket yesterday. Well, yeah, 2 days ago, whatever. And they're like, oh yeah, Gunslinger was in here. I'm like, give him a call. You look over the data, look over the stuff, and figure it out. Give him a call. Tell him you know how. You really want Artemis 2 to happen. Tell them how to fix their fueling system.
Hey, I have a question.
Yeah.
Can you please just tell us why the Earth is flat? Like, why do you think that?
Because how flat it is. What do you mean?
Yeah,
Okay, I'll just break it down for you really quickly. Most of the surface of the Earth is water, right? Is that correct?
Yeah, of course, yeah.
Okay. That water is flat, not curving. So if that water's flat and not curving, the Earth is flat and not a
I know
ball.
the gravity's holding it down.
Hold on. Even if your hypothesis was true, you'd have to measure that you'd have to go out and get the empirical data that says that is actually happening, right?
Have you ever heard of Isaac Newton and calculus?
Yeah. Did Isaac Newton measure the curvature of the Earth?
He measured gravity.
He didn't do any such thing. Okay.
I think this is a problem of education.
No, I have a science degree. That shtick ain't gonna work, bro.
It doesn't.
Dandelion here is a science teacher.
Okay, well,
you don't understand gravity, so want me to give you the breakdown of gravity and how Newton came up with it? Newton came up with gravity because the universal law of gravitation as a geometric law, because he noticed from Kepler's second law of planetary motion that the elliptical orbits, if there was a force that pointed to one of the foci ellipses, that force would fall off inversely proportional to the square of the distance. And because he noticed this geometrical relationship, this is where the inverse square law comes from. It doesn't come from experiment. It comes from the mind of Isaac Newton noticing a geometry. And he proved it with conic sections. And if you don't believe me, you can watch Richard Feynman, who's a Nobel Prize winner, give a talk. It's called Feynman's Law of Structure. It's on YouTube, and you can listen to the whole damn thing.
Now,
so you're not the smartest person in the room, and you're not even close to it, okay?
What's the lunar eclipse?
Now, you skated past the problem of, you said, hey, gravity curves the water. Do you have any evidence that that's actually true and not theory? Because if you have a hypothesis that's true, because science is based upon empirical evidence, that means observation, data, measurement, those things. That's the foundation of science. If you don't have any of those, then you just have a hypothesis. So your hypothesis is gravity forms the Earth into a ball. Do you have any evidence of that?
That Earth is a ball.
No, that gravity forms Earth into a ball.
Yeah, do you have any evidence of that?
Gravity
Curving the water around the
Gravity
Earth.
doesn't. Okay. Gravity doesn't form the shape of the Earth. Okay.
Okay,
It's not
good. That's a good concession. Appreciate that.
But
So the Earth
how
is
about
flat,
this?
and we still have
Switch
gravity.
it up. Let's switch it up a little bit. What's the thing with lunar eclipse?
What
Explain
about
that.
them? What about them?
Show me a picture of a lunar eclipse. I want to see it. I want to know
when
exactly what lunar
the
eclipse we're
Earth-
talking about.
It's when
No. I want a picture. Send it to me.
Okay.
Google it and show me the picture.
Can you not Google it yourself?
No, I want you to Google it because I don't think you know what it is.
Hold on, sheepdog. So this is the. You just said because Earth is spherical, it casts a round shadow on the moon, right?
Well, it's
I got $20, Indio.
If the Earth is spherical, it'll. Well, yeah, I'm sure he thinks it's. Yeah,
I think he's going to send us a picture of a lunar phase and not a lunar eclipse. That's what I think he's going to do.
Probably. Okay. First of
he'll
all,
send us a,
they don't.
he'll send us a waning
probably. Yeah. Well, listen. Let me just stay focused with this shit. First of all, what you don't know is that they don't use the gold model to predict when lunar eclipses even happen in the first place. They've been using something called the Saros cycle since 2000 BC, and in fact, the first known eclipse prediction is by a flat earther. Has nothing to do with the globe. Has nothing to do with the shape of the Earth. The supposed round shadow on the moon would be a problem for you, because if the moon's a sphere can't cast a round shadow on another sphere because it has a curved surface. And when a shadow is cast on a surface, it conforms to that surface. If a shadow is cast onto a set of stairs, that shadow is going to look jagged. So if a shadow is cast on a round surface, it's going to be distorted from the curvature of that surface. So there's no way the Earth, if it was a ball, could maintain its circular shape. Transiting the moon, it would actually form an S-curve when it crossed the meridian, which is the center line of the moon. Now, if you or anybody else had actually just taken two spheres and a light source and tested this, you would see that you can't create, there it is in the chat, you would see that you can't create a perfectly round shadow being cast on a sphere by another sphere. So eclipses actually falsify the globe. Well, at least they falsify the moon. That would prove a flat moon or something if the Earth was a globe.
Yeah. So how about the footage from space where it clearly shows Earth?
How do you know it's from space? How do you know where it's from?
It's NASA footage. I mean, are you going to try to debunk that? You're going to say it's artificial
What's the
intelligence?
Yeah, wanna know how I'm going to debunk NASA's footage? Because I'm going to go to the ocean and measure that it's not curving. Well, let me ask you this. If NASA shows, if NASA shows a picture like the 1972 blue marble, and it shows a curving ocean, and it says that the Earth has a radius of 3,959 miles, and then I, as an individual, go to the ocean, and that curvature that they show in the image doesn't actually exist at the ocean, can the image possibly be real?
Well, I don't know if you would do it correctly. I mean, I don't know if you know what you're doing.
I don't know if you would do it correctly. What does that mean?
I mean, you can claim that you can do this, but I don't know if that's true.
That you can measure curvature from the surface of the Earth? You don't think it can be done?
I mean, I don't know. Maybe.
How much do you think the Earth curves?
Well, I don't know the math.
Do you think it's a little or a lot? Off the top of your head. Like if I was like if I was 10, so like 10 miles away, if I'm standing on the ocean, number one, if I'm 6 feet tall standing in the ocean, how far do you think the horizon should be away? Just off your experience of what you've seen in your life, how far do you estimate the horizon was away from you?
Maybe like 20 football fields.
Actually.
20 football fields? That would be
What the fuck does that even mean?
Way more.
Well, I mean, that would be
feet or 2,000 yards.
That's 2,000 yards.
6,000 feet.
I guess, yeah.
20 football fields.
That's very rough, though.
What? 5,280 feet in a mile. Yeah, that would be about 3 miles. How much drop do you think there'd be? How much the curvature of the Earth do you think there would be in 10 miles?
Quite a bit.
In 10 miles. Well, it's supposed to be 66 feet. So that means from 10 miles away, you shouldn't see a 6-story building. From 30 miles away, it's 420 feet. So you shouldn't see a 42-story building. From like 250 miles, which we do have observations from, the drop is something like 4 miles.
Okay.
So there's supposed to be a lot of curvature. But the fact is, it's never been measured. No one's ever measured it.
You sure?
I'm 100% positive.
No.
In fact, we had Josh in here. Josh works for Amazon. He thinks he's providing internet to the world through satellite. And he says that when we try to bring it up that the surface of the Earth isn't curving, you know what he says? He says that you can't measure curvature from the surface of the Earth. He says it's immeasurable.
Well,
which the math says it is measurable. Easily measurable.
And he also says, I'm trying to figure out why it's not measurable. That doesn't make any sense. That's what he says.
Really? He said that? Okay. Oh, man, you should have been in here earlier, man, because I was beating him on the two-word theory.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm convinced, Nikki, that you don't even know what a lunar eclipse shadow looks like.
Well, it's the Earth's shadow covering the moon.
How do you know that?
I think that's what we've seen one.
Show me.
Yeah.
I want to see what the moon looks like.
The moon? Well, it's the gray ball in space.
Yeah, I want to see what the shadow looks like during the lunar eclipse that you're claiming.
Look, dude, I have to ask him. If nobody told you that the moon was a gray ball in space, would you have thought of that yourself?
What do you mean?
If nobody told you that.
I can just look in the sky, dude.
Yeah. No. You can just look in the sky and see the moon, but to reach the conclusion that that's a gray ball in space. How did you reach that conclusion, other than being told?
No one told me that. It's mainly
no one told you that.
Eyes.
So, like, when how old were you when you first saw the moon?
I don't know. Probably
5 or 6, maybe. Think 5 or 6.
Yeah. Maybe.
Did you think it was a gray ball in space when you had no idea what the concept of space is? Yeah, so it falls apart instantly. You had no idea what the concept of outer space even was. You just saw light in the sky.
What does it have to do with the moon? About being a gray ball?
Yeah, it doesn't look like a gray ball.
I mean, that's like the simplest way you can describe it. But I can go.
No, a circle. They actually call it in the scientific literature the disk of the moon.
Well, like a sphere is like a ball, right? So.
Yeah, a sphere is like a ball, but the moon, according to them, is so far away, you don't have any 3D information called parallax. So the moon just looks like it's a flat disk very far away. You don't see it from different angles. No, I don't think. I said looks like.
I mean,
looks like a flat disk. That's how it looks because it's so far away.
Yeah, but you could see different sides of the moon depending on the time.
Well, that's crazy because the globe says the moon is totally locked so that the moon faces the Earth at all times. You can't see the sides of the moon.
but you see whatever is presented to you.
You only
on
see
that
the same face every night.
Yeah, the man on the moon, dude. The man in the moon, rather. See, that's an indication that the moon's not a sphere. So I will grant it to you. There are indications that the moon looks like a sphere, but there's also indications that it's not a sphere. So spheres have things like specular reflections. The moon doesn't have these. Spheres have what was I just mentioning? If it's a ball, it should be rotating, but it doesn't appear to be rotating. We don't see the other sides of the moon. We don't have any parallax, meaning we don't.
You can't see Earth rotating. I mean, it's like we move so
It
fast.
says not
but
rotating.
Yes, it is, bro.
Okay, what's
You know
your
how
evidence the Earth
fast
is
it moves, bro?
rotating? Yeah, what's your evidence the Earth is rotating?
Well, basic science. From
That's
the
not an
textbook?
answer. That's not basic science. Is not evidence. I can't go into the lab and go basic science.
Look, okay, the average person like me learns that these basic things from a textbook, and then we don't actually go outside and try to measure it. So maybe I'm not like you, where I try to measure these things because I don't have to. That's a waste of time. I already know.
Why is it a waste of time?
What's your goal in proving the Earth is flat? Like, what are you going to?
It's already proven that the Earth is flat. I'm not trying to prove the Earth is flat. I'm trying to enlighten you to the fact that what you've been told in the textbook is actually not the case, and that we also read the same textbook and read the same claims, and then we're like, we're not like you. We went out into the real world and checked, and now we're telling you, hey, bro, we checked. That shit in the textbook is bullshit. And you're here defending the textbook against us, even though you have no idea what the evidence is for what's in the textbook. We do know what the evidence is, okay? And based upon the evidence that we've seen, which is a lot, because I've been doing this for almost a decade now, there's no evidence the Earth is a globe. It's only a bunch of cartoons on fucking TV. And I know that's hard to your mind to fathom, that it's just a bunch of bullshit. But the Earth, if you go check, you'll see, if you go try to measure the Earth and you check it against the dimensions they say it is, it cannot possibly be that. And you could just say, well, maybe it's just larger Earth. Maybe it's just larger Earth and it just looks flatter than it really is because it's just larger. Well, then the moon would be farther away and it would be larger and the sun would be larger and the sun would be farther away and all the planets would be larger. Like everything falls apart if the size of the Earth is not correct.
But how about when you go up in an airplane and then you can actually see the curvature?
No, you can't.
I've never seen it
I was
from
in
an
an airplane on Thursday. Literally on Thursday, I was in an airplane. Okay, there's no
How high were
curvature
you
there
up,
from an
though?
airplane.
That's the thing.
47 or 37,000 feet. Look, you can't see curve from an airplane. It's nowhere near high enough. How much? Like, let me ask you this: the International Space Station, from the height they say it is, how much of the Earth, as a percentage, would it see? It's 250 miles up. Airplanes fly at 10 miles.
I mean, I'm already looking at images and I can see people taking pictures of the Earth's curvature, bro.
From where?
Google, and they're not fake.
From Google? Where's that? I've never been there. From where are they taking the pictures, dude?
From an airplane window.
From an airplane window.
Mm-hmm.
So the ISS would see 3% of the Earth. So you think 25 times lower, they're going to see curvature.
I mean, is that not curved? Like, that's just totally. I mean, look, let me send you this one. This is like. I don't know if you're going to say this is a fake image, but just look.
A fake image. Let's see it. Are you DMing it to me?
Oh, I mean, I guess I have to. See. Download it real quick.
I'm sad for you because I know what you're gonna send me. I'm gonna have to cook you on it.
Okay, cook me. I mean, I don't know if you're using.
I don't want to, but listen. Even admitted in mainstream science, they say that even 128,000 feet, which no airplane can even fly at, is not high enough. That's mainstream says that.
And what are these pictures from?
Think about it for a second. 10 miles above a ball, 8,000 miles in diameter. Just think about it for a second.
What do you think about
8,000 miles in diameter? You're 1/800th above the surface.
What do you think about like Neil deGrasse Tyson trying to debunk?
He said from 128,000 feet that stuff is flat.
Where do you think we got that from?
I'm just saying in general, because I've seen
Did you
some of
post
his
the
stuff.
plane image?
Well, I don't need to. I mean, if you're gonna try to disprove it, then just go ahead. But I don't think it's possible.
I mean, the geometry disproves it. Okay, the geometry of the Earth disproves it. It's not. It would not be possible.
I would think a flat Earth person, a person that believes the Earth is round.
I don't believe, dude. You believe.
Thinks that like there's different geometry. So like a spherical Earth geometry does not match, obviously, the flat Earth geometry. And so
there is no spherical Earth.
What
are you talking about? There is no spherical Earth, brother.
If I was an 8-year-old child and didn't know any better, how would you tell me the Earth is flat?
Say go outside and look.
Look at what?
The Earth. Climb a mountain, climb a hill, find an airplane, go to the ocean.
And what are they going to look for, though?
You know, when I was 8 years old,
the Earth is curving or not. I mean, geez, man.
When I was 8 years
what are we
old,
talking about here?
My teacher told me the Earth was a globe, and I looked at her and said, "But it doesn't look like it's curving." She said, "That's because it's too big and you're too small."
Yeah, don't forget, you gotta climb a tree.
The Earth is too big for you to notice a curvature if you're just standing on land.
So you know it's flat.
Yeah, just climb a tree, bro.
Well, why would you think? Hold on. Why would you think, even though you observe a flat Earth, it's actually not that?
From a human perspective.
Yeah, you can rationalize why you're hallucinating a flat Earth. Yeah, we can rationalize. Maybe it's a giant freaking porcupine. The porcupine's big enough it looks flat. Yeah, that's great. You can imagine all sorts of things, situations where it would still look flat. But why are we doing mental contortions? Maybe it's flat because it just is flat. You know what's flat? Flat things.
Unlike Earth.
You're just chanting now. You're like, I'm sorry, but we also know the properties of water. We level things with water. Why? Because we want to make them flat. So I'll give you another example. I'll give you a perfect one. Okay. And I already know what your response is going to be about Earth too biggy. That's what you guys all say, but it's actually not too biggy. You know what the Bolivian salt flats are?
No.
Okay, the Bolivian salt flats are a salt flat, and every once in a while it rains and it fills up with 1 to 3 inches of water. And it forms a gigantic mirror across its surface. I mean, a gigantic mirror. A mirror, there it is in the chat. A mirror that's 30 miles freaking long. Now, you've been to the fun house, right? Or you've been to a store where they have a convex mirror in the corner?
Sure.
What does that do? It distorts the reflection, right? Now, if the Earth is a convex surface, like a ball, it would distort this reflection because there's something called the law of reflection. So the angle of incidence equals the angle of reflection. If a ray of light hits it at 45 degrees, it bounces off at 45 degrees. So if you have a flat surface that's reflecting things, the reflection will be perfectly symmetrical with the thing being reflected. If it's a curved surface, it will not be. Now, you could say the Earth too biggy, but in fact, it's actually not too biggy, and you would actually notice within 700 feet, according to the mathematics, the distortion of the reflection. And in fact, if you were at like 70 meters above the surface and you saw a sunset on the horizon here, you would not see the reflection of the sunset because there's actually no optical path for the sun to reflect off the water for which you would see it.
Okay.
So we know just from this reflecting surface that the Earth can't be a globe. Unless this is freaking a flat spot.
Yeah. Let me just, I'm not going to disregard what you said, but I'm just going to ask a question. What if you went to space and then you actually saw Earth as a round globe?
Well, if that happened, that means when I'm done going to space and saw Earth as a ball, I could come back and measure curvature.
I'm just saying, like, would you be surprised?
Yeah, would I be surprised? I'd be surprised to get me into a fucking rocket in the first place. That would surprise me.
Well, yeah, of course.
The point is like you're asking, hey, if I see the Earth as a ball from out in space, would I accept that? No, I deny my own eyes. Listen, every day, what you're asking me to do is go to space and look at the Earth and see it as a ball and accept it. While every day you see the Earth as flat and you don't accept it.
Because it's not true.
Because every day of your life you've seen the Earth as flat and motionless and you don't accept it.
You know why?
Hey, Indio, can I ask
Let me
my
tell you why. Let me come up with a convoluted excuse on why I'd go onto a rocket and see the Earth as a ball and not accept it. Would you accept that from me? Why am I supposed to accept that shit from you? You see how you have a double standard? Your bias is showing, dude, that you want me to do something that you won't do yourself.
I mean, I would if I could, you know?
Do what?
Go to space.
First of all, that in and of itself is a belief system. That the idea that you can even go to space and see the Earth in its entirety, that is a belief.
I mean,
a story told to you by other people that you have no way of verifying, that you have to just trust what they say, that you can go to a magic place where things float around and I can look at the Earth in its entirety. That's a belief. But that missed the point. What I asked you is, what I said was, you observe the Earth is flat every day and you don't accept it. But you want me to go to space and observe the Earth from there and accept that. You don't accept what you're doing now. Why should I accept your hypothetical when you won't even accept reality?
I mean, you know, when we're spinning around so fast.
No, we're not spinning. There's no evidence we're spinning, bro.
We're moving at a constant speed. And gravity
you're not.
Pushing
Spinning
us
is
down.
an acceleration.
And so that's why you can't.
Spinning is an acceleration, brother. If you're on the surface of a ball, spinning, right, you are accelerating because how else would you change direction?
I mean, is the Earth not accelerating? I mean,
the Earth's not moving at all. The Earth is motionless.
Why does the Earth spin? Let's see.
Okay, let's let me give you the evidence. Hold on, let me give you the evidence that the Earth is motionless. The Michelson-Morley experiment detected no motion to the Earth. The Aries failure experiment detected no motion to the Earth. The Rebbe-Pound experiment detected no motion to the Earth. These are all experiments that were done that detected no motion to the Earth. This is why general relativity was invented, because they couldn't measure the motion of the Earth. Do you understand? General relativity was a patch for the fact they couldn't measure the motion of the Earth. They don't tell you this in the textbooks. See, there was a guy named George Biddle Airy. He tried to detect something called stellar aberration. So he looked through his telescope, and because a telescope has a different refractive index with water versus air, he looked at a star through air, and then he looked at it through water. And if the Earth was in motion, there's something called the Foucault effect The Foucault effect, because they have a higher refractive medium, would have moved the star in the optic of the telescope if the Earth was in motion, because the Earth will be the star light will be deflected into the direction of the motion because of this effect. Now, they didn't observe it. The frickin' same star was dead in the crosshair. So they're confused about this. So they tried to measure the motion of the Earth through the ether, Michelson-Morley, and they did it interferometer. And they got a very low result, a low enough result where they called it a null, where they measured no motion to the Earth. The Rebka-Pound experiment dropped a frickin', I think they did a vertical version of the Michelson-Morley experiment, and also detected no motion. We're not saying there's no motion because we're just making it up. The experimental evidence says that there's no motion.
Did we lose him again?
Oh, he bounced.
He might come back. He was having connection problems. He
was a
has
good
like
rant,
left.
man.
I know, it was great. I heard you. Yeah, I mean that was that was a great explanation of those. I haven't heard you talk about. If I have heard you talk about those, it's been a long time. So yeah, that was some good.
Yes.
It was good.
But if you went to space and you saw the Earth move, would you believe it?
I love that how you
I should have brought this up. He said, well, then I'll have 2 data points. I'll have a flat-looking Earth and a globe-looking Earth, and I'll be with my 2 Earth theory like Josh.
Well, that's a good point. 2 points. There only is 2 points. Because he basically said the only people who know the Earth's a globe are the people that have left the Earth and have seen it as a globe. And that's only 2 people that are alive, supposedly. Only 2. That's it.
And one of those people
would be,
lost the debate really badly.
Yeah, but isn't that Buzz and Neil, right? They're still alive. So probably within a decade, there'll be nobody alive that knows the Earth's a globe. Nobody.
No, they're sending up their
Better hurry up,
replacements on the 8th or something,
yeah.
right?
Yeah, they gotta tag your it.
Well, I've been thinking about, like, I mean, I think you were in here or in one of the chats when we were talking about this, is like the people that came up with the moon hoax, they're all dying off. Like, how are they going to keep it going? No one has any motivation to keep the lie going. So I guess they must have had a plan to, like, as soon as, like, the last guy dies off, like, I bet you that the last 2, one of the last 2 dies off on the day they go back. And they make a big hullabaloo. That'll be something that'll, like, really drill the propaganda into people's brains.
But I gotta, like,
Stunning
take a sip.
coincidence. The last Apollo astronaut died on the day we finally went back to the moon.
Yeah, then they'll take a sip of whiskey on the moon and then drop one for the homie.
Oh, yeah. In honor of astronaut so-and-so, we are going to play 1 round of golf.
I have a question though. For the people who are actually hosting this debate, aren't you guys afraid that you might be targeted or hacked or something bad might happen to you?
No.
For trying to reveal the truth?
No.
No, that's like the people who are afraid of that. They're the ones who have the ability to challenge power. Voltaire said it best: is very dangerous to be right when the systems of power and control are wrong. They've already done the controlled demolition of flat Earth. They think they've won. And their hubris has given us a blind spot. They're not looking this way right now. They're looking at other minority groups. So for right now, we're pretty safe. And really, they're more worried about maintaining their own illusion, like this Artemis program and the billions of dollars and decade of overruns. They're trying to keep the house of cards up. So they're not really that worried about this minority group who thinks the Earth is flat.
They've been wildly successful in doing that too. I feel like this is kind of pointless.
Why would you feel that way?
But you see, most of the people are just so fucked. I mean, I'm talking about the people around me in real life, the people I meet. They're just so. They have their eyes open, but everything else is closed. They don't question. They never think. It's like I'm living among zombies.
Yeah, they call it the fluoride stare. They're more concerned about
They're like goldfish.
Like, when's the next episode of the Kardashians on? Just reality TV.
You know, I see my dad, I see my mom on Facebook. They have memory like a goldfish. Alzheimer's, I feel like it's induced. And the fucking hospitals, man.
Yeah, try to watch the
fucking
language.
Hospitals.
Yeah, homie,
I'm kind of emotional.
Yeah, I know. It's not that big of a deal. I'm not going to mute you or kick you out or anything. I humbly request that you watch the language. That's it. But you can swear if you want to.
Sure.
If you're going to do it anyway, then do it. But if you would, thank you.
No, it's just my father was in the hospital and we were charged like a lot of money. That was, yeah, that financially crippled us. And to find out that it was all for nothing, that makes you swear. I mean, people don't even question like COVID-19. That's ridiculous. 5 years imprisonment, people putting like foreign substances in your body.
Yeah, brother, we're not going to talk about that particular topic. It's kind of off limits. So we try to keep it on the flat Earth. I appreciate it.
Because what's going on
think
here?
it's related.
Yeah, I'll tell you how it's related. Because we were promised a bill of sale. They said, "Here we go. We do this. We go to the moon. It's going to be a giant leap forward for all mankind. It's going to be a new renaissance." Brian Cox wanted to reframe the calendar, kind of like you had before Christ and after Christ, before Apollo and after Apollo. That this was going to be a fundamental paradigm shift, a coming together of the whole world. But it wasn't. It was all about money, weapons, geopolitical positioning, and nothing changed at all. Still to this day, some 60 years later, ain't shit changed around here. So the space age abruptly dies in 1972. The information age replaces the space age, which is marked by disinformation. Government-controlled disinformation. Meanwhile, they tell you they can go back to the moon again, but this time get it right. And there's going to be a joint endeavor. Some 80-something countries have signed the Artemis Accords. But you know what's going to happen? Nothing. No change, no effect. No one's going to even care about it. Things will just keep moving. The committee who meets every year, nuclear scientists, They meet every year, and they talk about this doomsday clock, how close humanity is to extinction level, man-caused extinction level event. They moved it up a couple more seconds to midnight. The year they were supposed to go around the moon again. So it just kind of tells you, like, hey, why? What can you do with it now? Can you be pissed? Can you talk about how these systems of power and control screw you over, screw families over, drive you deeper into debt? Well, you can, but what you could do is find like-minded people, discuss a topic you enjoy. In the meanwhile, document the downfall. So I frame it this way. Find some things you enjoy doing with some people you can tolerate. And when you're not doing that, you can document the downfall. Try to enjoy life as best you got. That's how you win. You win by living a life well lived, despite everything they're doing to you, despite all these systems constantly with the boot on your neck, telling you 2 + 2 is 5 because they said so. Persist and survive. Or you could do like what your family does. They put a bag over their head and they just cope. They doom scroll through social media.
Yes, sir, I agree with you. Hello there, is anyone? Can you speak? Or...
Yeah, go ahead.
Yes, actually, I am new here and I don't know how to use this app. And but I like your words when you was talking about social media, about the systems, about this impact in our life. Can you continue and tell me more?
Yeah, what else do you want to know?
Okay, I can actually hear.
I don't know if you missed the first part. The guy asked me, why does it matter? Why does this conversation matter at all? So that's why it matters. You rage against the dying of the light. You'll just like turn over and just, go tits up.
You said tits.
Or belly up. What about that? Don't go belly up.
Hey, is that the same security that I spoke to a few days ago, and your husband came on, and then you just disappeared
Oh my god!
when we asked him about the curvature?
That was a while ago. That was like 2 weeks ago.
About 2 weeks ago. Wow, time flies. Because remember, your husband was like, "No, that's not the curve," and then we showed him the formulas, and then you just disappeared. What happened? Was he mad at the curvature?
Honestly, I don't really remember. I kind of feel bad because I misled you guys, but I was
Oh, you
trying to
can't
really
mislead us. We're
be.
flat
I was,
earthers.
huh?
You can't mislead us. We're flat earthers. We've overcome the misleading. Don't worry about that.
Oh, duh! You know the truth.
We know the truth. So what are you back for? You got questions, comments? You still falling for the globe?
I'm still falling for the. Damn it! I almost said Globers. I'm falling for the flat earthers. You know.
All right.
Honestly, though, I was supposed to prepare a question. Now I just sound stupid.
Yeah, you got to come with something to the chat.
Honestly, I feel like I just get up here to flirt with the dudes sometimes. I'm pretty naughty, but
How does your
I
husband
do.
feel about that? Must be raging.
Well, it's okay. It's okay to him because I'm never gonna meet his theory. I'm never gonna meet anybody on the internet. So, and that's true. I wouldn't do that. I'm
All
not.
right, safe.
a bad person or anything. Like I wouldn't really like do anything.
All right, well that's fine. So you don't have anything about the Earth you want to talk about?
Yeah. What would you say is the most surprising thing that well, actually I do have a different question. How long ago did you realize that the earth was flat?
What, 7, 8 years ago or something now? I don't know. Lose track. Time's flying, you know?
What turned you on to it? Like
I saw someone saying that the curvature of the Earth has never been measured, and that people are doing long distance observations and finding that they're seeing further than the globe would allow. And I thought,
okay.
that's interesting. I've never thought about that. And then I bought a high powered camera and started testing it myself and found out, oh yeah, there's no curve. Interesting.
But do you ever think that
Also,
maybe it's because we can't see that far, like through our eyes? Is that, or do you?
Nah,
That's
because
what I'm.
with like cameras and binoculars and stuff, you can see further than the globe says you should be able to see because of the curvature. There's no curve. Like where the globe says, oh, you'll only be able to see X amount of miles because the curvature, we see further than that. We see flat surface way beyond that point.
I have a good one. So, every photo that is on the internet of the Earth is just VFX because
Yeah, I
it's
mean,
not
obviously,
overlaid steroids.
all the globe cartoons are just cartoons. NASA's faking all that shit. So, yeah, that's obvious.
Well, what do they have to gain? What is the gain to fool the masses?
Control,
Everything.
power, money.
Well, if they really believed that it was flat like you guys, do you think that that would resolve any like other cultural issues?
I don't know. It would just stop people being such gullible statist cucks, hopefully.
Well,
Well, what about the science fiction? That's a huge market.
Yeah, people would start
Space
living in
stuff.
reality again because at the moment people are just living in a complete fantasy land given to them by the US government, essentially.
have you
So, of
heard of
course,
Mount
people are
Meru?
out to lunch. What's that?
Have you heard of Mount Meru?
Yes.
Okay, so you know about the lokas and that part of the Hindu whatever is pretty interesting. How
Yeah,
there's
yeah.
like layers of
Well, loads of cultures, I mean, you look into it, all the cultures in the past were flat earthers. They all had slightly different ideas about how it was laid out. In Hindu cosmology, you've got Mount Meru. In Norse cosmology, you've got Yggdrasil, the world tree. They all had something at the center, like something,
yeah.
either a mountain or a tree. So, yeah, I mean, it's interesting. All these different cultures and societies had basically the same understanding that we're in a flat, motionless, contained system, and there's something at the center of it. I mean, that's interesting because a lot of these groups had no contact with each other, but yet they all kind of had a similar idea about what the world was. But
Exactly.
how you figure all that out and know whether it's true or not, I mean, you can't really because conveniently we're restricted from traveling to those kind of places on Earth.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's interesting looking at what old cultures said about the Earth. Probably more truth to that than what we're getting nowadays.
Well, yeah, I remember being in school and they showed us what they claimed to have been the old map, what ancient people viewed the Earth, and it was like the flat Earth. Like that's
Yeah, they were all flat earthers. I mean, this is like the history that school's not teaching us. They basically they
try
act
to
like
show.
everyone knew it was a globe because some Greek guy
Yeah.
2,000 years ago said so. But no, everyone, even the Greeks, knew it was flat.
So history was written to in a way to suit uh, a
Yeah,
narrative.
all our history, the modern history that we've got now is totally globed up.
Yeah.
Yeah, for sure.
So would you say that you only believe what your eyes can see? Is that another reason you believe that the
Well, no,
Earth is
belief
flat?
belief is a different thing. You got
Oh,
belief and you got knowledge. So if you're talking about knowledge, then yeah, that's what we can experience and test, observe, measure, detect. That's knowledge. Belief is a different thing. No, that's not necessarily what you can test and observe, but I would say you should try and arrive at it at least through logical reasoning.
Yeah.
Can I ask you a
So no,
question?
I don't only have thoughts about things that I can see and experience, but if I'm going to make a claim to knowledge, then yeah, that should be something that you can experience and prove to yourself for sure. And if you can't, you need to just be happy to say I don't know, which too many people are not happy to say.
Yeah, like I don't know what happens after death, you know?
Let me tell you
Yeah,
what happens
that's
after here. So
the great
basically,
adventure,
you will.
the great mystery, isn't it? This world is full of mysteries, but nowadays they try. That's another way they've dumbed people down is by making people think that they do have knowledge that they don't have. Like, oh, I know how far away the sun is. I know what the sun is made of. No, you don't. You don't know shit.
Yeah, I guess that's true.
Yeah, very true.
So you believe in science to a point, not all science, but certain things that
Well, science isn't really a matter of belief. Again, they don't teach science well at school. So many people we speak to don't know what science is. Science is a method which involves observing a natural phenomena and then creating an experiment to try and test what causes that phenomena. It's not
yeah,
about belief. It's testable. That's science. If it's not testable and conductible in an experiment in reality, it's just not science. So I don't believe in science. I appreciate science and I like science. Belief is a different
I
thing.
love science.
But what they're giving us about the globe, that's all pseudoscience. That's not science.
I don't know how to beat that. Like I don't
You don't need to beat it. Why are you trying to beat it? Join it.
Accept it.
but the truth is I'm not knowledgeable enough in science or anything to make a really
Yeah,
informed.
like none of us were. You have to teach yourself. I mean, this is another thing that comes out of this, recognizing that we've all been given a shit education. It's not even an education, it's an indoctrination. And if you want to know, you need to teach yourself. You need to do the work.
Yeah.
I'll send you some resources in 2 secs.
Okay.
We've got just GG.
That guy got muted.
I joined that server, and we've got a bunch of resources there.
Oh, the Flat Earth server?
Yep, yep.
Yeah, I think I'm in
You
that
seen
one.
the resource? You seen the resource section there? So when you're
Oh
in it,
no.
right, go on to the server. Tell me when you're on it.
Oh, it's in the chat. Oh, hold on.
Well, I just sent it to you.
Stop it, Molly.
And then when you're in that server, if you scroll about 3/4 of the way down the channel list, you'll see an additional information section, and it's all alphabetized. Got channels
Yeah, I
like,
see.
so if you scroll down, you'll see them. It's like Antarctica, astronauts, Big Bang, eclipses,
I'm from
Oh,
Antarctica.
okay.
science, right? So when you've got a question like, what about the moon? There's a channel on the moon. What about motion of the earth? There's a channel on motion of the earth. And these are just like,
Can I get an invite?
sounds like resources so that you can kind of research in your own time.
Yeah.
Just the other side of what we've been taught, basically. And it's all good, like loads of academic resources, science, all kinds of stuff.
Well, thank you. Yeah, I haven't looked at it yet, so now I see.
Yeah, I mean, you can always
Yeah, this
come
one.
here and ask questions and talk to us, but if you're the type that likes to just kind of sit on your own and do some crunching, get in the lab, then that's a good place to research independently. But yeah, if you wanna learn anything, you're like, oh, I don't know science and that. Yeah, most of us didn't. I didn't. Loads of people don't. You have to teach yourself, and it's very
I've,
you can teach yourself.
yeah, I know that much. I've done that with with religions, like teaching myself different religions, so I'm sure I can figure this out.
Yeah, you can figure it out. Yeah, you figure it out. You're smart enough. So what's making you still believe Earth is a spinning ball?
I just thought, like, growing up, it always made the explanations made sense. I don't know if I was just blinded or.
Yeah, but I mean, the explanation is gonna you like force yourself to accept that it makes sense because your teacher's telling you, hey, if you don't put this on the test, you're gonna fail. So
Yeah.
if you're going in saying none of this makes sense, but I have to put it in on the test, you're gonna go mad. So as a kid, you just accept it. You're like, well, everyone else is accepting it. My teacher's telling me it. My parents are telling me it. Of course, it has to make sense. But that's like it's just like a
Hello.
psychological thing going on. It's not. It doesn't actually make sense. Like a ball of water spinning around in a vacuum, that doesn't make any sense. Water boils in a vacuum. Gas does not form a spherical shape at all, let alone in a
Can
vacuum. Like
I get a
none of it
bowl of
makes
water?
sense. You've
Bowl of
never been
water?
given the right opportunity to question it. And most people don't carve out the time
Yeah.
for themselves to question it. And then they feel like society's like bullying them into accepting it and they just accept it because it's easy. It's easier to just accept it, but it's bullshit. So if you really care about the truth, then that's going to annoy you. And that's the common thread with flat earthers. They don't like being lied to.
Well, no, I don't like being lied to. Well, I was gonna ask. Well, if I want to ask you this in
But
terms of the
I
server.
mean, what
Is there something on the
when you go
atmosphere there?
outside, then you don't experience the ground to be a spinning ball, do you?
Well, no.
So when you think about it, it doesn't make sense. I mean, the word sense refers to your senses.
Yeah. Um. Well, what about the atmosphere? Is there something on the atmosphere in the server? Like that's bullshit too. Hmm. Hold on a minute. Need to look something up.
Well, you have to think about it, right? So if you think of the idea of a sphere, that would be kind of a ball shape. And that means that atmo is air. So atmo ball, air ball. Have you ever seen air take a shape of a ball ever, or does it always fill the available volume or the shape of the container that it's in?
It fills the complete thing.
Right. So in this case, the volume would have to be the ever expanding vacuum of the universe, right? So there should never be any ball shaped pockets of air or whatever. It should always try to fill the available volume, which is the ever expanding universe. There should never be an air sphere.
Yeah, sorry,
Doesn't that make sense?
my Discord kicked me out there, but yeah, that's basically what I'm saying. Like you're saying it makes sense, but when you think about it, it doesn't make sense. The globe does not comport with your senses. You don't sense motion of the ground. You don't detect curvature, spherical curvature. You just see a motionless topographical plane, and you see the sun, moon, and stars moving around you. That's what you sense. That's what would make sense.
So you don't believe in invisible forces such as like gravity and what you would call fake science, like
Well,
invisible
gravity,
that
that's,
are
yeah,
just words thrown around to explain something that's rather inexplainable.
yeah, no, the globe gravity story, that's just the story they had to tell us so that we would believe we're on the outside.